Lord of Mysteries 2, Circle of Inevitability. Chapter 126, Finding Prey. Lumian quickly scanned Madame Magician's message, committing the essential points to memory. It was evident that the first and third solutions to the Montsurus Ghost dilemma were jokes. The only viable option was the second, using Fallen Mercury to swap his fate of encountering the Montsurus Ghost. In all honesty, Lumian hadn't considered stabbing himself with Fallen Mercury to proactively change his destiny. Only when he was cornered by the Montsurus Ghost, teetering on the brink of death, did this desperate strategy surface in his mind. Time was of the essence, and Lumian had to act fast. He'd only managed to exchange his fate of being attacked by the Montsurus Ghost, not completely avoiding one. He'd narrowly escaped the first crisis but still lingered in death's shadow. Given the choice, Lumian would have still opted to exchange the fate of being attacked by the Montsurus Ghost instead of just encountering one. The attack had already occurred, and he couldn't be sure it would cease with a mere fate swap. He needed the most reliable plan to save himself. In simpler terms, what if the Montsurus Ghost killed him and realized it had never met him and targeted the wrong person? I need to find someone to trade the fate stored in Fallen Mercury for a better one. Then I'll prepare thoroughly, and when I'm ready, I'll stab myself to complete the exchange. I'll seal the Montsurus Ghost encounter inside Fallen Mercury. Lumian combined his experience with Madame Magician's advice and quickly devised a way to escape his predicament. When the time came, Fallen Mercury, also known as the Cursed Blade, would cause whoever was stabbed to suffer the fate of their entire family dying, including themselves. The drawback was the time it would take for the effect to occur. Lumian drew Fallen Mercury from his waist, eyeing the blade wrapped in black cloth. He felt the Beyonder weapon's potential more acutely than ever. He seriously contemplated finding experts to repair Fallen Mercury. Otherwise, the enchanted dirk would only last until year's end. Maybe Mr. K's Beyonder gathering could provide the resources he needed. My suspicion is correct. Madame Magician's intention for me to meet Ostatrol is to use him to attend Mr. K's gathering and join the secret organization behind it. Lumian donned a wide-brimmed hat and a black shirt resembling formal attire before leaving room 207 and descending the stairs. As a hunter, he needed to start his search for prey. Upon exiting Albaird's Duke Oak door, Lumian spotted Charlie sitting on the 3-story staircase leading to the street. Pale-faced, he gazed at the sky, melancholic, with a lit cigarette in his right hand. "What's wrong?" Lumian asked, casually sitting beside Charlie. Charlie didn't look back. He inhaled from his cigarette and sighed. "I feel like I've lost my soul. It's gone." He wore a white shirt, red vest, and a black suit jacket draped over his left arm, a hotel uniform. Lumian grinned and got to the point. "Did you sleep with that older woman?" Charlie turned to Lumian and emphasized, "Please call her madam. She's only in her 50s. He took another drag and exhaled a smoke ring. "Did you know? She gave me a diamond necklace worth at least 1,500 Vroldor. I couldn't resist. She was so dazzling and seductive that she went straight to my heart." Lumian corrected. Charlie smiled sheepishly. "Madame Alice is captivating too. It's quite a feat to maintain her elegance at her age. She mentioned she'll stay in Trier for 6 months and can offer me 500 Vroldor a month." As he spoke, Charlie's voice grew somber and his eyes took on a melancholic hue. Just as Lumian thought Charlie would sigh over his lost soul, a long exhale escaped him. "Why can she only stay for half a year?" Lumian patted Charlie's shoulder, saying earnestly, "Take care of yourself." Charlie's eyelids twitched. "There's a need for moderation. Madame Alice is far too enthusiastic. I was so exhausted last night that I didn't even have that beautiful dream." Lumian chuckled and said, "You openly mentioned obtaining a diamond necklace worth 1,500 Vroldor. In Rue Anarchy, that's enough wealth to make many people go mad. Aren't you afraid I'll steal it?" Charlie laughed. "I had to share it with someone, or I'd feel awful. I've noticed you don't seem short on money. You're even quite generous. You wouldn't commit a crime for a mere 1,000 to 2,000 Vroldor." Lumian grinned, retorting, "Is there a chance I'm pretending not to lack money to lure someone like you into lowering your guard?" Charlie's expression froze as the dying cigarette nearly burned his fingers. Lumian changed the subject, asking casually, "Is there anyone you despise so much that you think they deserve to die?" Charlie snuffed out his cigarette on the stone steps, puzzled. "Why do you ask?" He intended to pocket the extinguished cigarette, but decided against it, tossing it aside instead. A nearby vagrant darted over, grabbing the warm cigarette and taking a few drags. Without waiting for Lumian's response, Charlie continued, The person I despise most is our head attendant. You've no idea how detestable he is. I've never thought of wanting him dead, but I just wish I could hood his face and beat him up one day. I don't think many people truly deserve to die. One is Baron Brignaise, the Market District Savoy mob leader. He colludes with loan sharks, driving many to bankruptcy. A friend of mine jumped off a building in desperation. But what did that accomplish? His son vanished mysteriously, and his daughter was forced into the Salle de Bal Brise. Although she's supposed to only sing, in reality, well, that's right. If he had the courage to kill himself, why didn't he think of a way to kill Baron Brignaise and the others? Lumian nodded slightly. Charlie stared at Lumian, taken aback. Your thoughts are a little extreme. He added, the second person deserving death is Margot, leader of the Poison Spur mob. He manipulates people into swindling women new to Trier. After bleeding them dry, he forces them into prostitution. That's how Miss Ethan's in room 8 on the 4th floor ended up in the motel. Most of the money she earns is taken by Margot. She's tried to escape several times, but she's been beaten within an inch of her life before she could leave Rue Anarchy. Market District has quite a few mobs. No wonder it's chaotic at night. Lumian glanced at Charlie, saying, it sounds like you sympathize with Miss Ethan's. Charlie puffed out his chest. True Intis gentlemen empathize with ladies in tragic situations and offer help when appropriate. Lumian tersely acknowledged. Do you know where Margot lives? I don't know. Charlie shook his head. But he frequents the motel in the evenings, extorting money from Miss Ethan's. If you hear a woman crying, shouting, and cursing on the 4th floor, that's Margot and his thugs. Lumian nodded pensively and inquired, who else do you think deserves to die? Charlie considered for a moment, replying with a contorted expression, Monet, that islander. He swindled me out of 10 Verldor. Can you imagine? I've been unemployed for some time and hadn't found a new job yet. That was my last bit of savings. I nearly starved to death because of him. Where does he live? Lumian asked nonchalantly. He was staying at the motel initially, but after scamming me, he moved out. I don't know where he went. Charlie's anger flared as he spoke. I was waiting for him to hook me up with a job. Once he'd calmed down, Charlie eyed Lumian quizzically. Why's your hair different? There were strands of varying lengths, gold mingled with black. Don't you think it's rather stylish? Lumian asked earnestly. Charlie snorted, his expression dubious. His experience with the idiot instrument made him instinctively question Lumian's intentions in such matters. After a few moments, Charlie glanced at the street vendors and waved his hand. I've got to head to the hotel. I'll see you tonight. Lumian stayed put on the stone steps outside the motel, waving at Charlie's retreating figure. That afternoon, Lumian took a public carriage to Quartier du Jardin Botanique. After walking over 300 meters, he reached Mason Café. The cafe occupied the ground floor of a beige 4-story building near the botanical garden. Green plants twined around the building's exterior. The ground floor shops were set back nearly a meter, with pillars supporting an outer walkway for pedestrians. Mason's Café boasted dark green walls and large windows. Sunlight streamed through the glass, illuminating the tables and chairs outside. Lumian, dressed in a dark suit and wide-brimmed hat, entered the cafe. The first thing he noticed were the intricate plant sculptures on the wall, interspersed with incision sentences. Who holds supreme power in the country? The president or parliament? It's a cafe. Who has the final say in a legal case? The Supreme Court? It's a cafe. Who's the authority in literature? L'Institut d'Intis or the Journal des Débats? No, it's a cafe, always a cafe one. Lord of Mysteries 2, Circle of Inevitability. Chapter 127, Cafe. Lumian couldn't help but smile when he saw the slogan on the wall. It reminded him of something Aurora had once said. In Trier, the cafe holds a unique status. It's the birthplace of riots, the sanctuary of conspiracies, and the wellspring of scandals. Throughout Intijan history, innumerable riots had been sparked in cafes, and countless literary works and political struggles had brewed within them. Unlike the neighboring Lone Kingdom, Intis had its own private clubs, but they were fairly exclusive or high-end, with limited access. Be they former nobles, current members of parliament, high-ranking government officials, financiers, bankers, industrialists, renowned authors, newspaper editors, military generals, or university professors, everyone enjoyed frequenting different cafes to engage in spirited conversations, presenting a more approachable side to the public. After all, the Republic's political slogan and image were built upon freedom, equality, and fraternity. Naturally, the cafes frequented by various social strata were vastly different, often distinguished by location, price, and style. So when Lumian heard from Charlie that Laurent had used his mother, Mrs. Lacazon, to seek opportunities in upscale cafes, he wasn't surprised or puzzled. Many people did this, often becoming archetypes for novelists, but only a few succeeded. At the same time, banquets and salons were all the rage in Trier. If any high society member didn't host a salon once a month, others would assume something had befallen their family or that a financial crisis had jeopardized their political future. Aurora, who clearly adored this metropolis, stayed away partly because artists like authors, poets, painters, and sculptors seemed like tamed butterflies, fluttering about the salons of various politicians, financiers, and officials. It appeared that only by gaining their approval could the value of their work be realized. The amalgamation of salons and cafes supplanted most club functions. In this system, taverns, beer houses, dance halls, and cafes shared similarities, but the latter held far greater significance, leaning more towards the upper classes. Upon seeing a customer enter, a female attendant in a grayish-white dress greeted him with a smile. "Do you have a favorite seat, or are you meeting a friend?" Lumian nodded. "Booth D." The female attendant led him to a secluded corner. Beside a window, he could see a lush, tree-filled botanical garden. "What can I get you to drink?" The female attendant presented a brown-covered wine list. Lumian opened it, momentarily taken aback by the dazzling array of choices. Fermo coffee, Highlander coffee, Ream espresso. Side black tea, Marquis black tea, West Balham black tea. Fruit slushy, frangipani cocktail, ambergris lemonade, Venus sacred oil. Chalet wine, Kirsch, rose dew, walnut spirit, orange and lemon wine, cherry spirit. Absinthe, fennel absinthe, gin, bitter curacao, apple brandy, grape dregs brandy. Sweet wine, perfect love, barbarian cream, Little Rose, West Pyro. Considering he had a psychologist appointment later, neither alcohol nor coffee seemed fitting. Lumian thought for a moment and said, "Ambergris lemonade." "4 licks," the female attendant inquired. "Do you need cake, bread, or other food?" "Not for now. I'll decide when my friend arrives." Lumian surveyed the surroundings of Mason's Cafe and noted the absence of customers at this time. The lunch crowd had cleared out by 2:30 p.m., leaving more than an hour before tea time. Soon, the female attendant returned with a tray, placing a glass filled with a colorless liquid and a few lemons on the table. Lumian eyed the empty seat across from him, picked up his cup, and took a sip. A sweet, elegant fragrance filled his nostrils, and a refreshing sour taste invigorated him. As the minutes passed, Lumian noticed the wall clock nearing 3:30 p.m. He couldn't help but glance at the cafe entrance. Green plants adorned the area, but no customers entered. Just as Lumian looked away in disappointment, a soft female voice sounded from the booth behind him. "I'm already here." "Good afternoon, Mr. Lumian Lee." Lumian assumed the woman didn't want a face-to-face conversation, so he didn't turn around. He lowered his voice and asked politely, "Good afternoon. How should I address you?" "Can you hear my soft voice?" "No problem," the gentle female voice replied. "You can call me Susie." "Hello, Madam Susie." For some reason, Lumian felt relatively calm facing the psychologist. His usual habit of inward commentary dissipated. A familiar uneasiness washed over him a second later. "What's wrong?" Susie, seated behind him, inquired gently. Lumian pondered for 2 seconds and didn't conceal his feelings. "I'm a little uneasy. It's an odd yet familiar sensation. Yes, I must have experienced something similar when I met an information broker yesterday." Susie spoke rapidly, apologetically. "Sorry, I'm used to reading your thoughts. That might be causing your discomfort. Your body is infused with intense corruption and is in a delicate balance. The slightest disturbance triggers a reaction. In other words, you're highly sensitive to hidden and invisible influences, surpassing beyonders of the same sequence or higher." "Is that so?" Lumian wasn't angry. In his view, a psychologist needed to read thoughts for effective treatment. Rely on words alone. He then furrowed his brow. "Was Anthony Reed also reading my thoughts back then?" "I'm referring to the information broker." "I know." Susie understood. Where did Anthony Reed come from? What did he do before becoming an information broker? He had a West Mid-Seashire Coast accent. A retired soldier, Lumian recounted. After a brief silence, Susie said, "If he's truly from West Mid-Seashire Coast, it's indeed possible he's a beyonder of the spectator pathway." The spectator pathway. Lumian had read about it in Aurora's Warlock notebook, but she only knew that its corresponding Sequence 9 was called the Spectator. They possessed remarkable observational abilities, deciphering true thoughts from subtle expressions and body language. So a sequence above the Spectator pathway is a psychologist. As this thought crossed Lumian's mind, he heard Susie correct him. It's psychiatrist. That sounds more reassuring. Lumian smiled. What sequence is Anthony Reed? After learning the other's pathway, he felt Anthony Reed should have recognized him and sensed his anxiety, concern, and attempts at intimidation. According to your description, he's at least a sequence 8, Susie concluded. Lumian smirked. If he's really a psychiatrist, that's interesting. He didn't even treat the after effects of his battlefield trauma. It's not unusual. When a psychiatrist suffers severe psychological trauma, it's incredibly difficult for them to recover alone. They often need the help of another psychiatrist. Treating a psychiatrist is far riskier than usual. One misstep can result in the infection of the patient's mental illness, Susie explained succinctly. As the conversation shifted and the atmosphere lightened, Lumian gradually relaxed, no longer feeling uneasy or anxious. He took the initiative to say, "Shall we begin the treatment?" Talking is part of the treatment. Susie's gentle voice hinted at a smile. Realizing that the first stage of the treatment was simply conversation, Lumian eased further. He leaned back against the booth partition and asked, puzzled, "I know it was a dream, but there are many details I can't comprehend. Since it's my dream, how can I know the various abilities of the 3 official investigators? Why am I so familiar with the unique abilities of the Padre, the Shepherd, and company?" Susie's tone was warm as she replied, "The 3 official investigators were forcibly drawn into your dream. It's as if their subconscious came close to yours, in a semi-open state. They would actively participate in the dream, revealing all sorts of information they know. Even if they only think about it, your subconscious can sense it. In other words, with Ryan, Leah, and Valentine's involvement, certain parts of the dream are created through interaction. Their responses are a collective creation of my subconscious and theirs, adhering to unspoken rules." Lumian considered this as he pondered previously unresolved questions. Susie's voice remained steady as she continued. "You must have some suspicions about why you know the abilities of the evil god's followers, right? But you're just unwilling to confront them." At this, Lumian's eyelids twitched involuntarily. Based on the information Madame Magician provided, most of Guillaume Binet and Pierre Barry's abilities stem from the evil god's sequence contractee. So it's impossible to predict their abilities beforehand. It depends on which creature they've signed a contract with, Susie gently analyzed. In other words, we can rule out the possibility that your subconscious obtained corresponding knowledge from the seal's corruption. Without a knowledge base, you couldn't imagine those abilities from nothing. They're not imaginary. The woman's tone suddenly turned grave. Clearly, at some point before Cordoue was destroyed, you saw Guillaume Binet, Pierre Barry, and the others use their abilities. Moreover, you were neither harmed nor traumatized. Otherwise, it would have manifested in the dream. From the dream's analysis, what truly left a scar on you was Puali's and company's actions. How do you think you witnessed those evil god followers using their powers? Susie's words were like sharp arrows piercing Lumian's memories, making the sturdy barrier waver. Lumian's face twisted slightly. Amidst excruciating pain, he saw images surface from the depths of his memories. It was the 3rd floor of the administrator's castle. The walls were adorned with pale, translucent faces, but the fighters were no longer Ryan, Leah, and Valentine. Instead, it was Guillaume Binet, Pierre Barry, and Sybil Barry. Lord of Mysteries 2, Circle of Inevitability. Chapter 128, In the Dream. Blood-red flowers bloomed on the pitch-black vines hanging from the ceiling, sealing off the 3rd floor of the castle. Guillaume Binet, Pierre Barry, and Sybil Barry fought off the midwife and her accomplices as they charged towards the tower. A series of fragmented scenes flashed through Lumian's mind. In a tower filled with bird-clawed infants, the invisible Guillaume Binet touched the midwife's shoulder with the help of Shepherd Pierre Barry. The midwife exploded as if a bomb had been planted inside her. Though Sybil Barry had been killed by the lady's maid, she was reborn in the other woman's body and took control of it. Floating in the air, Louis Lund gave birth to a child in the room. Unfazed, Louis Lund teamed up with Administrator Bias to subdue Shepherd Pierre Barry. In the wilderness leading deep into the mountains, the Padre, Guillaume Binet, was surrounded by countless undead in linen garments. Lumian's face contorted in pain. These memories felt like a sharp weapon piercing his soul. Extracting them would do more harm, making him instinctively resist recalling them further. Eventually, the scenes faded, and Lumian panted heavily. How was it? Did you find anything? Susie's voice was gentle, as if inquiring about today's breakfast. Lumian pondered and replied, I remember the battle between the Padre and Madame Puali's subordinates. The scene was chaotic and fragmented. Sometimes I feel like I'm watching in person, and at times from afar via certain means. This left him deeply puzzled about his position and role in these events. At times, he seemed to be part of the two groups, embroiled in the conflict. Other times, he appeared to be a mere bystander, unconnected to either side. Susie asked, leading him on, Besides that, is there anything else you don't understand about the situation in your memory? Lumian said as he recalled, I don't think I saw Madame Pualis. She only appeared when the Padre was surrounded by a horde of undead in the wilderness. The Padre and his allies seemed drained after dealing with Louis Lund, Kathy, Beast, the midwife, and Madame Pualis' subordinates. If Madame Pualis had joined, I don't think they could have won. Why did Madame Pualis willingly give up and leave Cordu without stopping the Padre and his allies? Not willingly, but forcibly sent away, Susie corrected him. The ritual in your dream to send the spring elf away should be about sending Pualis away. The spring elf symbolizes a bountiful harvest, the end of a harsh winter, and the budding of new life. It's very similar to the abilities displayed by Pualis' group. That's even stranger. Lumian's voice grew pained as he clenched his fists, feeling unable to remember anymore. Susie said gently, If you don't want to recall, don't. Recovering all your memories isn't something that can be achieved in one session of therapy. Take your time. There's no rush. Phew. Lumian slowly exhaled a sigh of relief, his body relaxing. After he had calmed down for nearly a minute, Susie said, You can sleep and see if you can find more answers in your dreams. At first, the psychiatrist's voice was gentle in Lumian's ears, but then it became increasingly ethereal, as if it had receded and entered another world. His eyelids grew heavier and heavier until they finally closed. Lumian's eyes snapped open to the familiar ceiling above him. He bolted upright, taking in a reclining chair, the wooden table by the window, the small bookshelf, and the wardrobe with its full-length mirror. This was his bedroom, his home in Cordu. For a few seconds, Lumian stared blankly before leaping out of bed and sprinting from the room. He flung open Aurora's bedroom door and found the desk littered with manuscripts, papers, fountain pens, ink bottles, and other items, just as he remembered. He noticed the chair with the pillow was empty. His gaze shifted to the vacant bed before slowly retracting. Quietly, he closed the door and moved to the next room. No familiar figure awaited him in the study either. Lumian raced downstairs. He dashed through Cordu village, arriving at the entrance of the eternal blazing sun cathedral. Not a single villager crossed his path. Every house was eerily silent. Gazing up at the onion-like dome, Lumian strode into the cathedral. The altar had been altered, adorned with tulips, lilacs, and other flowers. A blackthorn symbol was etched into it, seemingly with liquid flowing on its surface. Still, nobody was here. Lumian searched the Padre's room before heading to the basement. Piles of bones and sheepskin lay around, just as in his previous dream, but the altar in the middle remained untouched. He examined it cautiously, but felt no burning sensation in his chest. Realizing this was a dream, the power representing the past, present, and future seemed to have vanished. Having gained nothing, Lumian stood by the underground altar, deep in thought. He then dashed up the stairs, out the side door, and into the nearby cemetery. Guided by the memories of his previous dream, he quickly located the tomb where the owl had flown in. Crouching down, he pushed open the stone slab sealing the entrance. Without hesitation, Lumian descended the stairs, traversed the passageway, and found the black coffin in the shadowy tomb. No owl was present, nor was there another Lumian. Only the faint light seeping in from outside illuminated the scene. In a daze, Lumian turned his attention to the black coffin. The lid had already slid to the side, revealing its contents. Hesitating for a moment, Lumian recalled Aurora nearly losing control in his dream when she spied on the dead warlock's corpse in the coffin. 2 or 3 seconds later, his expressionless steps carried him forward, approaching the black coffin. He cast his gaze inside. A corpse quickly appeared before his eyes. With golden hair cascading down its sides and eyes tightly shut, the corpse's pale white face was adorned with a light blue dress. It was Aurora. Aurora lay in the coffin of the dead warlock. Lumian's pupils dilated, his face contorting with horror. The scene before him fractured, crumbling inch by inch. Lumian's eyes snapped open, his expression a mix of bewilderment and dread. "What did you see?" Susie's voice echoed in his ears. Lumian replied in a distant tone, "I saw Aurora lying in the coffin of the deceased warlock." "How can this be?" Susie reassured him. "This is more symbolic. Consider this, there's no real warlock legend, and in the dream, the story you subconsciously created transformed your and Aurora's home into the warlock's former residence. Aurora knows nothing about this or the legend. Her loss of control was because she wanted to see the warlock's corpse in the coffin clearly. So, the warlock who died in the legend represents Aurora. What does the owl symbolize? What does the entire story signify?" Questions flooded Lumian's mind, each like a sharp blade tearing at his head. Lumian instinctively raised his hands to clutch his head. "You might need to recover more memories before you can analyze it. Moreover, sometimes multiple layers of symbolism exist in a mixed state," Susie said gently. "That's enough for today's treatment. Your subconscious is already resisting. Continuing may backfire and harm your mental state. Would you like the second treatment in 2 weeks or a month?" Lumian didn't hesitate. 2 weeks from now." Susie paused for a few seconds before adding, "Lastly, I must remind you that you have a strong tendency for self-destruction." "Self-destruction." Lumian repeated the words, his expression unchanged. Susie's voice carried warmth again. "I understand why this happened, and I don't want to forcibly eliminate it. Unless you're willing to let me erase all memories at the root of the problem, every treatment will only alleviate, not eradicate it. I just want to remind you that Aurora loves living in life. She has many unfulfilled wishes. She wants to see you attend university. She wants to travel to Trier as an ordinary person for a while. She wants to find clues about her home. She wants to resolve her issues with her parents. She wants to savor all of Trier's delicacies, attend every concert, and experience every art exhibition. She's one step away from complete death. If she's conscious, I don't think she'd give up. She's like someone who's fallen into an abyss, clinging to the cliff edge with one hand. If even you give up, no one will pull her up again." Lumian's expression shifted, but he couldn't show any defined emotions. It seemed he had forgotten how to smile or cry. Susie didn't pressure him to respond. She sighed softly and said, "Many times suppressing pain and despair isn't helpful. Humans need to vent and relieve stress. All right, that's it for today. We'll meet again for the second treatment, same time in 2 weeks." Lumian closed his eyes. "Thank you, Madam Susie." Susie didn't reply, as if she had already left. After more than 10 seconds, Lumian slowly exhaled and opened his eyes. He instinctively glanced outside Mason's cafe and saw a golden retriever with a small brown bag vanishing around the corner. A female figure appeared to be beside the dog. Lumian lingered for another 10 minutes before finishing the remaining ambergris lemonade. He stepped out of Mason's cafe and made his way to the nearest public carriage stop. A green double-decker carriage pulled up, inviting passengers to board. Lumian paid 30 kopecks and found a window seat, his gaze distant. "Read all about it." Only 11 kopecks each. A child in old clothes approached the window, hoisting a stack of newspapers in his hand. "Self-destruct, live, self-destruct, live." Lumian's mind replayed the psychiatrist's words. He felt like a walking corpse, oblivious to the newsboy. Suddenly, he noticed the newspaper's title, Novel Weekly. "That's right, it's Sunday." Lumian snapped back to reality. He handed the child 2 5-kopek copper coins and 1 1-kopek copper coin, opened the window, and grabbed a copy of Novel Weekly. Unfolding the newspaper, Lumian began to read, illuminated by the bright sunlight streaming through the window. As the carriage slowly rolled forward, a message caught Lumian's eye. Obituary. Our eternal friend, the renowned best-selling author, Aurora Lee, has been confirmed by our editorial team to have passed away in an accident in April. Lumian's gaze froze, his hands trembling. Abruptly, he lowered his head, raised the newspaper, and shielded his face with it. A wet mark materialized on the newspaper's surface in the afternoon sun. More and more wet marks emerged, merging into one splatter. Lord of Mysteries 2, Circle of Inevitability. Chapter 129, Neighbor. Rue Anarchie, Auberge du Coq Doré, Room 207. Lumian tossed the wrinkled newspaper onto the table and slumped onto the bed. After a few moments, he collapsed onto the mattress. Exhaustion coursed through his veins, making it nearly impossible to resist the urge to sleep. He reset his body and mental state each day, but never his mind. Too tired to bother undressing, he kicked off his leather shoes and closed his eyes. Lumian slept deeply, dreamless. The acrid scent of sulfur roused him from his sleep. The sun was still setting outside the window. Lumian turned his head to gaze at the glass window, tinged with a golden-red hue, and whispered sarcastically, "Could it be that I've slept for a day and a night?" It was clearly impossible. He always woke up automatically at 6 a.m. Though the obituary had helped vent the sorrow in his heart, Lumian still felt somewhat despondent. He knew that grief wouldn't simply vanish, and pain would inevitably resurface. He had to maintain a stable mental state and face his emotions without spiraling into self-destruction. As for extreme, mad, and self-destructive tendencies, he accepted that these were inevitable, as long as they weren't severe. "I have to undergo psychiatric treatment regularly in the future. Otherwise, I'll completely lose my mind before I complete my revenge and find a way to revive Aurora." Lumian sighed and got out of bed. He picked up the wrinkled novel weekly again and studied the obituary on the front page, seeking to reawaken the familiar pain in his heart. Then Lumian noticed an issue. This paper was from last week. The paperboy had sold him an outdated newspaper. Impossible. It's impossible for a paperboy to keep a newspaper copy that can't be sold. Lumian furrowed his brow, finding this odd coincidence inexplicable. He carefully recalled something that psychiatrist Susie had said many times: suppressing pain and despair isn't helpful. Humans need to vent and relieve stress. Suddenly, Lumian understood. This was part of his psychiatric treatment. Madame Susie had first identified my unstable mental state and strong self-destructive tendencies. Then she used the hope of reviving Aurora as an initial counsel. Finally, while I wallowed in my pain, she arranged for the paperboy to deliver a week-old obituary. She shattered my defenses with cold, hard facts, allowing me to release the pain and despair I had buried deep inside. Lumian mused silently. Realizing this, he was grateful for encountering a highly skilled and professional psychiatrist. Without her, escaping his mental quagmire would have been nearly impossible. As Lumian's gaze drifted, he noticed a few bedbugs scurrying into his room. His keen sense of smell told him the sulfur in the neighboring room had been lit to repel the bedbugs, but the vermin mostly fled elsewhere. Lumian chuckled at the thought of him and his neighbor inadvertently attacking each other by driving the bedbugs into each other's rooms. He slipped on his leather shoes and strode out of room 207, heading for room 206. On the second floor of Aubaird's Deux Coq door, nestled in an alley behind Rue Anarchy, a washroom connected rooms 201 to 204. Opposite room 204 was another washroom, with rooms 205 to 208 on the other side. A sizable balcony graced both sides of the corridor, so the third, fourth, and fifth floors each held 10 rooms and 2 washrooms. Knock, knock, knock. Lumian rapped his knuckles on room 200's door. "Who is it?" A slightly flustered voice called from inside. "I'm from room 207 next door," Lumian replied, grinning. "I want to get to know my neighbor." Moments later, the door creaked open, revealing a lanky young man before Lumian. Barely 1.7 meters tall, the man wore a faded linen shirt and black suspenders. Oversized black-framed glasses perched on his nose, and his unkempt, greasy brown hair looked as if it hadn't been washed for days. His dark brown eyes betrayed his wariness. "What can I do for you?" the man inquired. Flashing a smile, Lumian extended his right hand. "I'll be staying here for a while, so I figured I should get to know my neighbors." "What's your name?" The young man hesitated before reaching out and shaking Lumian's hand. "Gabriel, and yours?" "Seal." Lumian glanced into room 206, feigning curiosity. "Why are you burning sulfur now?" "It's already evening, time to head out for food." Gabriel adjusted his glasses and offered a wry smile. "I'm a playwright, and I'm planning to write all night." "An author." Lumian raised his hand to his chin, abandoning his plan to play a prank on his neighbor to break the ice. Gabriel clarified, "Playwright, actually. I specialize in writing plays for various theaters." "Sounds impressive," Lumian praised sincerely. "I admire people who can write stories. My idol is an author." Gabriel, flattered by the praise and Lumian's genuine expression, scratched his messy brown hair and sighed. "This line of work isn't as glamorous as it seems. I poured my heart into my last script, which I think rivals the classics, but no theater manager will give it a chance. So I take on requests from tabloids, churning out trite stories to pay rent and avoid starvation. Right now, I'm rushing to finish one of those manuscripts. The editors just want steamy scenes with the female characters. That's what their readers crave." Perhaps it was because he had triggered a scar in his heart. Gabriel was driven by an urge to share his struggles. Lumian listened intently before responding with sincerity. I've read many authors' biographies and interviews. Most of them experienced hardship, living in cheap motels or cramped attics. I believe you'll find someone who appreciates your work and helps you become a renowned playwright. Gabriel removed his glasses and rubbed his face. You're only the second person to encourage me. Everyone else mocks my dreams, accusing me of being out of touch with reality. If it weren't for the fact that you share a profession similar to Aurora's, I would have mocked you too. And my mockery would be worse than theirs. Lumian thought before asking curiously, who was the first person to encourage you? Miss Seraphine from room 309, Gabriel replied, glancing at the ceiling. She's a figure model. I haven't seen her in a few days. She might have moved out. The same figure model Roar and his wife mentioned? Lumian nodded and extended an invitation. How about a drink at the bar? Gabriel was sorely tempted but ultimately declined. Another time. I have to submit my manuscript tomorrow. All right. Lumian waved and returned to his room. Peering out the window at the bustling Rue Anarchy, Lumian resolved to find a restaurant and indulge in Trier's culinary delights. Just then, a shrill female voice echoed from upstairs. You bastard. You pig. Your mother spawned you with a devil. The cursing halted abruptly, as if silenced by force. Lumian's heart raced as he flung open the window. If you're so fond of women, why not go to your mother? This time, Lumian pinpointed the voice to the fourth floor. Miss Ethans, the one forced into prostitution? He recalled Charlie's description. That also meant Margot, the leader of the poison spur mob, had arrived with his henchmen to collect their dues. In the Intis Republic, there were two types of prostitutes, the registered ones in places like Rue de la Muraille and Rue de Breda, and the unregistered, illegal ones. The latter, who neither paid taxes nor could do their business without the authorities stepping in, outnumbered the former by 10 or even 20 times. After some contemplation, Lumian donned a dark suit and positioned himself between rooms 202 and 203. A staircase led to the next floor. He retrieved the cheap cologne he'd purchased from Bigor, intending to pour it on the wooden steps for Margot and his henchmen to tread upon as they passed. Unsure when the monstrous ghost's next attack would strike, Lumian was desperate to find his prey and complete the fate exchange. After a brief moment, he abandoned the idea of directly pouring the cologne, opting instead for a more discreet approach to avoid detection by any Beyonder powers. Lumian loosened the lid and feigned a clumsy slip of his hand, failing to grip the thick glass bottle securely. With a clang, the cologne bottle hit the bottom step, and some liquid seeped out, the pungent fragrance filling the air. Lumian crouched down, feigning frustration, picked up the bottle, and screwed the lid back on. He smeared the spilled cologne with his palm, rubbing it against his body to not waste it. Soon, most of the liquid had evaporated, and the night breeze pouring into the balcony swept away the lingering scent. Only then did Lumian retreat to room 207. He concealed himself by leaning against the doorframe while keeping an eye on the stairwell. After more than 10 minutes, footsteps sounded from above. By now, the cologne in the corridor had significantly dissipated. A thin man led 4 others down the stairs. With closely cropped yellow hair, single-lidded blue eyes, a prominent nose bridge, thin lips, and faint scars on his face, the man suspected to be Margot wore a red shirt and a dark leather vest. His hands were tucked into his milky white pants as he descended step by step. A bulge on his left waist hinted a hidden weapon, and his feet were clad in strapless leather boots. Suddenly, the man frowned and deftly leaped over the 2 steps and a section of the second-floor corridor, tainted with cologne. The 3 male thugs trailing him failed to detect anything unusual and trampled the remaining traces of the scent. Lumian's heart pounded at the sight. Is Margot acutely sensitive to smells, with a strong aversion to being contaminated by peculiar odors? Lord of Mysteries 2, Circle of Inevitability. Chapter 130, Tracking. Lumian recognized Margot's actions all too well. He would have done the same. Then, he remembered Aurora mentioning that Beyonders from the Hunter pathway were relatively common in the Intis Republic. Lumian suspected that Margot might also be a Beyonder from the Hunter pathway, but he couldn't determine his sequence. A mob boss wouldn't have a high sequence unless necessary. If Margot is truly a Hunter pathway Beyonder, he shouldn't surpass sequence 7. Furthermore, the likelihood of him being a pyromaniac is slim. Leah and Valentine, only at sequence 7, are already considered elite investigators. Could they be inferior to a high-ranking thug who patrols the territory, abducts women, and bullies prostitutes? Lumian pondered silently as he stepped back and averted his gaze. Although it seemed improbable that Margot had reached or even exceeded sequence 7, Lumian dared not be careless. What if his sequence title was something like Scoundrel, which required him to act like one? What if the poison spur mob was more complex than it appeared, merely an extension of a secret organization or underground cult with ample resources, deliberately avoiding ostentation to evade official scrutiny? The odds were slim, but lacking information and relevant mystical knowledge, Lumian had to remain vigilant. He couldn't eliminate the possibilities or gauge their likelihood. In the second-floor corridor, the man suspected to be Margot, clad in a red shirt and black vest with his hands in his pockets, turned to his three subordinates. Frowning slightly, he seemed puzzled and mildly displeased by their unnecessary contact with cologne. He glanced at the ground and sniffed. The cologne wasn't confined to the stairwell. It brazenly led to room 207. Moreover, the bottom step bore fresh marks of being struck by a light, small object. In an instant, the man presumed to be Margot reconstructed the scene in his mind based on the environmental clues. The tenant in room 207 might have visited the washroom or a neighbor. On their way back, they intended to apply cologne but dropped the bottle on the stairs. Then, they spread the cologne on their body, leaving only faint traces. This was consistent with the mindset of a Baird's du Coq d'Ores tenants. The man thought to be Margot dismissed his suspicions and instructed his three subordinates. Remember to change your shoes when you return to Salle de Gristmill. All right, boss, the trio replied almost in unison. It wasn't surprising. They were frequently asked to do something similar. Salle de Gristmill. From room 207, Lumian overheard their conversation and grew increasingly certain that the man suspected to be a hunter pathway beyonder was Margot. After chatting with Charlie that morning, he strolled around Le Marché du Quartier du Gentleman District, conversing with vendors and bar patrons. He learned that Salle de Gristmill at 3 Rue Anarchy was one of the poison spur mob strongholds. Only when Margot and his crew reached the bottom did Lumian don his wide-brimmed hat and leisurely exit the room. He trailed the lingering scent of cologne, venturing deeper into the street. 7 or 8 minutes later, he arrived at Salle de Gristmill. The faint odor of cheap cologne confirmed that Margot and his subordinates had returned. Salle de Gristmill lacked the grand statue and inscriptions of Salle de Balbrise. It merely occupied a section of the street and featured a golden-hued lobby. Gas lamps encased by glass covers and black crossed bars on 4 stone pillars illuminating the entrance hall dispelled the evening's darkness. At that moment, the dance hall buzzed with activity. Lumian heard singing, raucous laughter, and the strumming of instruments before stepping inside. The layout resembled Salle de Balbrise, with a dance floor in the center surrounded by small round tables and chairs. A low wooden platform at the front held a sultry woman. Clad in a provocative short white top, her bra's row of bows was clearly visible. A black mole adorned her lips, and her brownish-yellow hair was swept up in a bun. Her makeup emphasized her large, deep-set blue eyes, creating a seductive, decadent allure. Softly crooning, she occasionally kicked her right leg. Her cream-colored, fluffy knee-length skirt enticed patrons to try peeking beneath it. The consulting physician has an alluring air. He'll first prepare by pushing up his sleeves with care. It takes me back to my initial romance. But this fine medic, he stands apart with just a glance. He locates the sweet spot with such finesse and speed. Discerning, my love, his touch is skilled indeed. Amid the suggestive and captivating performance, Lumian approached the bar counter and asked the bartender, "What's there to eat?" The bartender smiled and inquired, "How about Rouen meatloaf? Or do you prefer standard fare like sausages, bread, and smoked meat?" Lumian, already aware of the Triarian's fondness for meatloaf, nodded. "Then 2 servings of Rouen meatloaf. And a glass of apple punch. It can counteract the richness of the meatloaf." The bartender sensed a generous customer when Lumian didn't inquire about the price and suggested a slightly pricier drink. Punch was a fruit juice cocktail. Lumian smiled. Sure. With nearly 200 Vril d'Or remaining, Lumian didn't need to be overly frugal with his food and drink. In any case, scrimping wouldn't be enough to cover the outstanding payment for information broker Anthony Reed. 3 licks for each Rouen meatloaf and 12 licks for the apple punch. The bartender quickly quoted the price. Lumian nodded and pulled out a Vril d'Or silver coin, adorned with a small angel relief and a diffused line on the surface, tossing it to the bartender. After pocketing the 2 5-kopek bronze coins and change, he waited patiently. By then, the female singer on stage had finished her performance, and the band played a slightly intense drumbeat. Customers flocked to the dance floor, swaying to the rhythm, releasing the day's pressure, fatigue, and pain. A man sitting nearby grinned at his companion and said, "I love this atmosphere so much. I wonder who invented this kind of gyrating dance." It's far more appealing than the old quadrille. Can you imagine? I'd often have a partner in my arms, only to wait ages for my turn to dance. My enthusiasm would have cooled by then. The quadrille, or square dancing, involved 4 men and women forming a square and dancing to a violinist performance before circling each other. Another man chuckled and said, "I still prefer the can-can and striptease." The can-can, popular in Quartier de la Princesse Rouge, featured high kicks and landing splits as signature moves. When women lined up in short skirts and stockings, kicking high, cheers, and thrown coins often followed. Of course, it was a technically demanding dance. A skilled dancer needed to kick their leg as high as their nose or close to their ears. Lumian absorbed the surrounding sounds, occasionally glancing at the stairs where the cheap cologne scent vanished. Soon 2 thick meatloaves and a dreamy, transparent alcoholic beverage with a red top and floating ice cubes arrived. Lumian sipped the apple punch, refreshed by the sweetness, faint tartness, and smoothness of the alcohol. The ice's coldness invigorated him. He then bit into the Rouen meatloaf, unable to resist the blend of unfermented dough's sweetness, minced meat's flavor, oil's aroma, and spice's kick. After devouring a whole meatloaf, he sipped the apple punch to cleanse his palate. Post-dinner, Lumian clutched his drink, listening to the girls singing and watching the dance floor crowd. The feverish atmosphere seemed to affect him as he occasionally swayed to the rhythm at the dimly lit bar counter. Each time, Lumian would steal a glance at the stairs, monitoring Margot and his subordinates' movements. It was midnight when Margot, clad in a red shirt, leather vest, and sporting short, vertical, light yellow hair, descended the stairs with 3 thugs and exited Salle de Gristmill. Aware that the other party might be a hunter pathway beyond her, Lumian didn't follow immediately. He was prepared to lose them since the gang's leather shoes, once soaked in cheap cologne, had been changed. Relying on his sense of smell to track them from a distance was no longer an option. Still, he harbored some hope. He noticed that most dance hall customers were too engrossed and frenzied, occasionally spilling alcohol on the floor, creating wet spots from the stairs to the exit. Swaying to the rhythm, Lumian observed from the corner of his eye that Margot consistently avoided the damp ground. This further solidified his belief that Margot was a hunter pathway beyond her. As for Margot's 3 subordinates, despite their attempts to dodge the wet areas, their limited observation skills, and the dim gas wall lamp lighting led to their feet or heels inevitably getting wet. For those frequenting bars and dance halls, it was unavoidable. Margot had grown numb to it, not considering it an issue or giving it much thought. Almost a minute after they left, Lumian rose from the bar counter and stepped out of Salle de Gristmill. With few pedestrians on the streets, only the occasional drunkard singing and cursing broke the silence. Ruined gas street lamps cast a feeble light, with the sky's crimson moonlight providing the main illumination. The 4 gas wall lamps at the dance hall entrance allowed Lumian to spot numerous wet footprints. Some had long since faded, while others were fresh. 3 sets of footprints appeared in close proximity and consistently at the same time. Upon closer inspection, Lumian discovered a faint, difficult-to-notice set of footprints without any wet stains leading the way. Lumian chuckled, whispering to himself, "Constantly hanging out with fools and vermin will only bring you harm." Lord of Mysteries 2, Circle of Inevitability. Chapter 131, Night Fight. Under the crimson moon's glow, the gas street lamp illuminated the area from a distance. Lumian identified the footprints and followed them at a measured pace. Before long, the wet spots dried up entirely, ceasing to provide clues. However, Lumian had memorized the size, sole patterns, and gait characteristics of the 4 sets of footprints, ensuring he wouldn't confuse them with others. Even so, tracking them proved challenging. Unlike the ruins of Corda Village, thousands of people traversed Rue Anarchy and its surroundings daily, leaving countless overlapping footprints that obscured and destroyed each other, making it difficult to pinpoint a target. Compounding the challenge, vendors littered the streets with trash, and a terrible environment created other distractions. At times, Lumian felt like he was searching for a drop of water in the ocean. Fortunately, it was midnight and few pedestrians were out. Most were alcoholics, whose distinct smell and staggered footprints Lumian could dismiss at a glance. Additionally, Margot and his crew hadn't been gone long, so many traces remained undamaged. Lumian barely managed to keep up. Occasionally, due to the environment or Margot's caution, the footprints would abruptly vanish. But Lumian remained undeterred. He composed himself, searching forward, left, and right over considerable distances for new traces. Through trial and error, he eventually found the footprints he sought. Thus, Lumian tracked them to Rue du Rossignol in a market district, stopping in front of a 5-story apartment building far from several cheap dance halls. Margot and his subordinates' footprints led inside. Upon careful examination, Lumian confirmed that the three thugs had eventually left and walked in different directions. In other words, Margot was the only one remaining in an apartment room. He doesn't need his subordinates' protection, confident in his own strength. Lumian silently mused, growing more certain that his target was a beyonder. He surveyed the pitch-black corridor, considering how a hunter might handle corresponding traces before returning to their actual residence. He suspected that even with a carbide lamp and meticulous searching, locating Margot would be near impossible, and he might even fall into a prearranged trap. After some contemplation, Lumian formulated a preliminary plan. He averted his gaze and headed to the adjacent street. Before long, he encountered a staggering drunk man in his 20s who could barely walk. As the man reached a malfunctioning gas street lamp and began to vomit, Lumian lowered his hat and approached. In a hushed tone, he said, "I want to buy your shirt for 1.5 Vrildor." The drunkard's initial reaction was to question whether he was so intoxicated that he was hallucinating. He wore a gray-blue tweed shirt he'd purchased from a cheap clothing store in La Marque du Quartier du Gentleman for only 1 Vrildor. Now, someone wanted to spend 1.5 Vrildor, or 30 licks, on this old garment he'd worn for 2 years. Am I crazy, or is this guy crazy? The drunkard strained to look up at his counterpart, but the dim light only revealed a shadowy figure in the darkness. The next moment, 2 cold coins appeared in his hand. Instinctively, the drunkard weighed the coins and felt the patterns etched into the metal. He belched and asked, "Why do you want to buy it? If you're unwilling, I'll find someone else." Lumian feigned taking back the silver coins. Without further questioning, the drunkard grumbled and slowly removed his coat, emptying the pockets. As Lumian departed with the clothes, the drunkard looked up with difficulty and waved his hand. "Ah, lunatic. Lunatic who gives money. Blarg." By the time Lumian returned to the apartment block on Rue du Rossignol, he had changed into a dark blue cap, a gray-blue tweed coat, faded pants, and a pair of worn, dirty leather shoes. In addition to items he would use later, he had spent a total of 12 Vrildor. Lumian glanced at the unlit apartment and suddenly found himself bewildered. Why'd I have to target a beyonder like Margot? His 3 subordinates were hardly innocent, and they were clearly weak. They didn't know how to cover their tracks, so dealing with them shouldn't be much harder than killing a chicken. The fate of being attacked by the monstrous ghost wouldn't discriminate. Why was I fixated on hunting Margot? I wasn't like this before. When necessary, I could be ruthless, and I could keep things simple. I wouldn't burden myself unnecessarily. As these thoughts raced through his mind, Lumian's lips curled into a faint smile. He realized he had instinctively chosen more dangerous prey because it appeared more challenging, making him feel more at ease and carefree. Lumian gazed at his left chest concealed beneath his clothes, suspecting this change resulted from the corruption within his body. After a few seconds of silence, he suppressed a soft chuckle. From the looks of it, I'm a little crazy. He didn't plan on changing his target. It was as if he could already smell the stench of blood. This was both a blessing and a curse. With his cap pulled low, Lumian carried a pile of items and circled to the rear of the target apartment. He arranged the fatty meat, flammable sofa stuffing, and other items against the wall, creating a fireproof barrier around them. Next, Lumian struck a match and tossed it onto the pile. The sparks rapidly spread across the most combustible materials, quickly growing and consuming everything around them. Black smoke billowed. As the dense smoke enveloped the area, Lumian shouted, "Fire! Fire!" He then raced back to the front of the apartment and retreated into the shadows of a nearby corner. His plan was simple. Since he didn't know which room Margot occupied or what traps he had set, he'd forced Margot to reveal himself. If Margot were a pyromaniac, he'd certainly sense that the flames and smoke below couldn't cause a real inferno. His reaction would differ greatly, allowing Lumian to determine Margot's sequence and decide whether to proceed or abort the plan. With the rising smoke, flickering flames, and Lumian's cries, the apartment's tenants and those from neighboring buildings rushed down the stairs to the street. As the fire wasn't large and the smoke hadn't penetrated the apartment, no one risked jumping out. Remaining silent, Lumian focused intently on the apartment entrance while others replaced him to shout and search for the fire's origin. Seconds later, a figure leaped from a second-floor window, landing with ease. It was Margot, dressed in a red shirt and long milky white pants. Relying on his beyonder abilities and living on a lower floor, Margot hadn't taken the stairs like the other tenants. Instead, he jumped out the window. Upon landing, he glanced back at the apartment, realizing the fire wasn't serious at all. There had been no need for him to jump out, making him appear panicked and foolish. In that instant, Margot spotted a figure wearing a peaked cap and gray-blue shirt emerge from a corner. The figure, head lowered, pointed at Margot and laughed. "Look, this guy is such an idiot." Margot's emotions erupted with a fury. His eyes tinted red as he lunged at the man mocking him. He was fast, but the figure was faster. He had already turned and darted into the nearest alley. All Margot wanted was to teach the guy a lesson and chase him down. The pair raced into the dark, deserted alley, one tailing the other. Tap, tap, tap. The figure sprinted to a barricade and vaulted over it with a push from his right hand. Upon landing, he saw the figure stop and turn around. The moment he landed, he saw the figure stop and turn around. Under the crimson moonlight, Margot saw the face beneath the dark blue cap. It was swathed in layers of white bandages, revealing only nostrils, eyes, and ears. The figure's left hand was similarly wrapped, gripping a sinister-looking pewter-black dirk. Margot's pupils widened, and his heart skipped a beat. He instantly realized he had fallen prey to some kind of provocation. Suppressing his unease, Margot drew the black revolver from his waist. He aimed at Lumian and activated provocation. With that knife? Idiot, this is the age of the gun. Bang. Margot pulled the trigger, sending a bullet straight for Lumian's head. Lumian suddenly arched backward, as if forming a bridge. Then he snapped horizontally, dodging Margot's second bullet. Next, Lumian straightened like a coiled spring and hurled fallen mercury at Margot, as if it were a flying dagger. Anticipating that his enemy had a provocation-like ability and possibly poisoned weapon, Margot dared not confront it head-on. He hastily twisted his body, allowing the pewter-black dirk to sail past him and embed into a crack in the barricade. As he evaded the attack, Margot saw Lumian pounce on him like a tiger. Only then did he notice that Lumian's ears were stuffed with thick wads of paper, rendering him almost immune to Margot's provocation. The best understanding of a hunter always came from another hunter. This revelation infuriated Margot once more, as if he had been silently provoked by his opponent's prowess. Bam! Lumian clenched his right fist and struck Margot's temples with a sharp crack. Margot blocked it with his left arm. Simultaneously, he raised his right hand and aimed a revolver at Lumian's head. "Let's see how you dodge at this close range." In an instant, Lumian leaned forward as if to headbutt Margot's chest and grabbed his right wrist with his left hand. Meanwhile, his right leg swung up with incredible flexibility. Not at the back of his head, but at fallen mercury, lodged in a crack in the barricade beside him. The sinister, pewter-black dirk soared into the air, propelled by Lumian's kick, and flew straight toward Margot. Lord of Mysteries 2, Circle of Inevitability. Chapter 132, Black Scorpion. Crash. Margot barely managed to dodge the deadly dirk hurtling towards him, but in doing so, he failed to move his revolver in sync with Lumian's rapid motion. The bullet struck the opposite wall, sending stone fragments flying. With a metallic clink, fallen mercury zipped past Margot again and landed not far away on the ground. Lumian straightened up and swiftly stomped his right foot onto the enemy's instep to stop him from raising his knee and slamming it into his abdomen. In the blink of an eye, Lumian was nearly plastered to his opponent. He either slashed or slammed with both hands, or braced and blocked with his elbows. His feet delivered low kicks or stomps, and his knees jerked forward or bounced around. Margot was too preoccupied fending off these attacks to aim and fire. The thug felt as if he were caught in a relentless storm of his opponent's blows. Moreover, Lumian stayed close, employing close-quarters combat techniques to prevent him from retreating and using his gun. For Margot, such a fighting style was both foreign and dangerous. Crash. Margot's elbow smashed into the wall, causing the house to shudder. Whack. Margot's right wrist was twisted, and the black revolver slipped from his grasp, clattering to the ground. Wham, wham, wham. Lumian unleashed a barrage of hands, elbows, knees, and feet, forcing the enemy to retreat repeatedly. Towards the end, Margot could only block instinctively, his thoughts unable to keep pace with Lumian's swift movements. However, he sensed that he had already deciphered the pattern of his opponent's attacks and anticipated the sequences that would follow. He could defend against all onslaughts with his muscle memory alone. In just a moment, he would launch a counterattack. Instinctively, Margot raised his right foot to block the incoming low kick. But he meant nothing. Lumian's left foot extended diagonally, defying the limits of human flexibility. He hooked the pewter-black dirk that lay silently beside him. He had attacked Margot to force him to draw near to fallen mercury. The pewter black dirk soared up and stabbed Margot's thigh. Margot found himself pinned down by Lumian while balancing precariously on one foot. He had little recourse but to retract his right foot and twist his body slightly to evade. Fallen mercury grazed his thigh and tore through his milky white pants, leaving a shallow trail of blood. Wham! 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 Lumian went on the offensive once more with the close-quarters combat techniques Aurora had taught him, overwhelming Margot until he had no time to tend to his leg injuries. Luckily, the wound was superficial and bled only slightly. Crash! Margot's back collided with a wall. Throughout the entire encounter, he hadn't even had a chance to speak. The other party still had his ears plugged, unafraid of any provocation. Margot's blood boiled, but it only served to fuel his determination. He planned to trade his injuries for an advantage and escape his current predicament. At that moment, his raised arms meant nothing. He watched in confusion and shock as the strange man with the white bandages on his face voluntarily retreated and created distance. Then the mysterious man turned and sprinted away. As he ran, he flicked the pewter black dirk up with his toes and snatched it in his left hand. Momentarily stunned, Margot was about to give chase when footsteps echoed from the alley. Hearing the gunshots, 2 patrolling police officers had rushed over with black semi-automatic revolvers, alerted by nearby residents who had come downstairs due to the fire. What happened? What's your poison spur mob up to again? One of the policemen demanded with a frown, recognizing Margot's face. Margot shot a disdainful glance at the 2 officers in white shirts, black vests, and black uniform coats, and replied, "I was attacked." "Officers, you're too late." Although he said this, he was secretly relieved the police hadn't arrived later and had scared the mysterious man away. Otherwise, he might have been hunted down. After all, the strange man was likely a Sequence A provoker. Moreover, his combat techniques were clearly superior to Margot's, and his cunning allowed him to gain the upper hand. The policeman's face darkened. "Then follow me back to give a statement. We'll help you find the assailant. Also, is this your gun?" He pointed at the revolver that had fallen to the ground. Margot sneered. "Rely on you to find him? That's the funniest joke I've heard this year. That gun belongs to the assailant. Take it away." With that, he briefly examined his wound to ensure he wasn't poisoned. Then he sauntered out of the alley ahead of the 2 police officers. The officer who had first spoken wore an ugly expression. He tried to draw his gun, but his partner held his hand down. Returning to Rue du Rossignol, Margot's face hardened. His first instinct was to hurry home and rely on the traps he had set up to guard against a second wave of attacks. But a few seconds later, Margot dismissed the idea, feeling it wasn't sufficient. He decided to go to the house of the Poison Spur mob's boss, Black Scorpion Roger, and inform him of the attack. He would stay there for the night. That was the safest place for Margot. Margot bandaged the wound on his right leg and sprinted from Rue du Rossignol to Avenue du Marquet, making his way to the Suet steam locomotive, and finally arriving at Unit 126, a 3-story building with a small garden in the back. Before long, he encountered Roger, the Black Scorpion, in the study. A middle-aged man with firmly set black hair, Roger's slightly plump face was framed by cold, deep blue eyes. Dressed in aqua blue silk pajamas, Roger regarded Margot with a blank expression. "You were attacked?" "Yes." Margot recounted the events that had transpired. Roger's blue eyes suddenly darkened, as if connected to a bottomless abyss or an eternally burning hell. After a moment, he nodded. "There are no signs of you being cursed, but you have to be careful. Your blood is on that knife." As Roger spoke, he approached Margot. "I'll help you eliminate any hidden dangers first." Margot breathed a sigh of relief. "Thank you, boss." He followed Roger out of the study and down the stairs into the basement. Upon flipping the switch and illuminating the gas wall lamp, Roger pointed at the statue in the center and instructed, "Open it and crawl inside." The statue depicted a woman with gentle facial features, the fold of her long dress rendered vividly and lifelike. Margot strode to the statue, pulled open the concealed door at its abdomen, and climbed in. As the hidden door closed, an eerie silence filled the basement. Black Scorpion Roger gazed at the statue and intoned a word in ancient Hermes. New life. Ghostly, indistinct black flames erupted from the statue's surface, flowing like water and burning silently. After 30 seconds, Roger said to Margot, "You can come out now." This ritual was a method for eliminating the hidden dangers of a curse. By entering the female statue's abdomen and re-emerging, it symbolized a rebirth. Coupled with the corresponding beyond her powers, It could sever any connection with the item that had fallen into the enemy's hands. Wait for me in the study. I'll search for clues about the assailant, Roger instructed after ensuring Margot was unharmed. Margot nodded and hastened out of the basement to the study. He pulled up a chair and settled into it. As time ticked by, Margot suddenly felt his body becoming unbearably heavy, as if submerged in icy water. His breathing grew labored. Margot's pupils dilated, but he saw nothing. He fought with all his strength, as if restrained by invisible ropes. He could barely move his arms, fingers, and feet. Thud. Margot finally collapsed to the floor, but the strange sensation persisted. His face turned an unnatural purple, and his mouth hung open. His thoughts grew increasingly murky. Why? With this question in mind, Margot succumbed to the encroaching darkness. At the basement door, Roger emerged with a grave expression. He has potent anti-divination abilities. This matter isn't simple. Roger the Black Scorpion contemplated as he returned to the study. In the next second, his gaze froze. He discovered Margot sprawled on the ground, his face purple and his lower body soaked. He was no longer breathing. After the Poison Spur mob leader conducted a ritual to eliminate any lingering dangers of a curse, he mysteriously perished in the safest location of the Poison Spur mob, right before Roger the Black Scorpion. Abaird's Du Coke door, room 207. Lumian, now in fresh attire, nodded with satisfaction. Fallen Mercury informed him through its vibrations that the fate exchange had been completed. This meant Margot would instantly be assaulted by the Mont Surus ghost. Completing a fate exchange after stabbing someone took time, anywhere between 5 and 30 minutes, depending on the desired fate, the individual's strength, and their subconscious resistance. If Lumian was the target and he eagerly opened his mind and body, the fate exchange could be achieved swiftly, within seconds or even less than 20. Gazing at the pewter black dirk in his hand, Lumian smirked. When I have time, I'll teach you Morse code. Otherwise, every time we communicate, I have to constantly narrow down options based on your feedback. It's far too tedious. Fallen Mercury's quivering blade stilled, as if stunned. Lumian, triumphant after a successful hunt, was in high spirits. He teased with a smile. Do you wonder why you should learn, even as a blade? Ambition is crucial. The same goes for being a blade. Do you want to remain like this forever? Then he inquired, what fate did you exchange this time? Lumian extended his spiritual sense to the pewter black, patterned dirk. With Fallen Mercury's assistance, he gradually deciphered the destiny droplet stored within the weapon. It represented Margot's fate of receiving stacks of cash from his various underlings. You have a knack for choosing fates. Lumian had been occupied with fighting, and had delegated the fate exchange to Fallen Mercury. He had merely informed it beforehand that he needed money. After commending Fallen Mercury, Lumian grew pensive. How will this fate manifest after the exchange? Lord of Mysteries 2, Circle of Inevitability. Chapter 133, Suffering. Lumian couldn't make sense of it, but he didn't dwell on it either. He rolled up his sleeves, baring his right arm, and sliced it with a Fallen Mercury blade. A brief moment of numbness was followed by a familiar pain, but he didn't flinch. He watched as blood oozed out and stained the silver-black blade crimson. Almost instantaneously, a mercury illusory river, composed of intricate symbols, materialized before Lumian's eyes. The destiny droplet stored in the evil dirk seeped from its tip and flowed into the shallow wound. Lumian concentrated, straining to discern the fate he sought to exchange. He saw himself receiving treatment, saw himself falling asleep after releasing his emotions, and saw himself searching for Ostatrol. Scenes flashed across Lumian's mind as if he had witnessed them firsthand. Soon after, he located the fate of venturing outside the catacombs and encountering the Mont Surus ghost from several days prior. He swiftly raised the tip of Fallen Mercury and thrust it towards the complex symbols that appeared to be formed by the Mercury River. That fate proved heavy, and Lumian failed to stir it on his first attempt. As the illusory river slowly faded, the scene in his mind became increasingly hazy. He hurriedly channeled most of his spirituality into the blade of Fallen Mercury. At last, with a second stir, the fate of meeting the Mont Surus ghost broke free from the illusory, mercury-hued river and shrank into a minuscule droplet, resembling a bead of mercury from a shattered thermometer. The illusory droplet rapidly merged with the pewter black dirk. Only then did Lumian exhale a sigh of relief. He knew he had evaded the Mont Surus ghost, and Fallen Mercury could now be deemed a cursed blade. Once he treated the wound, an odd intuition suddenly struck him. Guided by this intuition, Lumian exited a Baird's du Coq door again, weaving between raucous drunks and a heated brawl. He returned to Rue du Rossignol and halted outside the alley where he had assaulted Margot. Furrowing his brow, he cautiously entered and flipped over the barricade. In the next moment, Lumian's gaze instinctively fell upon the shadow in the corner. Something lay quietly in the realm of darkness. Sensing its significance, Lumian hurried over, crouched down, and picked up the object with his gloved left hand. It was a bulging brown leather wallet. Margot dropped it. The money his underlings plundered and handed over to him. Lumian roughly grasped how the fate exchange had transpired. Although he couldn't recall whether Margot had dropped the wallet during their fierce battle, or if it had fallen afterwards, it didn't prevent Lumian from claiming the money. He extracted the thick wad of cash and emptied the gold, silver, and copper coins from the change purse. Then he tossed the wallet aside and left the alley. Back in Aubaird's du Coq door room 207, Lumian lit the carbide lamp and meticulously counted his newfound fortune. In total, he had acquired 1,265 Vril d'Or and 15 Capet. Most were banknotes worth 10 Vril d'Or or less. There was only one 200 Vril d'Or note, one 100 Vril d'Or note, and 250 Vril d'Or notes. A few Louis d'Or were included as well. Lumian stared at the money for a few seconds before sighing deeply. Even 10 donations from benevolent souls can't compare to taking down a gang leader. Naturally, not all of the money belonged to Margot. He was merely holding on to it for the poisoned sperm mob. Lumian grabbed a stack of small bills amounting to 200 Vril d'Or and left room 207, climbing the stairs. In under a minute, he reached the 4th floor and came to a stop in front of room 8. He recalled that Margot had visited Aubaird's du Coq door in the evening to collect most of the money from an unlicensed prostitute named Ethans. At the time, one of Margot's underlings must have been in charge, but the money eventually ended up in Margot's possession. Without knocking, Lumian crouched down and slid the stack of banknotes through the gap beneath the door. He quickly straightened up, turned towards the stairs, and vanished into the shadowy corridor. Lumian slept until 6 o'clock when the cathedral bell chimed. He had slept soundly the night before, feeling as if the provoker potion had been somewhat digested. In the morning, I'll look for Ostatrol and see if Mr. K has replied. I'll also buy some better clothes and cosmetics from Quartier de l'Observatoire. In the afternoon, I'll visit the cheap clothing store at Le Marché du Quartier du Gentleman. Lumian wasn't eager to rise. He lay there, quietly contemplating the day's plans. Having escaped the threat of the Montsurus ghost, he placed disguising himself back on his to-do list. After lingering in bed for a while, he ambled to the washroom to freshen up. Then he went downstairs and purchased half a liter of apple cider and a loaf of bread with pork sausages from the vendors. Having sated his hunger, he headed to the nearest cathedral square and found an empty corner to practice the combat techniques Aurora had taught him. Lumian returned to Aubaird's du Coq door at 9:30 a.m., intending to rest for an hour before seeking out Ostatrol. Upon entering the motel lobby, he spotted 3 maids cleaning various filthy areas under Madame Fels's supervision. The motel owner hires cleaners every Monday. Lumian averted his gaze and walked towards the staircase. At that moment, footsteps echoed from above. Within 10 seconds, Charlie appeared before Lumian, clad in a linen shirt, dark pants, and strapless leather shoes. "You didn't go to the hotel?" Lumian asked, puzzled. Charlie yawned and replied excitedly, "Don't you know? I'm off today. We can take one day off a week and choose whichever day we want." Lumian chuckled. "Does this day off result in a reduction in your monthly salary for Madame Alice?" Charlie grinned sheepishly. "She has her own social engagements." As they conversed, a foul odor drifted in from the door. The short, disheveled, gray-haired Roer and Michel entered the motel. "You didn't go to the steam locomotive station?" Charlie greeted them warmly. Roer approached them first, then maintained a respectful distance. "The market district is a bit chaotic today. We plan to rest for a day." "What happened?" Lumian inquired curiously. Roer instinctively lowered his voice. "Margot of the poisoned sperm mob is dead. Many gangsters are searching for someone. Other gangs might clash with them at any moment. There are also many police officers present." "Margot's dead," Charlie blurted out, astonished. He had just thought the guy deserved to die yesterday, and now he was dead? Roer nodded gravely. "I've heard several people mention it. Sigh, we can't earn any money today." His wife, Madame Michel, consoled him. "If we don't go out, we don't have to eat lunch. We can save some money." Before Lumian could inquire about the situation outside, Charlie, snapping out of his daze, spun around, and dashed upstairs. Lumian's eyes flickered as he trailed behind. Hood, hood, hood. Charlie rapidly ascended to the fourth floor and sprinted to room 8. Taking a deep breath, he slammed the wooden door. "Who is it?" A slightly hoarse female voice emerged from within. Charlie announced his name loudly. "Didn't I say I'm off the clock in the morning? Come back in the afternoon. Remember, 10 Voltor. No discount this time," the female voice responded impatiently, opening the door. This was Lumian's first encounter with a woman named Ethans. Her flaxen hair tumbled to her shoulders, her similarly colored eyes wary, and her face etched with apprehension. She appeared to be 23 or 24 years old, with average looks that could only be described as delicate. Her face and clothes were clean, and her red dress exposed a generous expanse of fair skin on her chest. Charlie excitedly informed Ethans, "Did you know? Margot is dead. He's really dead." Ethan stared, dumbfounded. After several seconds, her slightly hoarse voice turned sharp. "Is that devil truly dead?" "It's true." Charlie nodded without hesitation. "You can finally escape that devil. You can finally live like a normal person." Ethan's glanced around, dazed, taking in Lumian's expressionless eyes and Charlie's animated countenance. "He's dead? He's dead," she murmured, thinking of the money that had mysteriously appeared in her room. As she started to believe Margot was indeed dead, her vision blurred. Tears poured down her cheeks. She couldn't help but squat down and bury her face in her arms. Her sobbing intensified, becoming more uncontrollable. At that moment, footsteps echoed from the staircase. Lumian turned his head and saw a young man in a white shirt, coat, and black jacket approaching. Behind him were Margot's 3 thugs. The lad's brown hair was slightly curly, and his face bore prominent creases. He strode up to the weeping Ethans, crouched down, and grinned. "I'm Wilson from the Poison Spur Mob. From today onwards, I'll take care of you on Margot's behalf." Charlie's excited expression froze. Ethan's cries halted abruptly. Slowly raising her tear-streaked face, she saw Wilson's smile and the shadow his body cast. The shadow was so dense that it couldn't be dispelled. Lumian observed quietly, his head imperceptibly raised. On the way to the first floor, Charlie, who'd been silent for a long time, couldn't help but ask, "Is there really no end to the suffering of the poor?" "I like something Aurora Lee wrote," Lumian replied, his face expressionless. "Sometimes we're not the ones at fault, but the world." As soon as he finished speaking, 3 people stomped up from the first floor. They were police officers in black uniforms, black vests, white shirts, and strapless leather boots. The 1.85-meter-tall officer leading the group glanced at Charlie and Lumian and suddenly stopped in his tracks. Pressing down on the gun at his waist, he asked in a deep voice, "Charlie, call in?" Charlie was stunned. "It's me, officer." "What's the matter?" The officer gestured at his colleagues and took out steel handcuffs. As his 2 colleagues encircled Charlie, he said with a serious expression, "You're suspected of murder. We're arresting you." "Murder?" Charlie's face displayed shock, fear, and confusion. Lumian raised his eyebrows in surprise. As the officer handcuffed Charlie with his colleague's assistance, he informed him, "Madame Alice is dead." Lord of Mysteries 2, Circle of Inevitability. Chapter 134, Courtesan. "What?" Charlie's disbelief was palpable. Lumian shared his surprise, casting a sympathetic glance at Charlie. He was convinced that Charlie had no reason to kill Madame Alice. After all, while she lived, Charlie stood to gain 500 Vril a month for the next 6 months. According to various publications, this sum was nearly equivalent to the monthly salary of a doctor, lawyer, mid-level civil servant, senior high school teacher, senior engineer, or deputy police lieutenant. For someone who had nearly starved to death and could only find work as an apprentice attendant, it was a small fortune. As his 2 colleagues headed upstairs, the officer who had handcuffed Charlie tersely explained, "Madame Alice was discovered dead in her room at the Hotel du Cygne Blanc this morning. Multiple witnesses confirm you spent the night there and didn't leave until close to midnight." Charlie's fear and confusion mounted. How is this possible? How did she die? Muttering to himself, he suddenly turned to the officer, anxiety etched on his face, and insisted, "She was alive when I left." "I swear by Saint Vive." The officer's deep voice responded, "The preliminary autopsy report places Madame Alice's time of death between 11 p.m. and 1 a.m. last night. Besides you and her, no one else's presence was detected. Could the other presence not be human?" Lumian mused silently, considering the Montsurus ghost. If it weren't for his lack of an adequate disguise and his desire to avoid the detective's scrutiny, he would have voiced his thoughts. Impossible. This can't be happening. Charlie's eyes widened, his voice raised in protest. A police officer who had slipped away earlier descended from the fourth floor, a glittering diamond necklace held in his white-gloved left hand. Found this, he informed the lead officer. The officer nodded without further explanation to Charlie. He stared at him solemnly, declaring, "Charlie Collins, you're under arrest for murder. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you in court." "I didn't do it. Do you hear me?" "I didn't." Charlie screamed, struggling futilely. Despite his protestations, he was led out of a Baird's Du Cope door by the two police officers. By then, several tenants had been drawn by the commotion to the staircase, where they watched the scene unfold. Among them was Gabriel, who appeared to have just completed an all-night writing session on his manuscript. "Do you think Charlie did it?" Lumian asked the playwright, deep in thought as he stared down the now-empty corridor. Gabriel had emerged earlier and had a rough understanding of Charlie's predicament. He shook his head, replying, "I don't think Charlie is guilty. He's not a saint, but he's not evil either." "Why do you say that?" Lumian inquired, turning to him. Gabriel adjusted his black-framed glasses. "Charlie was swindled out of his money and nearly starved, yet he never considered stealing from us. That means he either has principles and a moral compass, or he's terrified of the law. In either case, it's enough to prove he wouldn't murder that lady." Lumian nodded, then chuckled. "People can be impulsive and change." With that, he climbed the stairs to the fifth floor. This was the top floor of Baird's Du Cope door. Large sections of the ceiling overhead showed signs of water damage, as if heavy rain would cause it to leak. Lumian approached room 504, Charlie's room, and extracted a small wire he carried with him to unlock the wooden door. Inside, Charlie's suitcase, bed, and wooden table had been rifled through by the two police officers earlier. Items were strewn about, but they were few and far between. Lumian recalled that during a conversation with Charlie at the basement bar, he had mentioned pawning his only formal suit and many other belongings while unemployed. He still couldn't afford to retrieve them. As he entered, his gaze shifted, and Lumian suddenly spotted a portrait. Taped to the wall opposite the bed, it depicted a woman in a green dress. The woman appeared to be in her late 20s, with auburn hair, jade green eyes, and lustrous red lips. She possessed an exquisite beauty, radiating elegance. Lumian was taken aback. The woman in the painting seemed eerily familiar. He realized it must be Susanna Matisse, the infamous prostitute Charlie had confused for St. Vive. Yet he had never met this woman before, so there was no reason for him to find her familiar. After some thought, Lumian suddenly remembered something. During his summoning dance in room 207, he attracted a translucent figure that was clearly more powerful than the other entities. The figure, too, was female and bore a striking resemblance to Susanna Matisse in the portrait. However, one had turquoise hair, the other auburn. One's hair was long enough to cover her naked body, while the other's was merely long enough to form a bun. Moreover, the figure was even more alluring, seemingly capable of stirring hidden desires within anyone. Susanna Matisse's portrait didn't provoke such feelings in Lumian. A consequence of misguided prayers? Lumian silently nodded in agreement. In the past, he wouldn't have questioned Charlie's actions. If it meant avoiding starvation, Lumian would have prayed sincerely to a prostitute, let alone Tryer's guardian angel. But now, through Aurora's grimoire, Lumian had gained a basic understanding of the entry-level sequences of the 22 divine paths, sacrificial taboos, and associated mystical knowledge. He knew that careless praying could be perilous. After searching for a while, he left room 504, grabbed the carbide lamp, and hailed a public carriage on Avenue du Marquet, heading toward Quartier de l'Observatoire. As he ventured into the underground toward the area where Ostatrol typically lurked, Lumian periodically scrutinized the shadows behind the stone pillars. He laughed at himself, thinking, "I won't run into the Mont Surus ghost again, will I?" If that were the case, he would need to consider whether the Mont Surus ghost had a particular connection to something he possessed, or if corruption had indirectly altered his horoscope, resulting in exceptionally bad luck. Fortunately, Lumian's concerns proved unfounded. He found Ostatrol sitting beneath a stone pillar, a bonfire crackling nearby. The hooded, black-robed figure glanced at Lumian and offered a genuine smile. "Mr. K has granted you permission to attend our bi-weekly mysticism gathering at 9 o'clock on Wednesday night." Osta's gaze bore a distinct sincerity, as if to say payment was due. "At 9 p.m. the day after tomorrow." Lumian nodded with a smile. Where's the gathering? Meet me at my place an hour beforehand. I'll take you there, Asta replied without hesitation. Lumian tersely acknowledged. I'll pay you the rest then. All right. Though Asta seemed slightly disappointed, he acquiesced. Lumian inquired, what should I be cautious of at the gathering? Cover your face and hide your identity, Asta advised from experience. You don't want other attendees exposing you if they're caught by the authorities, do you? Aside from Mr. K, no one should know everything. Lumian grinned, retorting, You've already seen my face and know my identity. Should I consider burying you in some corner of underground Trier after the first gathering? Asta involuntarily shuddered and forced a smile. You're quite the joker. But I don't actually know who you are, where you live, or what you do. Besides, it's unlikely that you've shown me your true self. Taking pleasure in unnerving the other party, Lumian found a rock and sat down. Basking in the warmth of the bonfire, he casually asked, Have you ever heard of Susanna Matisse? I have, Asta replied, his excitement evident. For a time, she was the woman of my dreams. I bought numerous posters and postcards featuring her image. A few years ago, she was Trier's most famous prostitute, the kind who attended high society banquets. She was linked to countless scandals involving members of parliament, high-ranking officials, and the wealthy. Rumor has it that she made hundreds of thousands of Vril annually, but she's been out of the limelight for the past 2 or 3 years. Nana has since taken her place as Trier's renowned courtesan. She might have become someone's permanent mistress. Hundreds of thousands of Vril. Lumian was taken aback. A high-level courtesan earns more than most best-selling authors? Isn't that normal? Asta wore a peculiar expression. A high-level courtesan can sleep with members of parliament, bankers, and high-ranking officials, but a best-selling author can tee one. Amused and self-deprecating, Lumian remarked, That's true. Poet Bowler once said there is no difference between a poet and prostitute. The former sells the product of his imagination, the latter her body. I prefer bodies, Asta admitted candidly. Lumian inquired again, Have you heard of the legend of a female ghost? She has turquoise hair, long enough to wrap around her body. Her features are exquisite, capable of enchanting most men and arousing their desires. No. Asta shook his head. With a wistful expression, he added, If such a female ghost truly exists, I'd love to encounter her just once. Lumian stood up and chuckled. Then brace yourself for sudden death after doing it dozens of times a night. Asta's expression froze. 3 p.m., 27 Avenue du Marquet, Le Marquet du Quartier du Gentleman Police Headquarters. Lumian, having spent nearly 300 Vril on 3 sets of differently graded clothes, affordable cosmetics, and other disguise props, entered the unusually noisy hall. Some people were being brought in, others were fortunate enough to leave, while still others argued loudly, caused a scene, and cursed. Some slammed tables and kicked stools. Lumian, his blonde hair neatly combed back, black-framed glasses perched on the bridge of his nose, and a mustache adorning his lips, appeared with overly fair cheeks. Dressed in a black formal suit and carrying a brown briefcase, he approached a male constable overseeing reception. He stopped before the man, lifted his head slightly, and confidently announced, I'm Charlie Collins' pro bono lawyer. I'd like to see my client. Lord of Mysteries 2, Circle of Inevitability. Chapter 135, Confirming the Situation. The constable set down his newspaper and sized up Lumian, visibly unnerved by his unabashed confidence. He gestured to the notebook and fountain pen before him, saying, Show me your lawyer's license and register your name and purpose of visit. A license? Seriously? Lumian, the phony attorney, felt a surge of panic. Hadn't he read in countless novels and newspapers that simply identifying oneself as a lawyer was enough to gain access to a client? As Lumian reached for the black fountain pen, his mind raced, formulating a plan. He suddenly noticed that the constable across from him had shifted his attention to the recently discarded copy of Youth of Trier, fixated on the annual Trier cycling race. He doesn't seem to care about the lawyer's license. An idea flashed through Lumian's mind. Mimicking Aurora's penmanship, he scrawled his name, Guillaume Pierre, pro bono lawyer. Meeting client, Charlie Collins. After jotting it down, Lumian stood and nonchalantly glanced around. Feigning delight, he raised his arm and exclaimed, My little cabbage, long time no see. Confused faces turned in his direction. Lumian spun back to the registering constable and murmured, I spotted a friend. The unspoken message, he present his lawyer's license later. Without waiting for a reply, Lumian strode to a corner of the hall. The constable gave the register a cursory glance before returning his gaze to Youth of Trier. Once in the corner, Lumian stole a peek at the preoccupied constable, then turned to the baffled onlookers with an apologetic grin. "I'm sorry. I mistook you for someone else." Clutching his briefcase, he approached the police officer he had chosen earlier, who was now coming from the registration office. Lumian lifted his chin and demanded haughtily, "I want to see my client, Charlie Collin." In the Intis Republic, attorneys held a far higher social status than ordinary constables. The officer glanced back at the registration office, saw no cause for concern, and nodded. "I'll contact the person in charge of that case for you." 15 minutes later, Lumian found himself face-to-face with Charlie in a secured room, 2 officers standing guard at the door. "Who are you?" Charlie asked, sinking into a chair across the table, his eyes filled with confusion. His once rosy cheeks were now pallid, fear etched into every line of his face. He had heard of pro bono lawyers while chatting with other hotel staff and knew they were provided by government agencies or philanthropic organizations for destitute suspects. He never expected one to arrive just half a day after his arrest. Were those fake collar-wearing bureaucrats that efficient? Lumian grinned, removed his black-framed glasses, winked with his right eye, and spoke in his natural voice. "Don't you recognize me? I'm your pro bono lawyer." Charlie stared, dumbstruck. After a few seconds of careful scrutiny, a spark of recognition lit up his face. But before he could speak, Lumian slipped his glasses back on and said, "Quiet. Listen to me." All right. Charlie snapped to attention. Lumian's smile vanished, replaced by a grave expression. "I need to know the full details of what happened. That's the only way I can clear your name." "Really?" Charlie asked, desperation in his voice, like a drowning man grasping at a lifeline. Feigning his professionalism, Lumian questioned, "What time did you stay in the room with Mrs. Allison Till?" Charlie rubbed his face, struggling to recall through the haze of confusion and pain. "Madame Alice ordered room service. I entered her room before 8 p.m. and stayed until she was tired. I only left at midnight. At that time, she had just laid down and was still awake. She was still alive. From 8 p.m. to midnight? Every day? That 500 Vröldor isn't easy to earn." Lumian mused, then adopted a lawyerly tone. "You have to be honest with me. Hiding anything will only hurt you in the end." "I'm not lying. That's really the truth." Lumian's words, actions, posture, and tone had convinced Charlie that he was truly his defense attorney. After verifying a few more details, Lumian inquired, "After you gained Madame Alice's favor, did anyone express jealousy?" "Many. Apprentices and official attendants alike. They were all jealous of me." Charlie remembered. They discussed the topic for a while before Lumian produced a photo, handing it to Charlie. "See if you recognize this person." Charlie gasped. "Isn't this Saint Vive? Why was she dressed so provocatively, her chest exposed?" "I've confirmed that the portrait in your room isn't Saint Vive. It belongs to the famous courtesan, Susanna Mattis." Lumian tactfully replaced prostitute with courtesan to prevent Charlie from becoming overly upset. "Huh." Charlie's face contorted with confusion. "I prayed to a courtesan, not an angel? But why did my luck change for the better?" "No, if it had truly improved, I wouldn't have been arrested." Lumian produced another photo. It still depicted Susanna Mattis, but he had already altered the courtesan's hair color and made a few edits. "Take a look at this and tell me if you recognize this person." Charlie scrutinized the image for a few seconds before his expression morphed into one of shock. "WHC? How can this be? So you do know her?" Lumian smirked. Charlie looked up, his voice hollow. "She is. She's the woman from my beautiful dreams. Didn't I tell you? I had these amazing dreams for a few days. I dreamed of making love to her. She was so passionate and gentle. Itch, how did you know I dreamed of her?" "I didn't tell anyone." "Why do you have a photo of her?" Charlie's gaze, now fixed on Lumian, had completely changed. "Is this really the Southern kid I know? Aside from his talent for pranks and good looks, there was nothing extraordinary about him." Lumian's lips curled into a smile as he gazed back at Charlie. "Take a closer look at who's in the photo." Charlie stared blankly at the image of the green-haired woman. As he examined it, his expression morphed into sheer terror. He recoiled involuntarily, making the chair creak. "No, that's impossible." Susanna, she's that prostitute," Charlie shouted, unable to suppress his emotions. This revelation left him feeling as if he had encountered a malevolent spirit. After praying to a portrait of a prostitute, he had not only escaped hunger and found a new job, but had also dreamed of her and slept with her. Wasn't this akin to encountering a ghost? Lumian nodded approvingly. Congratulations. At least you're not blind. He had intended to help Charlie and divulge information as a prank to frighten him, but the two matters were unrelated. The door to the interview room creaked open. A constable standing guard outside inquired warily, "What happened?" "Why are you shouting?" "I helped him recall some key details," Lumian explained calmly. Charlie snapped out of his stupor. "Yes, I remember something very important." And indeed it was. The policeman didn't press further and shut the door again. Seeing this, Charlie leaned forward, gripping the edge of the table, and asked anxiously, "Did I encounter an evil female spirit?" "It might not be a vengeful or evil spirit," Lumian said, watching Charlie's expression soften slightly before adding, "It might be even more troublesome than that." At those words, Charlie's face turned ashen. After a brief pause, he asked apprehensively, You mean Madame Alice was killed by that evil spirit?" "I'm not sure yet." Lumian stood up. "I need to examine Madame Alice's corpse." "You even know how to investigate a corpse to determine the true cause of death?" Charlie found his neighbor increasingly enigmatic. Lumian smiled but offered no answer. As Charlie's defense attorney, Lumian had the right to inspect the corpse under police supervision, and he could even enlist the assistance of an independent pathologist. So after signing 2 documents under the name Guillaume Pierre, Lumian was escorted to the basement of the Market District's police headquarters and into the morgue where the body was kept. The officer leading him slid open the cabinet, unzipped the body bag, and pointed to the female corpse. "This is Madame Alice." In life, Alice had preserved her appearance quite well, with only faint wrinkles at the corners of her eyes and mouth. Her thick brown eyebrows framed her face, her cheeks sagged slightly, and her skin had taken on a deathly pallor. Lumian glanced casually at the body and said to the officer, "I'm good." He wasn't a pathologist who had come to conduct a genuine examination. His objective was merely to pinpoint the approximate location of Madame Alice's remains. After exiting the morgue, Lumian turned to the accompanying officer and asked, "Where's the nearest restroom?" "Take a right at the end of the corridor," replied the officer, despite his growing impatience. Lumian hastened his steps and entered the basement restroom. Once inside, he locked the wooden door and performed a summoning dance in the cramped space. Amidst the frenzied, contorted dance, a chilling wind swept through the restroom. Vague figures materialized one by one, their pale or bluish-white faces staring at Lumian with empty eyes. These were the lingering obsessions of the departed. Lumian had never witnessed such a spectacular sight before. For a moment, he felt as if he were surrounded by ghostly specters. He steadied himself and continued the second half of the dance while searching for Madame Alice. Soon, he spotted the fierce-looking lady with the thick brown eyebrows. Lumian unsheathed the ritual silver dagger and inflicted a wound, commanding Madame Alice to attach herself to him. Madame Alice consumed a drop of blood and entered Lumian's body. Immediately, Lumian felt a shiver race down his spine, and his chest grew heavy. His breath came in labored gasps. Without hesitation, Lumian amplified Madame Alice's obsession, forgoing any selection of her characteristics or abilities. Almost instantaneously, Lumian's vision dimmed, and he saw Madame Alice lying on the bed, her mouth and nose smothered by a down pillow. However, there was no one pressing down on the pillow in her line of sight. Lord of Mysteries 2, Circle of Inevitability. Chapter 136, Initial Summoning Attempt. Lumian, consumed by Madame Alice's fixation, found breathing increasingly difficult. His body ached more intensely, as if he had once again encountered the Montserrat ghost and teetered on the brink of death. This was a true death experience. Concerned he might lose control, Lumian chose not to push further. He ordered Madame Alice's lingering spirit to vacate his body. Gasping for air, he wiped the cold sweat from his brow before reverting to his slightly arrogant novice lawyer persona. Accompanied by the police officer, he headed back to the interview room. Charlie sprang to his feet, leaning forward with his hand braced against the table. His face was a mix of anxiety and anticipation. Without waiting for a question, Lumian seemed to hear Charlie ask, "What's the result?" Lumian nodded and made a calming motion. His gesture implied that the autopsy findings aligned with his expectations. Relief washed over Charlie's face instantly. It was as though he'd expended all his energy in that moment. He slumped back into his chair, physically drained. In front of the 2 constables at the door, Lumian declared firmly, "Don't worry about anything else. I've got it covered. You only need to do one thing. During the next questioning, recount the entire story to these gentlemen without omitting a single detail, no matter how absurd or implausible it may seem. Of course, stick to what happened up until your arrest." There's no need to delve into our conversation. Since a lawyer-client dialogue might involve courtroom tactics others had no right to know, the two officers at the door didn't find Lumian's last statement odd. After all, Charlie Collint was an unfortunate kid facing a serious criminal case for the first time and requiring a lawyer. He likely didn't know the rules and needed explicit guidance. Charlie grasped Lumian's message. Don't reveal to the police that I discovered the issue with a portrait. All right. Charlie wasn't as angry, terrified, or flustered as when he was first arrested and brought to the station, but he wasn't as chatty as usual either. After departing the Market District's police headquarters, Lumian circled twice before finding an alley blocked by a barricade. He changed his clothes, removed his glasses, and altered his makeup style. Now that I have enough money, I can set up a safe house and a place to switch disguises based on Aurora's novels. Lumian recalled his sister's writing, piecing together the method for handling such matters. He also fully intended to purchase a copy of Men's Aesthetics. Mastering makeup without guidance was impossible. He'd mainly relied on his hairstyle, glasses, and attire to conceal his identity. En route to Aubert's Ducoque door, Lumian contemplated how to extricate Charlie from his dire situation. Who exactly is Susanna Matisse, or rather, the bizarre creature she morphed into? Why did she murder Madame Alice? Why did she help Charlie in the past and engage in the act with him in the dream? Should I pen a letter to Madame Magician, inquiring about the nature of the creature and its peculiarities? Only by truly understanding Susanna Matisse can I devise a strategy to handle her. Otherwise, she's evidently more powerful than me. The prospect of writing to Madame Magician unsettled Lumian. Judging by the speed of her previous response and its content, he sensed her indirectness. Don't bother me unless it's important. If Lumian faced an issue involving Susanna Matisse, writing to inquire would be acceptable. However, this predicament only concerned his neighbor. It was highly likely that the enigmatic, potent woman who detested complications wouldn't respond, and this could impact her attitude towards Lumian. If I'm not asking Madame Magician, why not inquire at Mr. K's mysticism gathering? If the attendees are beyonders at Ostatrol's level, they might not have the answer. As Lumian mulled it over, he ascended the stairs and entered his room. His gaze fell on the suitcase containing Aurora's grimoires, and he experienced a sudden revelation. Why should I investigate Susanna Matisse and deal with her personally? My sole objective is to rescue Charlie. Even if I can uncover Susanna Matisse's vulnerability and vanquish her, can I coerce a peculiar creature like her to turn herself in at the police station? If she dares to go, the police won't dare to entertain her. Given her displayed characteristics, wouldn't she indulge in an orgy on the spot? Lumian rapidly discerned the distinction between goals and means. There was no need for such effort to exonerate Charlie and secure his release from police headquarters. He simply had to inform Bureau 8, the Eternal Blazing Sun Church, and the Church of the God of Steam and Machinery that Charlie's case involved Beyonder elements and prompt them to intervene in the investigation. Even a low-level Beyonder with no intelligence network or mystical powers could detect something amiss with Susanna Matisse. There's no reason why official investigators couldn't uncover the invisible force behind Madame Alice's demise. Eventually, they would not only verify Charlie's innocence, but also help him escape Susanna Matisse's grasp and resolve the issue with the strange creature entirely. Lumian had a clear conjecture about the subsequent events after the lunatic upstairs had sought refuge in the cathedral upon encountering the Montsurus ghost. He had urged Charlie to divulge everything at the Market District's police headquarters to attract the attention of official Beyonders. Nevertheless, he felt compelled to act. He couldn't rely solely on ordinary police officers. What if they deemed Charlie's story a fabrication intended to mock their intelligence and resorted to violence to coerce a confession on the spot? Lumian's gaze swept over the crumpled newspaper on the wooden table, recalling how he or his sister had snipped out the Lever Blues words and pieced them together to compose a letter seeking assistance from the authorities. Transform Charlie's experience into a letter and deliver it to a nearby cathedral? Lumian nodded, deciding to execute the plan. Armed with a plea for help in Charlie's confession, it should pique the interest of official Beyonders. As he was about to search for appropriate phrases in Novel Weekly, Lumian suddenly frowned. Could the officials link a similar request for help to Cordu? Would they associate me, a wanted criminal, with Charlie? Lumian didn't know if Ryan and his associates had fully reported their findings to official Beyonders nationwide, but he was unwilling to take that risk. Imitate Aurora's handwriting. Unlike a lawyer's signature that doesn't raise suspicion, Ryan and his team suggested that the letter would likely undergo various checks, including divination. Disguise myself and have someone else write it for me? As his thoughts raced, Lumian suddenly had an idea. I can summon a spirit world creature to write it for me. If the officials detect any issues, they won't be able to make the spirit world creature identify me since they don't know the summoning incantation. The more Lumian considered it, the more he believed it was a solid plan. He pulled out a chair, sat down, and began devising the summoning incantation. The first sentence was undoubtedly spirit wandering in the void. After some thought, Lumian penned the second sentence. The friendly creature that can be subordinated. Summoned spirit world creatures had to be under Lumian's command to assist him in writing letters. Friendliness provided essential protection for the summoner. As for the third sentence, Lumian didn't have lofty expectations. He merely needed to incorporate the two aspects of being weak and proficient in intision. After several moments of mental permutation, the third sentence materialized on paper. Weakling proficient in intision. Phew. After writing, Lumian exhaled. He then leafed through Aurora's grimoire and translated the few unmastered words into Hermes. Immediately after, he set up the altar and commenced the summoning. Soon, he completed the ritual and observed the candle flame turning a dark green hue and expanding to the size of a human head. A hazy, translucent figure materialized, its head resembling an ox's and the rest a dog's. "Help me write a letter," Lumian said in Hermes as he gazed at the spirit world creature. The bewildered ox-headed dog didn't respond. "I order you to help me write a letter," Lumian emphasized in Hermes. The ox-headed dog appeared dumbstruck, as though it didn't comprehend. Lumian made several more attempts, but the ox-headed dog remained unresponsive. Having no other choice, he terminated the summoning early to preserve his spirituality. He started pondering the issue. I can't communicate with that guy. Amenable to subordination doesn't mean it can be communicated with. With this realization, Lumian modified the second summoning incantation to a friendly creature that can be communicated with. Being able to communicate meant being able to make requests. This time, a colossal snail emerged from the dark green flames. "Hello." Lumian attempted to greet it in intision. The snail emitted an ethereal voice. "Hello, what's the matter?" It also spoke intision. "Can you help me write a letter?" Lumian was overjoyed. The snail replied in a troubled tone, "But I don't have any hands." Lumian had no choice but to end the summoning. After some consideration, he changed the phrase weakling proficient in intision to weakling who can write intision. Can write covered both the knowledge and necessary physical requirements. Before long, Lumian completed his third summoning. He saw a transparent creature resembling a rabbit. "Can you help me write a letter?" Lumian asked with intense anticipation. The rabbit nodded, picked up the pen on the table, and wrote an intision word on the paper. "A letter." Lumian's lips twitched. This creature didn't seem too bright. With resolve, Lumian grabbed a pen and paper and scribbled a plea for help, including Susanna Mattis' portrait, details about the wet dream, Madame Alice's death, and Charlie's arrest. Then he said to the rabbit, "Copy it." The rabbit took the fountain pen and diligently transcribed it. Soon, it finished its task. Lumian examined it and nodded in satisfaction. In the next second, his smile froze. Not only had the dimwit copied the entire contents of the letter, but it had also replicated his handwriting. In other words, it was in Lumian's script. Lumian took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. He pointed at Novel Weekly and said, "Copy in that font." The rabbit nodded slowly and rewrote without complaint. A few minutes later, Lumian received a seemingly printed plea for help. Lord of Mysteries 2, Circle of Inevitability. Chapter 137, Lumian examined the letter with gloved hands and breathed a sigh of relief. No issues this time. Completing 3 consecutive spirit world creature summoning rituals had left him feeling drained. After a moment's consideration, Lumian asked the rabbit-like spirit world creature, "Can you do me another favor?" The rabbit thought seriously for a few seconds before giving a slow nod. Lumian unzipped his grayish-blue work uniform. "Then follow me first." The ethereal and transparent rabbit leaped from Adair to Lumian's side, assuming the role of a loyal companion. Lumian sighed quietly and said, "What I mean is, you can hide inside my clothes to avoid detection by any beyonder with heightened spiritual perception." The rabbit wore a blank expression as it hopped into Lumian's clothes and curled up. Since it had no true mass or weight, his clothes could be zipped up quickly without leaving a trace. After stowing the letter in the same pocket, Lumian dissolved the spiritual barrier, removed his gloves, and exited room 207. He meandered toward Avenue du Marquet, nearing the Suet steam locomotive station. It was just past 5 o'clock, and many people were still at work. The street was neither crowded nor deserted. Groups of passers-by headed for the public carriage station sign or searched for the subway entrance. They carried their luggage and walked on foot to nearby streets in search of temporary accommodations for the night. Lumian patted his right pocket and pointed at the postbox several dozen meters away. Lowering his voice, he said, "See that green metal cylinder?" He felt a vibration in his pocket. The rabbit had responded in kind. Lumian exhaled in relief and instructed, "Place the letter beside you in that metal cylinder." Having said that, Lumian massaged his temples and activated his spirit vision. He watched the rabbit emerge, enveloping the plea for help. It maneuvered through the crowd and reached the green metal cylinder. Just as Lumian thought the rabbit would deposit the letter in the postbox and successfully complete the mission, the creature entered the postbox with the letter. Moments later, it exited the postbox and flew back to Lumian, leaving the letter inside. Lumian closed his eyes and consoled himself. I suppose it's considered tossed in. He then left Avenue du Marquet with the rabbit and located a vacant alley. In Hermes' language, he informed the rabbit that the summoning was over. The little creature continuously drained his spiritual energy. After the rabbit returned to the spirit world, Lumian finally felt at ease. He resolved to stop aiding Charlie. The rest would hinge on how the official Beyonders handled the situation. If it weren't for the fact that this matter is intriguing enough, I wouldn't have bothered to help him. Do I have to battle that enigmatic creature, Susanna Mattis, who's clearly formidable on his behalf? Lumian mused silently. He chuckled. In Cordu, if those crude fellows understood the traits Susanna Mattis exhibited, they would undoubtedly ask slyly whether he wanted to fight her in bed or in the hayloft. Of course, Lumian could be just as coarse when dealing with them. On his way back to Rue Anarchy, he discovered a meat patty shop and purchased red snapper hot beef meatloaf for dinner. Paired with the sodas sold by street vendors, Lumian navigated the crowd as he ate, occasionally evading hands that covertly reached for his wallet. Compared to Rouen meatloaf, red snapper hot beef meatloaf was less greasy. The fish was refreshing and delicate, the beef savory and crispy. The dough's subtle sweetness had a bite, and the aroma of spices and fat ignited Lumian's taste buds one by one with a rich texture. After eating and drinking his fill, he clutched the glass bottle that still contained a third of the pale red liquid and sighed appreciatively. No wonder the Triarians love meatloaves. When I get the chance, I'll visit Rue Richelieu in the Library District and try the first restaurant that created red snapper hot beef meatloaf. Based on the newspapers and magazines he had perused before, he could recite several famous meatloaves off the top of his head. Deegan meatloaf, Perigord meatloaf, Tadinan cashew pie, minced meat pie. Sipping the pomegranate-flavored soda, Lumian turned onto Rue Anarchy. What met his gaze was a chaotic tableau. The suspected gangsters brandished either axes or clubs, squaring off in the street. Pedestrians steered clear, and the vendors retreated from Rue Anarchy one by one. The residents of the houses on both sides slammed their windows shut. Lumian didn't venture further. He backtracked a few steps and found a wall pillar to conceal himself behind as he observed the unfolding scene with interest. He suspected that his assassination of the poison sperm mob's Margot had aroused the suspicions of several gangs in the Market District, ultimately escalating into a standoff. After waiting nearly 15 minutes, Lumian still didn't witness the mobsters erupt into full-scale combat. His anticipation for the confrontation left him disappointed. He cursed under his breath. Are you guys going to do this or not? You're blocking the street without fighting. Do you think you have too much time on your hands? With that in mind, Lumian glanced at the 5-story grayish-white building beside him. He seriously contemplated finding a room and hurling the empty soda bottle between the two factions, tricking them into believing the opposing mob leader had signaled the start of the battle. That way, Lumian would have a spectacle to enjoy. Just as he was about to put his plan into action, a large contingent of police officers in black uniforms appeared at both ends of Rue Anarchy. Leading them were officers on tall brown or black horses, brandishing shields and clubs. They advanced towards the mobsters, step by step, exuding an immense pressure that caused many of the gangsters to waver. When the mounted police charged, the mobsters gathered on Rue Anarchy dispersed. Some fled, while others were beaten to the ground. Lumian couldn't help but want to applaud. His thirst for excitement was thoroughly quenched. He had only read about such scenes in novels and news articles, the latter of which often glossed over the gritty details. In no time, Rue Anarchy returned to its usual cacophony. Lumian finished his last sip of pomegranate soda and sauntered back to Aubert's Du Coq d'Or, entering room 207. Sitting by the bed, he replayed the entire process of writing and posting the letter in his mind to ensure he hadn't overlooked any details that could expose him to the official beyonders. After a while, Lumian sighed softly. If only I had a messenger. It wouldn't have been so troublesome. Unfortunately, obtaining a messenger wasn't easy. Even his sister Aurora didn't have one. To date, Lumian knew of only 2 people who possessed a messenger. One was Madam Magician, and the other was the curly-haired Baboons Research Society's vice president, Hela, whom Aurora had mentioned. Hela. Lumian's expression gradually darkened. If the Aurora in his dream indeed bore some influence from her soul fragment, it was apparent that Aurora trusted the vice president a great deal. Her first move upon encountering a problem was to summon the other party's messenger for assistance. I wonder if Hela knows Aurora's true identity, or if she discovered through that obituary that Aurora has already passed on. Lumian muttered to himself. As he pondered, an idea struck him. It was actually possible for him to summon Hela's messenger. The summoning incantation comprised only 3 sentences. Lumian was certain the last phrase was a messenger that belongs to Hela. The first 2 sentences followed a fixed format and requirements. As long as he attempted a few more combinations, he'd find the correct sequence. Moreover, under such circumstances, Lumian wouldn't face any danger even if the initial combinations were incorrect. This was because the description of a messenger belonging to Hela eliminated other possibilities. In other words, he'd either fail to summon it or successfully summon Hela's messenger. Should I write a letter to Hela and inform her of what happened to Aurora? Lumian found himself momentarily stumped. Considering that his sister had mentioned my notebook when she pushed him away, and that much of the mystical knowledge in her notebook originated from the curly-haired Baboons Research Society, Lumian quickly made up his mind. If he could establish a connection with this organization, it would aid him in uncovering the crucial information hidden within the Warlock notebook. He resolved to summon Hela's messenger right away. Although he still harbored doubts about the curly-haired Baboons Research Society's vice president, he didn't believe he possessed any value she coveted. Besides, Aurora had trusted Hela while she was alive. Lumian walked to the wooden table, sat down, and began writing. Honorable Madam Hela, I apologize for writing you this letter. I am Muggle's younger brother. I regret to inform you that she encountered misfortune and has passed away. This involves a catastrophe brought about by worshipping an evil god. Only a few people, and I escaped. I'm not sure if this matter interests you, so I won't elaborate. I don't wish to waste your time. What I want to know is, did Muggle mention anything suspicious to you in the past year? After staring at the letter for a few seconds, Lumian slowly exhaled and folded the paper. He then cleaned a room, set up the altar again, and attempted the first combination. The spirit that wanders about the unfounded, a friendly creature that can be subordinated, a messenger that belongs solely to Hela. After reciting the incantation, Lumian gazed at the dark green candle flame and patiently awaited the messenger's arrival. Time ticked by, but nothing happened on the altar. Undeterred, Lumian spoke again. I summon in my name, the spirit wandering above the world, the friendly creature that can be subordinated, a messenger that belongs solely to Hela. The dark green candle flame suddenly flickered and grew larger. At that moment, not only did the area above remain unlit, but it also grew darker. In the darkness, a shape quickly materialized. It was a human-like skull, seemingly forged from pure silver. It emitted a gentle light that dispelled the encroaching darkness. Pale white flames burned in the skull's eye sockets, instilling a sense of danger in Lumian. After staring at Lumian for a few seconds, the pure silver skull opened its mouth and bit down on the airborne letter. Then, it retreated back into the reassembled darkness. Lord of Mysteries 2, Circle of Inevitability. Chapter 138, Letter. Lumian completed the ritual on his second attempt. He cleared the wooden table and opened Aurora's grimoire. Under the glow of the carbide lamp, he thumbed through the relevant sections. In under 15 minutes, he sensed something. He looked up and fixed his gaze on a spot near the window. A folded letter lay there undisturbed. That fast. Lumian, surprised, reached out and took the letter. Hela's response, vice president of the curly-haired Baboons Research Society, had arrived sooner than expected. Lumian unfolded the letter and skimmed the elegantly written words. I'm sorry to hear that. Ever since Muggle missed last month's gathering, I've had a bad feeling. There are too many dangers in this world. Sometimes we can't avoid them just because we want to unless we can control everyone around us. If you wish, you can tell me about Muggle's misfortune. You don't have to go into great detail. Just tell me the general situation. From the fact that you can summon my messenger, you should have stepped onto the Beyonder path. I'm not sure if your sister told you that this means you'll always be accompanied by danger and madness, but I have to remind you that restraint and caution are our best friends. In the future, if you have any questions about mysticism, you can ask me by writing to me. Although I'm not one of those with vast knowledge, I can answer many questions. I've only met Muggle twice in the past year, mainly discussing various matters in the Beyonder domain. What left a deep impression on me was that she mentioned that a friend of hers was affected by a strange dream, hoping to find a solution. If necessary, she wanted to hire a real psychiatrist to treat him. Lumian silently read Hellas' reply, his face twisting with emotion. Aurora had been searching for a solution to his bizarre dream. Lumian composed himself and contemplated his response. Suddenly, he froze. His brows furrowed as he muttered. Aurora told Hella about hiring a real psychiatrist. Considering Madame Susie's description, a true psychiatrist must refer to a specific sequence of the spectator pathway. Only Beyonders skilled in this domain can prevent me from dreaming of the world shrouded in gray fog. The issue wasn't with the situation. The problem was, Aurora's grimoire only had sequence 9 spectator recorded for the pathway. Yet, she clearly knew about psychiatrist. Lumian quickly recalled the 2 conversations in his dream. First, Aurora had said she wanted to find a genuine hypnotist for him. Second, Aurora had mentioned that she knew sequence 9 and sequence 8 of all pathways and had a certain understanding of them. Psychiatrist is often associated with hypnosis. Hypnotist is most likely a sequence of the spectator pathway as well, perhaps even superior to psychiatrist. Aurora's grimoire doesn't have records of the corresponding sequence 8 or sequence 7 of the spectator pathway. Lumian's expression became grave, intermingled with a twisted thrill. After so many days, he had finally discovered a discrepancy in Aurora's grimoire. Previously, he had his suspicions but wasn't certain if there was any hidden anomaly. After all, Aurora in his dream was a figure formed from his memories and impressions under the influence of the soul fragment. Everything she said might not be accurate or complete. It was normal for her not to mention any exceptions explicitly. Now, Hellas' response indirectly confirmed that Aurora truly knew about one or more sequences within the spectator pathway and possessed a certain grasp of their related abilities. Why hadn't Aurora recorded this knowledge in her grimoire? What was the secret behind this inconsistency? Lumian pulled out a blank sheet of paper, his emotions a blend of grief and anticipation. In under a minute, he wrote, "Honorable Madam Hella, the truth is, my memory of the actual events is fragmented due to the calamity. If you could assist me in locating Guillaume Binet, Pualis de Roquefort, and others, I would be deeply grateful. Their appearances and attributes can be found on the authorities' wanted posters. Lastly, I'm curious about the real psychiatrist Muggle intended to hire." In his letter, Lumian briefly touched upon Cordu. He made no mention of the dream, the loop, or his rescue. He only speculated that Padre Guillaume Binet, under someone's guidance, had worshipped an evil god and banished Madame Pualis, who followed another sinister deity. Binet then attempted a ritual with the entire village as a sacrifice. At the crucial moment, Muggle, selected as a vessel, pushed Lumian away, an essential sacrifice, causing the ritual's failure and Cordu's destruction. Finally, the official Beyonders, who had been called for aid, cleaned up the mess. Lumian reassembled the altar, summoned the silver skull, and handed it the letter. In less than 15 minutes, he received a second reply from Hella. Rather than comparing response speeds between Madame Magician and Madame Hella, Lumian eagerly read the letter's contents. "I can sense your sorrow and understand your desire to uncover the truth and exact vengeance upon the perpetrator. As Muggle's friend, I'll aid you to the best of my ability, including but not limited to locating those individuals. I can also offer you a fresh lead on this matter. To my knowledge, Muggle's parents and other family members may still be alive in this world. She had distanced herself from them for some reason and didn't dare return to try her. I'm unsure if they're in any danger or if they've come into contact with the evil god's followers. I don't know which psychiatrist Muggle sought. Our organization has numerous genuine psychiatrists, and many gatherings Muggle and I attended don't overlap. I'll assist you by inquiring with members who have interacted with her to see if you can obtain the answer you seek. Until this investigation is complete, I'll help conceal the fact that Muggle is deceased. If you relocate in the future, remember to summon my messenger again to prevent me from losing contact with you after obtaining pertinent information." After reading, Lumian fell silent for a long while before exhaling slowly. Initially, he'd imagined Madame Hella would invite him to join the curly-haired baboons research society, taking Aurora's place. In doing so, he could more effectively investigate the psychiatrist Aurora sought to hire. However, it seemed the organization was highly cautious about recruiting new members. They might even need to meet specific criteria to be considered candidates. For instance, Aurora had mentioned that none of them could return to their hometowns. Maybe Madame Hella is observing and testing me. Lumian reassured himself and resumed studying Aurora's grimoire. As for Aurora's original family, he was at a loss for where to begin. Wednesday, 7:50 p.m., 20 Rue de Blouses Blanches. Lumian rapped on Ostatrol's door, dressed in a grayish-blue worker's uniform and a dark blue, almost black cap. Asta, clad in black robes and a hood, opened the wooden door and glanced around. He grinned and remarked, "You're more punctual than I anticipated. I honor my promises better than you might think." Lumian strode into the room and handed Asta banknotes and coins worth 80 Vrildor. Asta accepted it, counting twice with an even broader smile. As he guided Lumian downstairs, he rambled, "The market district's been somewhat chaotic lately. Baron Brignays didn't even come to me for money. The gang leader died," Lumian commented nonchalantly. Realizing the connection, Asta said regretfully, "Why couldn't Baron Brignays have died? Even if Baron Brignays were dead, there'd still be Baron Guillaume and Baron Pierre. As long as the Savoy mob exists, you'd have to repay the loan you owe," Lumian taunted. Asta's expression soured. Before long, he and Lumian boarded a public carriage. They each paid 30 kopit and found seats. In about an hour, the carriage arrived at Avenue du Boulevard on the Srenzo River's north bank, Quartier 8, from the Le Marché du Quartier du Gentleman on the river's south bank. This was the heart of the entire Intis Republic. The presidential pavilion of pleasure, the grand palace where Emperor Roselle once resided, and various newspaper headquarters were all here, encircled by upscale residences. Lumian had previously read in newspapers that the average rent in this district was 4,000 Vrildor annually, roughly 74 Vrildor weekly. The priciest ones could even reach tens of thousands. Noticing the empty carriage, Lumian lowered his voice and inquired of Asta, "Is Mr. K hosting a gathering on Avenue du Boulevard?" Asta smirked and replied, "Always. Psychic and Arcane have their headquarters on Avenue du Boulevard as well. You guys sure know how to hide." Lumian gazed at the broad, flat avenue outside the window, the orderly Intis parasol trees lining the street, and the elegant, light-colored buildings behind them. Just before 8:50 p.m., Asta led Lumian into the 6-story beige luxury house at 19 Rue Shear. This is Psychic Magazine's headquarters, but they only occupy the top 3 floors. Asta didn't ascend the stairs, but turned right into a corridor on the ground floor. Only then did he inform Lumian, "Mr. K wants to see you beforehand." "All right." Lumian dipped his head and adjusted his hat, seemingly preoccupied with something. Asta produced an iron-colored mask and grinned. "It's time to disguise yourself. You can't let everyone see your true appearance." In the next instant, Lumian looked up. His face was shrouded in layers of white bandages, leaving only his eyes, nostrils, and ears exposed. Upon seeing this, Asta's heart nearly skipped a beat. Lord of Mysteries 2, Circle of Inevitability. Chapter 139, Mr. K. Within moments, Asta, who had been on the verge of a complaint, managed to force a smile and said, "You're quite the menacing sight like this." "It's a classic look in literature," Lumian replied with a deliberately smug tone. Asta said nothing, opting instead to don his iron mask, concealing his expression. Taking a few steps forward, he halted and rapped on the door to the right. 2 long pauses, 1 short pause, and 1 long pause. Lumian watched Ostatrol's actions with the keen eye of a hunter. Within seconds, the dark red wooden door creaked open. The first thing Lumian saw was a plush, pale yellow carpet, followed by classical-styled tables, chairs, sofas, and display shelves. A figure stood in the shadows cast by gas wall lamps near the floor-to-ceiling windows. Like Ostatrol, he wore the black robe of an ancient warlock, complete with a large hood. Lumian couldn't help but think, can you even see the person standing in front of you clearly when you're dressed like this? "Mr. K. Seal has arrived," Asta announced respectfully to the nearly 6-foot-tall figure as he stepped inside. Lumian followed closely. With a clang, the door shut behind him. Mr. K turned to face Lumian. "Why do you want to attend our gathering?" His voice was low and gravelly. "For potion formulas, beyonder characteristics, mystical items, and mysticism knowledge. It's not like it's for love or faith, right?" Lumian replied with intentional cynicism. He then chuckled. I know that's not what you want to hear, but it doesn't matter. I don't mind telling you about me. Lumian's voice deepened. In a catastrophe brought on by beyonder powers, I lost my entire family. Not only did it cause me immense pain, but it made me realize that those so-called orthodox gods can't save us. From that day on, I sought beyonder power and a way to forget all pain. I wanted to become powerful enough. I wanted those who brought me misfortune to experience the same torture. The hooded Mr. K seemed to stare at Lumian without interruption. As for Asta Troll, he was visibly shocked. Seal's words revealed raw, unmasked pain. His desire for the Samaritan women's spring was genuine. Once Lumian finished speaking, Mr. K nodded and said, There are 2 rules for participating in our gathering. First, no matter what happens, you can't attack anyone directly at the gathering. Second, don't attempt to follow other participants. Only these 2. Lumian hadn't expected so few constraints. He didn't need to think hard to spot several loopholes immediately. Not attacking directly? Does that mean I can use provoke to incite the other party to death? Just because I don't attempt to follow doesn't mean I can't do anything else to the target. Is selling fake ingredients, fake formulas, fake beyonder characteristics, and fake mystical items also allowed? Lumian suppressed his urge to retort and nodded. No problem. As he responded, he felt Mr. K's gaze on him, scrutinizing every inch of his flesh and skin. It made him feel like he was in the sights of a venomous snake. After a few seconds, Mr. K continued, If you prefer not to disclose what you have and what you're after, you can write down your desired transaction in advance, and my attendant will copy it onto a portable blackboard for all participants to see. If you don't think it matters, you can make your request on the spot. Likewise, at the gathering, you can complete transactions through my attendant or directly with the other party. Remember, transactions carry risks. I can't guarantee the authenticity of all items, materials, or information. Of course, you can opt to pay me to notarize them, effectively reducing the risk. A notary's power? Lumian recalled Aurora's grimoire. This was sequence 6 of the Sun Pathway, and most beyonders in this pathway belonged to the Eternal Blazing Sun Church. Given this, Lumian suspected Mr. K might not be a notary, but rather possess a related mystical item. Lumian quickly collected himself and asked Mr. K, May I write down my requirements now? Mr. K nodded and gestured towards a desk on the right side of the room. Write them there. My attendant will collect them. Lumian approached the brown desk, adorned with Psychic, Lotus, Arcane, and other magazines. He unfolded a fragrant letter and picked up a dark red fountain pen. After some thought, he wrote, 1. I possess a damaged beyonder weapon, seeking someone capable of repairing it. Price negotiable. 2. Buying information on a peculiar creature. This female-looking entity is suspected to be a spirit body. It has long turquoise hair that envelopes its body and exudes an alluring aura. It can induce erotic dreams with itself as the central figure. Additional details unknown. Reward depends on the value of information provided, ranging from 10 to 100 Vrildor. Lumian considered adding a third point about a provoker's acting experience, but decided against it after some thought. He remembered Aurora mentioning acting techniques, the law of beyonder characteristics conservation, and other mysticism knowledge in his nightmare. Such knowledge wasn't common among ordinary beyonders, and he was currently impersonating a newcomer who had just entered the beyonder world due to a disaster, seeking more knowledge and resources. If he were to write the word acting, Mr. K would surely grow suspicious. Of course, Lumian didn't think of it as a pretense. He genuinely was a novice who had entered the beyonder world following a disaster and sought more knowledge and resources. However, his involvement in the original disaster was quite high level, allowing him to encounter powerful figures like Madam Magician. As a result, he possessed extensive high-end knowledge but lacked common sense, relying on Aurora's grimoire to fill the gaps. Having set down the letter and pen, Lumian left with Asta and entered a room at the end of the corridor. The room appeared to be a salon. Sofas, chairs, a round table, a coffee table, bar stools, and other furnishings were arranged casually, creating a relaxed atmosphere. Several gathering attendees had already arrived. Some wore black robes and hoods that nearly covered their faces. Others donned clown or devil makeup, while a few wore crude or intricate masks. For a moment, Lumian felt as if he had entered a masquerade ball. He and Asta Troll took separate seats after entering separately. Lumian chose a bar stool, almost tempted to order a glass of absinthe to complete the look. Soon enough, Mr. K entered and settled into the armchair reserved for the organizer. His masked and gloved attendants brought in a portable blackboard filled with transaction requests. The first thing Lumian noticed was a request for Beyonder characteristics. Warrior Pathway, Sequence 8 Pugilist Beyonder characteristic, 15,000 Vril. Negotiable. A Sequence 8 Beyonder characteristic selling for 15,000 Vril or more. Lumian was initially stunned, then overwhelmed by heartache and regret, as if he longed to drink from the fountain of oblivion. He had just killed Margot, a Sequence 8 provoker of the Hunter Pathway. Playing it safe, Lumian hadn't harassed Margot until a monstrous ghost attacked, leaving the battlefield early. While he had gained over 1,000 Vril from Margot through the Fate exchange, it paled in comparison to the worth of the Provoker Beyonder characteristics. Moments later, Lumian barely pulled himself together. His actions had been the best course. If he had continued to pester Margot, something might have gone awry or drawn the authorities' attention. While Margot would still be dead, he could have landed in another crisis. Lumian then examined the other transaction details. 1 Elf's Dark Leaf, 180 Vril. 2 pages of Emperor Rosel's original diary. 300 Vril. Sequence 6 Baron of Corruption Potion Formula, 65,000 Vril. As Lumian scanned the list, he understood why his sister Aurora was so extravagant with her spending. Let's begin, Mr. K rasped, scanning the room. His attendants read the entries aloud one by one. Some went unanswered, while others were discreetly finalized through the attendants. Lumian observed quietly, intent on familiarizing himself with these situations and gathering intel. As the gathering neared its end, the attendant by the portable blackboard finally announced Lumian's first request. Silence ensued. After more than 10 seconds, a man lounging in a cornered divan snickered. Most of those skilled in restoring mystical items and Beyonder weapons are found in the God of Steam and Machinery Church. Try looking there. His face was smeared with oil paint, as if he were masquerading as a savage from the southern continent's forests. Ignoring the unfunny remark, Mr. K's attendant relayed Lumian's second request. The gathering's attendees exchanged bewildered glances, as if this strange creature was news to them. Just a bunch of clueless low-sequence Beyonders. Lumian inwardly scoffed in disappointment. Just then, the man who had joked earlier shared, "This brings something to mind. Here's a freebie. Where the Strenzo River meets the Ryan River downstream, there's a town called On It. Many middle-class Trier folks enjoy sailing and swimming there. Early last year, or maybe earlier, 3 consecutive female deaths occurred. They died of weakness from overindulgence, with no known partners, secret or otherwise. Their only shared trait was telling friends about the vivid, alluring dreams they'd been having recently." Lord of Mysteries 2, Circle of Inevitability. Chapter 140, Painting. The situation bears a resemblance to Charlie's case, but with a crucial difference. These victims are all women, while Charlie is a man. Could it be that the strange entity believed to be Susanna Mattis isn't constrained by gender? Or is there another male counterpart to the creature? The latter seems more probable, given that all 3 victims in On It were female, and no males had been targeted. Yes, there are distinctions between the 3 women and Charlie. None of them had a partner, either openly or secretly, and Charlie had become Madame Alice's lover not long after invoking Susanna Mattis. If that hadn't happened, would he have met the same fate as the 3 victims, drained of life by overindulgence? Had Madame Alice been a sacrificial substitute? Or had that been merely the beginning? Lumian pieced together a theory based on the information provided by the man with the painted face. He hoped the authorities would take this case seriously and not rest until Susanna Mattis had been utterly vanquished. As for whether the authorities would suspect Beyonders hiding among Charlie's friends due to the letter, Lumian wasn't too concerned. He had intentionally obscured Charlie's information and circumstances in the letter, even inserting a small mistake in a seemingly insignificant detail. The writer appeared to harbor a deep grudge against Susanna Mattis, having tracked her for an extended period, and sought to use Charlie's situation to enlist the help of the authorities for revenge. As a result, the focus was more on Susanna Mattis' issue, with a limited understanding of Charlie. After the assembled participants discussed the strange case and On It, Mr. K's attendant unveiled an object shrouded in a black cloth. Another attendant introduced, "This is a painting from a friend of one of our participants. He was a fellow Beyonder who met an untimely and bizarre end 2 months ago. Before his death, he created this painting." With a swift motion, the attendant removed the black cloth, revealing the deceased Beyonder's final masterpiece. The oil painting was a riot of vivid colors, weaving a surreal and mesmerizing scene. Towering green weeds reached for the heavens, a golden sun lay hidden in a well, A blood-red river cascaded from the sky, shadowy figures danced, and white skulls coalesced into clouds. Merely glancing at the painting left Lumian feeling disoriented. The attendant who had introduced the painting elaborated, "This artwork bears a potent psychic imprint. It affects the minds of all who view it, inducing confusion and vertigo to varying degrees. Prolonged exposure could even result in mental illness." According to the letters and diary entries left by the painting's creator, it may hold clues to the essence of reality and the origins of mysticism. This could also be the key to understanding the true nature of his strange demise. Any participant interested in studying the painting can negotiate a price. "You want to sell something like this for money? I wouldn't take it even if you offered it for free." Lumian grumbled internally, tearing his gaze away. He wanted nothing to do with anything that concealed the truth, essence, or origin of the world. As Aurora had once said, one shouldn't look at or study things one shouldn't see or understand. Lumian's interests lay solely in beyonder characteristics, potion formulas, mystical items, beyonder weapons, or valuable mysticism knowledge. It was apparent that most of the gathering's participants were reluctant to spend money on such a foreboding painting shrouded in mystery. Ultimately, Mr. K's attendant put it away, once again veiling it with a black cloth. Following that, the gathering transitioned into an open discussion stage. Attendees engaged in casual conversation about rumors and legends, careful to hide any details of their true identities. At 10:15, Mr. K declared the gathering over, and the participants dispersed in groups. As he departed, Lumian detected the organizers sizing him up, scrutinizing his every move. Will he send someone to follow and investigate me? Lumian couldn't help but wonder. Rather than being concerned, he was eager for it to happen. Aside from occasionally summoning a messenger, his behavior was unremarkable. He could withstand any scrutiny. As long as he refrained from contacting Madame Magician, Lumian believed Mr. K would soon receive an almost entirely truthful report. Seal, a wild beyonder lacking common sense in many areas, was suspected to hail from Cordoue and sought Guillaume Binet and his associates. He was also a wanted man. In this scenario, if Lumian demonstrated his skills and extreme attitude, it wouldn't be long before he received an invitation from Mr. K to join his ranks and become a part of the organization behind him. Sometimes, inadvertently revealing one's vulnerabilities and true circumstances was an effective means of gaining trust. With that, Lumian and Asta found a concealed corner at 19 Rue Shear, where they removed their disguises before returning to Le Marquet du Quartier du Gentleman. As he made his way towards Rue Anarchy, Lumian's brow furrowed in confusion. He hadn't noticed anyone tailing him. Is it because Mr. K has no plans to investigate me, or had the person shadowing me been so skilled and uniquely gifted that I had failed to detect their presence? Lumian pondered the possibilities, but ultimately pushed them to the back of his mind. In any case, he wouldn't fear an investigation unless Mr. K was in league with the poison spur mob. Upon entering Aubert's Du Coq door, Lumian noted that he was still early. He crossed the now pristine lobby and descended into the basement bar. Before he could take in the scene, Charlie's exuberant voice reached his ears. "Can you believe it? Just 3 hours ago, I was at police headquarters, accused of murder. Now, here I am drinking and singing with all of you. Ladies and gentlemen, I've had an incredible experience like no other. I bet none of you can top it." The apprentice attendant leaped onto a small round table, beer bottle in hand, and addressed the surrounding patrons. His short brown hair was disheveled, as if it hadn't been tended to in days, and stubble was evident around his mouth. Already? Lumian had anticipated it would take Charlie another 2 or 3 days to be released. Spotting Lumian from the table, Charlie waved his short arm and called out to the crowd, "I'll share that even stranger encounter with you all later." Donning a linen shirt and black pants, he hopped off the table and jogged to the bar counter, beer bottle in hand. He took a seat beside Lumian and said to the ponytailed bartender, Bavard Neeson, "A glass of absinthe." "Thank you." Turning to Lumian, he said, "This one's on me." Lumian accepted the offer with a calm smile. "You're looking pretty good." "Of course. At least I don't have to worry about being hanged. I'd hate for thousands to gather around me as I die, considering how nobody cares about me when I'm alive," Charlie said, relief evident on his face. Trier's citizens reveled in witnessing the execution of death row inmates. Whenever someone faced the gallows or firing squad, the streets would overflow with onlookers. In the classical era before Emperor Roselle, there even existed a custom centered around this fascination. En route from the prison to the gallows, if any bystander agreed to marry the condemned, their sentence would be commuted, reduced, or even entirely absolved. "Are you completely fine?" Lumian inquired further. Charlie took a swig of beer and scanned the room. Lowering his voice, he said, "I can't divulge the specifics. I signed a pledge, a notarized pledge. You can't imagine how powerful that is." Charlie caught himself and continued, "The only downside is that I've lost my job again. That blasted foreman thinks I've tarnished the hotel's image. No matter. I'll pawn the diamond necklace tomorrow. The officers have already returned it to me. That money will tide me over for quite some time. I can treat the cafe waiters on Rue de Blouses Blanches to drinks. I'll surely find a better job." He wanted to add, "Let's go together when the time comes." But recalling Seal's nerve and capabilities, he quietly discarded the idea. Lumian sipped the absinthe the bartender had slid his way and gestured for Charlie to join him in an empty corner. Once certain that the noise around them was sufficient to drown out their conversation and that no one was eavesdropping, Lumian asked, "Has the situation with Susanna Matisse been resolved?" "I don't know." Charlie shook his head. "They did a lot of things, but I can't tell you." "Did they promise to provide protection for a period of time?" Lumian asked thoughtfully. Charlie replied awkwardly, "I can't tell you." Lumian grinned, retorting, "Seems like there is. If they hadn't promised protection, the corresponding words wouldn't exist and wouldn't be restricted by the confidentiality pledge." Charlie hadn't expected Seal to guess so accurately. Lumian inquired, "Did they tell you anything?" "Share what you can." Charlie pondered for a moment and said, "They told me not to panic if I had that dream again. I'm to head to the nearest cathedral after dawn. You don't know about the Eternal Blazing Sun's cathedral, do you? I'm now a true believer of the Eternal Blazing Sun." Lumian expressionlessly raised his right hand and traced a triangle on his chest. Charlie fell silent. After drinking with Charlie, Lumian returned to room 207 and continued studying Aurora's grimoire. He washed up before midnight, lay on the bed, and drifted off to sleep. Bang, 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 bang. Lumian was jolted awake by an insistent knocking on the door. Who could it be? Frowning, he gripped fallen Mercury and cautiously approached the door, cracking it open. Charlie stood outside. Still clad in a linen shirt, black pants, and strapless leather shoes, his face was ashen and fear-stricken. Upon seeing Lumian, he appeared to regain his composure. Nearly losing control of his voice, he stammered in terror, "I dreamed of that woman again." Lord of Mysteries 2, Circle of Inevitability. Chapter 141, Hostage. In the dimly lit corridor, bathed in the eerie glow of the crimson moon, Charlie's voice echoed, sending shivers down one's spine. Dreaming of Susanna Matisse again. Lumian's alarm gave way to surging anger. "Are you out of your damn mind? If you had that dream again, go to the nearest Eternal Blazing Sun Cathedral and find a clergyman. I'm not your father to have you report your wet dreams to me." Casting a glance at Charlie, whose face was a mask of terror, Lumian reined in his emotions and spoke in a low voice. "Relax. This was bound to happen. For now, get some sleep and seek help from the nearest cathedral at dawn." Charlie appeared on the verge of tears. But in my dream, she said if I dared to seek help from the church, she'd kill me on my way to the cathedral." "You communicated in the dream?" Lumian was taken aback. Charlie nodded frantically. "Yes. Before, she never spoke in my dreams. She only satisfied me, warm and gentle. This time, she warned me. She warned me. Could it be that Susanna Matisse hasn't fully transformed into a monstrous creature and still possesses some level of intelligence?" Lumian's thoughts raced, and he felt a pang of sympathy for Charlie. If Charlie couldn't get help from official Beyonders, he'd likely end up like the 3 female victims in Onit Town, lost in dreams until drained of life. Hold on, are the official Beyonders handling Charlie's situation so carelessly? Didn't they consider the possibility of Charlie being killed by Susanna Matisse? Lumian instantly thought of Ryan, Leah, and Valentine. None of them would dismiss the case so casually, merely instructing the victim to rush to a cathedral if he faced any issues. Remembering how the clergyman from the church stayed with the lunatic upstairs and protected him after encountering the Montsurus ghost, Lumian grew suspicious. The official Beyonders overseeing Charlie's case intentionally downplayed the threat posed by Susanna Matisse, allowing him to return to the motel. They claimed the situation was mostly resolved and instructed him to seek help from the cathedral if any issues arose, all to lure Susanna Matisse into revealing herself again. Realizing this, Lumian looked at Charlie and said coolly, "If you trust me, return to your room. Lie down, close your eyes, and sleep until dawn. Don't worry, it'll all be sorted out." Lumian appeared unruffled, but inwardly, he was cursing. "Get your ass back to the 5th floor." By now, the official Beyonders monitoring the area should have detected the anomaly and be preparing to act. Why are you standing in front of my door? Are you trying to get me caught? Ah. Charlie hesitated, his eyes filled with terror. Will everything truly be resolved if I do nothing? Lumian exhaled and forced a smile. Idiot. Susanna Mattis warned you not to seek help from the church. She said nothing about me. I can help you get to the nearest cathedral. Lumian resorted to coaxing and deception, desperate for Charlie to leave the second floor. Charlie's face brightened and he exclaimed excitedly, Thank you, thank you. The moment he spoke, Lumian caught the scent of vegetation, tainted with an unsettling aroma. In an instant, greenish-brown vines and branches unfurled from the walls, ceiling, and floor. They sealed the windows and doors of the other rooms. At the staircase, a woman's voice, both beguiling and unnerving, rang out. Charlie, are you really going to betray me? Charlie's eyes widened in shock as he turned toward the sound. He saw the woman from his dreams, her turquoise hair cascading from her head to the floor, reaching out to the surrounding walls and ceiling above, melding with vines and branches. Without her turquoise hair shrouding her body, Susanna Mattis stood entirely exposed, her beautiful curves on display. Scattered among her flesh were flower buds and tree warts, some red, some white, some green, and some brown. As she spoke, the vivid flower buds and bluish tree warts opened and closed, oozing a foul-smelling viscous liquid. The repulsive scene left Charlie feeling as if he'd plunged into a nightmare. He stood there, trembling, his mind a haze. Susanna Mattis looked at Charlie, her eyes brimming with affection. Have you forgotten our blissful moments in the dream? Charlie, I'm your wife. Snapping out of his stupor, Charlie nearly crumbled. No, you idiot. Just say something to placate Susanna. Lumian cursed himself for not reacting quickly enough to silence Charlie. Susanna's expression frosted over. Then stay with me forever. At her words, the terror in Charlie's eyes vanished, replaced by infatuation as he eagerly moved toward the monstrous being. A moist flower bud on Susanna's lower abdomen opened unnaturally wide, unlike the other flower buds and tree warts that closed slowly. It seemed to await Charlie. Simultaneously, Susanna glared at Lumian, her voice seething with hatred. It's all your fault. You incited Charlie to betray me. Why don't you take a look in the mirror and see how horrifying and repulsive you've become? If I were Charlie, I would have kicked you out of my dream from the start. Lumian's instincts told him pleading for mercy was futile. Instead, he chose to retaliate and provoke Susanna, hoping to uncover her weakness. Merely standing near the bizarre creature, Lumian felt a mix of exhilaration and dread. He longed for her, yet resisted, as if caught in a whirlpool of desire, consumed by an overpowering sense of helplessness. This proved she was far stronger than him. Lumian cursed inwardly as his thoughts raced, searching for a way to buy time. He was sure the official Beyonders would arrive soon. What in the world is this monster? Why does she believe she's Charlie's wife? In that instant, as Susanna Mattis screeched, incensed by his words, an idea struck Lumian. As her scream filled the air, vines and branches surged toward Lumian, amplifying the fear lurking in his heart to the point of near collapse. His legs weakened, and his body trembled uncontrollably. Summoning his ruthlessness, Lumian managed to extend his right hand, grabbing Charlie, who was about to rush toward the creature. With fallen mercury in his left hand, he pressed the sinister dirk to Charlie's throat. Susanna Mattis looked bewildered, her anger palpable. What are you doing? Lumian smirked menacingly. I forgot to mention, my Beyonder weapon is called Cursed Blade. A single cut drawing blood will curse his entire family to death, including his wife. And you're Charlie's wife. Recalling the lunatic upstairs, Lumian suspected that the monstrous ghost would target not only one's immediate family but also their spouse. Although he didn't understand how a spouse was determined in mysticism, since Susanna Mattis claimed to be Charlie's wife, he treated her as such. Of course, Lumian knew allowing fallen Mercury to curse Charlie with the fate of the monstrous ghost wouldn't immediately impact Susanna Mattis. It wouldn't affect the present situation at all. He gambled that Susanna Mattis didn't know this, and that she could sense the danger in fallen Mercury. It was a bluff. Susanna Mattis' expression froze, and the attacking vines and branches halted midair. Her jade-green eyes radiated menace. Lumian's vision shifted. He saw Guillaume Binet, the hawk-nosed padre, clad in a white robe adorned with golden threads. Suppressed hatred erupted like a volcano. Lumian released Charlie and advanced toward the Guillaume Binet he had locked onto. But before him stood only Susanna Mattis. In that instant, Charlie, his face awash with infatuation, saw Lumian approaching his wife with a dirk. He lunged at the assailant, shouting, "Don't hurt her." Lumian snapped to his senses, realizing Guillaume Binet had morphed into Susanna Mattis, her flower buds and tree warts blossoming one by one. She controlled my emotions? In his shock, Lumian twisted violently, seizing Charlie again and pressing fallen Mercury to his throat. Susanna Mattis didn't conceal her disappointment. After a moment's silence, she parted her red lips. Suddenly, the creature halted, staring solemnly at the wall near Rue Anarchy in Aubert's du Coq d'Or. In the next second, her turquoise hair retracted, and the vines and branches disintegrated, vanishing. "WUH, the official Beyonders are here." Lumian watched Susanna Mattis' figure burrow through the wall and disappear from the corridor. He released Charlie and shook him, urging him to wake up. He quickly instructed, "Lie down on the second-floor stairs and keep your eyes closed until someone wakes you." With that, Lumian pushed Charlie and retreated to his room, closing the wooden door and feigning sleep, like the other tenants. As Susanna departed, the obsession faded from Charlie's eyes. When Lumian jolted him back to reality, he had no choice but to follow Lumian's directions. He jogged to the staircase leading to the ground floor, lay down, and closed his eyes, feigning unconsciousness. Almost simultaneously, a red hue filled Charlie and Lumian's vision, as though the sun had risen prematurely, heralding the day. Minutes later, a golden sword formed from light stabbed into the ground of Rue Anarchy, skewering a writhing turquoise vine. "Is it resolved?" A young man with the sun's sacred emblem pinned to his chest asked the one brandishing the sword. He was a rugged man with blonde hair, golden eyebrows, and a golden beard, wearing a brown coat adorned with 2 rows of golden buttons. He exhaled and declared, "We've resolved it for now, but unless we find the origin of this evil spirit, it's only a matter of time before she regenerates there." Lord of Mysteries 2, Circle of Inevitability. Chapter 142, Mother Tree. Evil spirits can reform again. The young man bearing the sun's sacred emblem on his chest inquired, astonished. From his mysticism knowledge and experience gained through case files, he knew that unless an evil spirit possessed unique abilities, purification equated to total annihilation. Such soul-type entities were either the offspring of powerful Beyonders' deaths or vengeful spirits that managed to break through various constraints. The mightiest could even wield a degree of godhood, but resurrection and rebirth were not among their traits. The blond man, clad in a double-breasted brown coat, straightened up and eyed the dissipating, writhing vines. After some thought, he said, "Evil spirits can have unique distinctions. Under specific conditions, they rely on an object to be born. This object often lies at the heart of their territory. As long as this object remains intact, the evil spirit, even if not entirely purified, will gradually reform within the corresponding area. Evil spirits would assimilate their birthplaces, merging with the spirit world and the underworld to obtain the power necessary to maintain their existence. Otherwise, they would slowly weaken until they vanished completely. In essence, evil spirits had a fixed range of activity and couldn't wander far from their birthplaces. This was their territory. The young man donned in the sun's sacred emblem, and a white robe adorned with golden threads roughly grasped the reasoning. He furrowed his brow and said, "We've been searching for days, yet we haven't found the birthplace of the evil spirit Susanna Matisse." Logically, Susanna Matisse couldn't stray far from her territory. If official Beyonders carefully searched Rue Anarchy and its vicinity, they would surely locate the evil spirit's birthplace and destroy the object it depended on. However, this was Trier, a city with not only an above-ground area, but also an underground section. Another Rue Anarchy and Le Marché du Quartier du Gentleman mirror the area above, with numerous obscure paths and empty spaces. More crucially, deeper underground, lay Trier from the Fourth Epoch. Even for official Beyonders, it was a perilous place they scarcely comprehended. As a deacon of Le Marché du Quartier du Gentleman's Inquisition, Angoulême de François had never understood why Trier had been rebuilt atop the original site, right above the sunken Trier of the Fourth Epoch in the late era. Although geographically ideal, this decision had spawned countless troubles over the ensuing 1,000 years. The purifiers weren't incapable of resolving the Beyonder incidents. They just couldn't get to the root of the problem, hidden within the underground ruins of the Fourth Epoch's Trier. Rumor had it that not even demigods dared or were willing to venture into those depths. Angoulême sheathed his golden longsword, which seemed to be condensed light, into a grayish-white steam-powered humanoid head contraption, allowing it to sink into the corresponding vertebrae. Dark liquids seemed to fill the device. A man in a white suit, yellow vest, and light-colored shirt, adorned with the sun's sacred emblem, emerged from Aubert's du Coq d'Or. His light yellow hair was neatly combed, skin-colored tape covered the bridge of his nose, and his lips were thick. A hint of a southern continent ancestry showed through his slightly brown skin. "Deacon, I've spoken to Charlie Collin," he reported to Angoulême de Francois. Angoulême touched the golden button on his brown coat, asking, "Is he all right?" The brown-skinned man shook his head, replying, "We arrived just in time." He wasn't physically harmed. According to him, after he dreamed of Susanna Matisse again, although she warned him, he still chose to seek help. He was intercepted by Susanna Matisse on the second floor of the motel and almost became one with her forever. At least, that's what she said. After that, Charlie collapsed at the staircase and almost fainted. At that moment, he saw a light like the sun rising. This development seemed normal and reasonable, aligning with the details provided by the Purifier elite team led by Angoulême. Neither Angoulême nor the other two Purifiers had any doubts. In their understanding, Charlie's request for help was in accordance with their instructions to head to the nearest eternal blazing sun cathedral. Angoulême surveyed the unusually quiet Rue Anarchy and nodded slightly. "For now, let's put Charlie Collin aside. But if we don't find Susanna Mattis' birthplace in 2 weeks, consider arranging a civilian job for him and telling him the truth." This was the standard procedure used by official Beyonders to protect ordinary people who had yet to fully escape the influence of Beyonder events. Of course, it often appeared they had resolved the problem and informed the victim to live peacefully, only for the person to die mysteriously weeks, months, or years later. Angoulême continued, "We have 2 priorities. First, investigate this area, including the underground, to find Susanna Mattis' birthplace. Second, locate the person who warned us with the letter. He seems to have deep knowledge of Susanna Mattis." Before releasing Charlie, Angoulême and his team had secretly investigated Aubert's Du Coq door, but found no suspicious areas that could be the birthplace of the evil spirit. Additionally, they had used Beyonder methods to verify Charlie's encounter and confession. They confirmed that the victim had interacted with ordinary people from the moment he prayed to Susanna Matisse until he was arrested by the police. That was why Angoulême suggested not to worry about Charlie's situation for the time being. As for the sender, he had impressive methods and extensive anti-divination and anti-tracking experience. He had chosen to use a spirit world creature to write and send the letter. It was worth noting that even when using the same descriptive incantation to summon a spirit world creature, a different one would likely appear each time. The challenge with using just a 3-line description was that it could potentially match hundreds of thousands of spirit world creatures, if not more. What they could summon each time relied solely on chance. Without a corresponding medium and a description that highlighted the subject's unique traits, it was nearly impossible to zero in on the target spirit using the incantation alone. Most spirit world creatures simply weren't distinctive enough. Angoulême had previously sought the help of colleagues adept in such matters. Employing the letter as a medium, he tried summoning the associated spirit world creature, hoping to glean any clues from it. Alas, whether it was the letter's transcriber, author, or sender, they came up empty-handed. The issue could have been a flaw in the descriptive statement, or perhaps the corresponding spirit world creature sensed their ill intentions and refused the summoning. Even with a flawless summoning ritual, it could still fail if the spirit world creatures fitting the description declined to respond. Only those sequences skilled in summoning could significantly boost the odds or even force the issue. Naturally, Beyonders rarely face such obstacles. Their 3-line descriptions cast a wide net, ensnaring numerous spirit world creatures, with a handful always eager to enter the real world and absorb some spirituality. Lumian feigned sleep, poised to flee at a moment's notice. It wasn't until the nearby cathedral clock struck 6 that he allowed himself a sigh of relief. Seems like the battle between the official Beyonders and Susanna Mattis has ended. They didn't even realize I briefly confronted her. Lumian rolled out of bed and rubbed his face. He couldn't be certain if the official Beyonders had completely neutralized Susanna Mattis, or if this ordeal was truly over. Recalling Susanna's intense hatred for him, Lumian knew he couldn't rely on hope alone. He decided to write a letter to Madame Magician, reporting his encounter with Mr. K and inquiring about Susanna Mattis' nature and weaknesses. For good measure, he also planned to ask Hella, the curly-haired Baboons Research Society's vice president. After all, Madame Magician wasn't all-knowing. After penning the 2 letters and tidying the room, Lumian summoned 2 messengers at 10-minute intervals, ensuring each took the correct letter. By the time he finished washing up and returned to room 207, there were already 2 replies waiting silently on the wooden table. Wow, Madame Magician is quick too. Did the messengers run into each other? If so, what would they talk about? Lumian muttered, picking up one of the replies. The letter was from Hella. Similar cases have occurred in the northern and southern continents. Men and women often dreamed of the opposite sex and engaged in intimate acts, ultimately dying from exhaustion. If the victims have partners or lovers, these innocents are killed one by creatures like Susanna Mattis. These creatures seem to believe they're the dreamer's spouse. Such creatures are said to possess powerful abilities on par with mid-sequence beyonders. Some details suggest Susanna may have already died, becoming a vengeful or evil spirit. It is indeed quite powerful. Lumian recalled his encounter the previous night, realizing that without Fallen Mercury's deterrence, Charlie as a hostage, and Susanna's conviction that she was Charlie's wife, he might have been defeated within a minute. After burning Hellas' reply with a flame conjured from his spirituality, Lumian unfolded Madame Magician's letter. I'm unsure whether to congratulate or commiserate with you. Your chances of encountering an evil god's blessed seem higher than those of ordinary beyonders. This may be due to the corruption sealed within you. It's difficult to explain this phenomenon using the law of convergence of beyonder characteristics. It's more like repulsive forces rejected by this world, attracting each other. That's my theory. I can't guarantee its accuracy. If I'm wrong, don't forget to inform me and provide the correct answer. Based on your account, I suspect Susanna was once a believer of an evil god who bestowed her with strength equivalent to a sequence 5. That evil god goes by the pseudonym Mother Tree of Desire in this world. Don't attempt to understand her, let alone guess her true and complete title. Susanna is likely a fallen tree spirit or spear of lust, also known as baby Cupid in some regions. They can appear as men or women, engaging in intimate acts within dreams and absorbing the victim's energy. Over time, their possessiveness leads them to believe they're the victim's spouse, driving them to kill the victim's partner or lover in a fit of jealousy. However, Susanna also exhibited traits of a soul-type entity. It's highly plausible she met her demise in an accident or failed to endure the boon, morphing into an evil spirit. She grew increasingly paranoid, clinging to her instincts. Lord of Mysteries 2, Circle of Inevitability. Chapter 143, Lie. Having briefly outlined the nature and territorial tendencies of malevolent spirits, the woman known as Magician continued. Though Susanna Mattis' power is on par with a sequence 5, it's not impossible for you to handle her. You could use the Dirk on Charlie and swap your fate of encountering the Montsurus ghost with his. After the Montsurus ghost kills Susanna Mattis, you can transfer the fate of encountering it back into the knife. Alright, that was a joke. This plan has far too many uncertainties. It's virtually impossible to pull off. Firstly, the Montsurus ghost might only kill those who come across it. Secondly, even if the Montsurus ghost does kill Susanna Mattis, you won't know. You wouldn't be able to change fate in time without affecting Charlie. Thirdly, Charlie shouldn't be an orphan. His parents and siblings might still be alive. No one knows if the Montsurus ghost will leave Trier to kill. Fourthly, the Montsurus ghost might not be able to kill Susanna Mattis. Fifthly, Charlie himself admitted that he and Susanna are mystically bound as husband and wife. I'm saying all of this mainly to discourage you from going down that path. Using Charlie as a hostage suggests that you're inclined to take such risks. Actually, this situation presents both a crisis and an opportunity. For you, the best solution is to ask Mr. K for help in dealing with the threat posed by Susanna Mattis. Remember, asking for help is an effective way to build relationships and earn someone's trust. Of course, the other party must be willing and capable. You can showcase your potential and make Mr. K see that you're valuable. I wish you the best of luck. I hope you can quickly gain Mr. K's initial trust and join that organization. Lumian's initial reaction to the letter was that Madame Magician tended to ramble and digress. She seemed to enjoy finding lofty excuses and often entertained far-fetched notions bordering on absurdity. This contrasted sharply with Madame Hella's succinct and polished reply. This writing style must be Madame Magician's trademark. Lumian pursed his lips, summoned his spiritual energy, and ignited a flame, burning the paper in his hand. After reading the two letters, he discarded the idea of using Fallen Mercury to resolve his issue with Susanna Mattis. Their fates had been entwined for more than just a brief moment. It couldn't be as simple as erasing the fate of encountering the Montsurus ghost. In comparison, seeking Mr. K's assistance was indeed an effective solution Lumian hadn't considered. This could quickly bridge the gap between him and Mr. K, fulfilling Madame Magician's mission. After contemplating for a moment and determining how to approach Mr. K and demonstrate his worth, Lumian changed into a grayish-blue worker's uniform, put on a dark blue cap, and left room 207. Upon reaching the ground floor, Lumian saw Charlie lingering near the entrance, wearing a linen shirt and black pants. "What you up to?" he asked with a grin. Charlie forced a smile. "Seal, can you come with me to the pawn shop? I'll treat you to breakfast and lunch." The establishment's official name was Pawnbroker Shop or Pawn Shop Company. "To the pawn shop?" Lumian sidled up to Charlie and lowered his voice. "Are you all right?" Charlie glanced around and gave a bitter smile. "They said there's no problem this time. Susanna, that evil spirit, has been purified. Whether there's an issue or not, life has to go on." I heard that from a hotel guest." Sounds pretty sophisticated, right? Anyway, for people like us, a day without work puts us on the brink of financial ruin. We'd soon be hungry again. I have to pawn the diamond necklace for cash. You know, only cash gives people a sense of security. Clothes and jewelry can't do that. Even food is lacking. At this point, Charlie's excitement grew. "Madame Alice said the necklace is worth 1,500 Vril. If I pawn it, I should get around 1,000. My God, I've never seen 1,000 Vril before. Even if I become an attendant foreman, it'd take me years, maybe more than a decade, to save that much. When it's time, we'll have lunch at a cafe on Rue de Blouses Blanches. I want Duvar broth, coarse salt beef and red wine sauce, and apple tenderloin. Did you learn nothing else at Hotel du Cygne Blanc? Just the names of dishes?" Lumian grumbled and asked thoughtfully, "You want me to protect you?" Charlie laughed. "I'd be scared carrying that much money alone. Seal, you might not have had that experience yet, thinking everyone's a thief who'll rob you on the streets. I felt that way when I got the necklace. I was so nervous, I nearly passed out. Can you imagine?" "Yes." Lumian smiled. "I probably won't have that experience. Not now, not ever, because I'm the one who makes others think I want to rob them. Take Margot, for example, who had just forked over more than 1,000 Vril, nearly enough to buy the diamond necklace." Charlie's smile froze. After a few seconds, he forced a smile and said, "That's why I want you to come with me to the pawn shop." He had seriously doubted Seal's means of making money. His neighbor was clearly capable and smart, but he wasn't rushing to find a job. He roamed around daily, seemingly without money troubles, but lived at Aubert's Du Coq d'Or, not Hotel du Cygne Blanc. Remembering how Seal had posed as a lawyer to infiltrate the police station, provided vital information, and helped him survive Susanna Mattis' threat, Charlie felt it was a small concern. Even if Seal's a thief, robber, or con artist, he's one who risked his life to help me. Pleased with Charlie's apprehensive expression, Lumian asked, grinning, "Which pawn shop are you going to?" "I heard the pawn shops in Quartier de l'Observatoire offer better prices." Charlie had already decided. Lumian nodded. "I'm actually headed to Quartier de l'Observatoire." He planned to ask Os to troll for Mr. K's contact information. Charlie was thrilled. He spent a whopping 1 Vril to treat Lumian to a barbecue pie, cream bun, and plum wine. Naturally, this included his own portion. Lumian graciously accepted. Exiting Rue Anarchy, Charlie winced when he saw Lumian heading straight for the public carriage sign. He glanced around, making sure no one was nearby, and whispered, "Last night you said your blade was called the Cursed Blade. Will anyone cut by it really have their entire family die?" Before meeting Susanna Mattis, Charlie never believed in such things. Even if he had heard about them, they were just fodder for boasting and tall tales. But now he couldn't help but wonder if Seal truly wielded a mystical weapon. Lumian turned to Charlie and grinned. "Want to give it a try?" Charlie shuddered and smiled sheepishly. "I believe you." "Do you?" "Well, I was just bluffing Susanna Mattis last night. I'm just an ordinary guy. If I hadn't, I'd be dead." Lumian said, still smiling. "Doesn't the Cursed Blade story I made up ring a bell? You've heard the Montsurus ghost legend when that maniac was having his bout of clarity, right?" Charlie's eyes widened in realization. "That's it. It's a spin on the Montsurus ghost legend. Seal is a master of deception. An ordinary person managed to fool that malevolent spirit, Susanna Mattis, and saved our lives. I only spin tall tales in bars and occasionally lie. I can't even begin to compare to him. He's got guts and smarts. A person like that is destined to make it big." Seeing that Charlie genuinely believed the lie he just spun, Lumian did his best to keep a straight face. He asked earnestly, "Are your parents still alive? Do you have siblings?" Charlie was taken aback and leaped to the side like a spooked rabbit. "Why do you ask? Could it be that the Cursed Blade is real? Is he trying to figure out which family members I have?" Lumian couldn't contain his laughter anymore. You're not actually scared, are you? Aren't you too easily pranked? Charlie slapped his forehead, exasperated with the thought of the idiot instrument. He couldn't distinguish which of Seal's words were false and which were true. However, after being pranked, he felt even more certain that the cursed blade was fake and based on a monstrous ghost legend. Seal loves using such fabrications to fool others, just like the idiot instrument. The cursed blade story is a good one. Now that it's mine, I'll use it at the bar tonight to spook people. The two of them arrived at Quartier de l'Observatoire in a public carriage. Charlie asked for directions several times before finally finding Phil's pawnbroker shop. Housed in a 7-story off-white building, it featured pillars, arches, relief sculptures, and large windows. Etched above the grand entrance were the words, freedom, equality, fraternity. Freedom to pawn any item. Equality to discriminate against anyone who comes to pawn something. Fraternity to seize every opportunity to lowball prices. Lumian couldn't help but criticize. How ridiculous for a pawn shop to carve the Republic's political slogan on their door. Inside the hall, there were several counters, with rows of benches in front of them. At the moment, dozens of people sat there, waiting for the clerk to appraise their items and call their number. Charlie easily found an empty counter and handed over the diamond necklace. He received a slip with the item's name and corresponding number for appraisal. Soon, Charlie's number was called from the counter. He walked over with anticipation, only to return looking as if his spirit had been crushed. Lumian, who was browsing newspapers in the hall, asked in confusion, "What's wrong?" Charlie spoke in a daze, his voice tinged with disappointment. That necklace is a fake. It's only worth 12 Vril. Lord of Mysteries 2, Circle of Inevitability. Chapter 144, Conditions. Fake? Lumian's right eyebrow twitched, as if fate was mercilessly mocking Charlie. Charlie had forsaken his fragile principles and betted Madame Alice for days, only to get embroiled in a life-threatening lawsuit and lose his job as an apprentice attendant, all for a counterfeit diamond necklace? For some reason, Lumian felt a sudden urge to defy fate. This wasn't his problem, but he couldn't shake the feeling. To hell with this inevitable destiny. You mock me, so I'll mock and provoke you in return. In that moment, Lumian began to grasp another aspect of the provoker's acting principles, albeit crudely and imprecisely. He had Charlie and asked thoughtfully, "Do you think Madame Alice lied to you? Or did the pawn shop see your desperate situation, knowing you couldn't determine the necklace's authenticity, and use it as an excuse to offer the lowest possible price?" "I don't know." Charlie was at a loss and in pain. After a pause, he added with difficulty, "I suspect it's Madame Alice. Look, there are so many people here pawning their items. Appraisers handle dozens or hundreds of items every day, most of them valuable. They can't just lie to me, right? How could she?" Charlie couldn't go on. Can't pawn shops deceive everyone equally? Lowballing the offer as much as possible, especially for the pricey items? Lumian scoffed. Why not? Many wealthy people don't amass fortunes through kindness and hard work. If they can trick you with a fake, why give you the real deal? Maybe Madame Alice is one of those people. She might not even be that rich. She relied on staying at the Hotel du Cygne Blanc to dupe a gullible lad like you. Lumian didn't distrust every rich person. Many had made their fortunes through talent, hard work, and opportunity, like Aurora. Stung by Lumian's words, Charlie's face twisted with anger. He muttered to himself bitterly, "That's right. During this time, Madame Alice hasn't even treated me to a big meal. She only calls me to her room at 7 or 8 at night for service. You're so naive. Are you really from Rheims?" Lumian couldn't help but facepalm. He stood up and said, "Get that necklace back. Let's try another pawn shop. What if it's real?" Charlie was taken aback. All right. He wasn't satisfied either. Lumian urged him, "Be vigilant. We can't let them switch the necklace." "Yes." Charlie tried his best to rally. "I've been studying that necklace daily recently and memorized every detail." After retrieving the diamond necklace, Lumian accompanied Charlie to 2 other pawn shops in Quartier de l'Observatoire. The appraisal results were the same as before. The necklace was fake and worth only 11 to 15 Vril. Charlie's frustration mounted, and he crumbled. Lumian glanced at him and consoled. "At least you can get a dozen Vril. It'll last you more than a week. With the money, you can buy drinks for waiters at cafes on Rue de Blouses Blanches and ask them to help you find a new job." Including rent, Charlie spent about 1 Vril a day. If he skipped the underground bar, his expenses would be even less. Yeah. Charlie sighed. He was utterly disappointed. But after accepting reality, he found a glimmer of hope. Lumian hesitated before suggesting, "We can't dismiss other possibilities. For instance, the pawnshops around here might have secret ways of communicating. They could specifically target people like you, those who don't dress well, and pawn valuable items without proper documentation. How about taking the necklace to a specialized jewelry shop for appraisal? We'd have to pay a fee." Charlie's face clouded with worry. If the appraisal confirmed its authenticity, that would be great. But if it turned out to be fake, his already meager assets would be reduced by a third or even half. Lumian sighed and offered, "Hand me the diamond necklace, and I'll find a friend to appraise it for you, one who won't charge. You've still got some cash to get you through the day, right?" "I have 2.6 Verldor left." With hope in his eyes, Charlie handed the diamond necklace to Lumian. As Lumian pocketed the necklace, he grinned and asked, "Are you not worried that the appraisal might prove it genuine, but I'll return a fake one to you and claim there's no issue with the pawnshop's assessment?" Charlie's face tensed once more. After a moment, he exhaled and admitted, "I trust you. Besides, I've already written it off as a fake." Lumian waved goodbye to Charlie and strode toward Place du Purgatory. Near the catacombs, Ostatrul occupied his customary seat facing the bonfire, clad in a hooded black robe. Lumian approached and asked with a hint of amusement, "Don't you ever change areas?" Asta chuckled and replied, "My divination and interpretation skills are fairly accurate. Many people have introduced their friends. If I switch locations, wouldn't I lose my clientele? They're all Verldor." "What do you mean by clientele?" "They're clearly a bunch of fools," Lumian half-jokingly and mockingly remarked. Asta didn't dare to argue. Lumian inquired, "I need to discuss something with Mr. K. How can I reach him?" "So he's not here for me." Asta sighed in relief and quickly answered, "Anyone who has attended the gathering can go straight to Psychic's headquarters, located in the building where our gathering took place. At 19 Rue Shear, knock on room 103 with 3 long, 2 short, and 1 long beats. Someone will take you to see Mr. K. If you don't want to go in person, you can send a letter. Address it to room 103, 19 Rue Shear, Avenue du Boulevard. The recipient is Guillaume Pierre." What a fake name. The knocking rhythm differs from the gatherings. Mr. K never told me this. Did he think Asta would inform me? Lumian nodded, bid Asta farewell, and returned above ground. At the catacombs entrance, he spotted a group of visitors carrying lit white candles, following the administrator through the naturally formed arch and into the Death Empire. Withdrawing his gaze, Lumian took a public carriage to 19 Rue Shear on Avenue du Boulevard. He lowered his cap and knocked on room 103. The dark red wooden door creaked open, revealing a handsome young man with shoulder-length brown hair, resembling an artist. The lad scrutinized Lumian with his dark brown eyes for a couple of seconds. "Who are you looking for?" "I'm Seal. I need to speak with Mr. K," Lumian replied bluntly. The young man cocked his head slightly, as if listening for a faint sound. Soon, he instructed Lumian, "Follow me." The lad led him to a vintage-styled room and unveiled a secret door hidden within the dressing area. The staircase descended underground, its walls on either side adorned with gas lamps encased in black grids. Lumian entered the basement and traversed a short corridor before reaching a rather barren chamber. He suspected other exits were present, some possibly connecting to areas in underground Trier. At that moment, Mr. K lounged in a red armchair, his face concealed by the shadow of his large hood. The gathering's organizer studied Lumian wordlessly, exuding an unnerving air of intimidation. Lumian pressed down on his cap and smiled. "Good morning, Mr. K. I require your assistance. The price I'll have to pay is your call." Mr. K remained silent for a few seconds before inquiring in a deep, raspy tone, "Does the poison spur mob know you killed Margot?" As expected. Lumian wasn't surprised that Mr. K had information on him. When he attended the gathering, he deliberately wrapped his face in bandages to recreate his appearance when he killed Margot. He wanted Mr. K to be aware of it and display his worth and impulsive nature. This could also help earn Mr. K's trust. Lumian shook his head. "It's another problem." Lumian recounted his encounter with Charlie and how he had helped him escape his predicament, only to be despised by Susanna Mattis and nearly killed by that peculiar creature. Fortunately, the official Beyonders had arrived in time. He didn't lie, but he didn't share too many details either. This aligned with the information he sought at the gathering. Mr. K listened intently and asked in a low voice, "You want divine protection?" "Divine protection?" Aren't you overestimating yourself? Just protection. Lumian thought silently and nodded solemnly. Yes. Mr. K rasped, that creature is likely a soul-type being, akin to an evil spirit. Normally, it wouldn't affect you as long as you leave the market district. However, the official Beyonders have clearly taken an interest in this matter. If you move now, you might arouse suspicion. Moreover, if Susanna Mattis remembers or even marks you, you could be attacked anywhere. Many abilities can surpass distance limitations. There's no need for the creature to truly leave its territory. No wonder the two ladies didn't suggest I leave. Lumian nodded thoughtfully. What should I do then? Mr. K spoke deliberately. I can offer some protection, but you need to do something for me. What is it? Lumian inquired eagerly. Mr. K clasped his hands together and said, join any mob in the market district and become a leader. So the organization behind Mr. K wants to control the market district indirectly? Lumian agreed without hesitation. No problem. Mr. K nodded slowly and held his left index finger with his right hand. Then he yanked the finger off, exposing a bloody wound and ghostly white bones. Lumian winced at the sight. Surprisingly, no blood flowed from Mr. K's wound or finger. Instead, it hovered at the edge, twisting and contracting as it gradually healed. Take this with you. It can help you in critical moments. Mr. K tossed the severed finger to Lumian. The flesh on his fingerless left hand writhed violently, as though a new digit was about to sprout. Lord of Mysteries 2, Circle of Inevitability. Chapter 145, Service Fee. Lumian deftly extended his right hand, snatching the severed finger from the air. Feeling its weight and the warmth that hadn't yet dissipated, he was both surprised and disturbed. He had anticipated Mr. K would offer some form of protection, but he hadn't expected the man to rip off his own finger and toss it to him, claiming it could prove helpful in a tight spot. Was this some kind of sick joke? Setting aside the dubious utility of a severed digit, didn't Mr. K worry about the potential consequences of handing over a piece of his own flesh? In the world of mysticism, one's flesh and blood held significant power. In the wrong hands, they could lead to disastrous consequences. No one wanted to become the target of a horrifying curse without reason. Given Mr. K's formidable abilities and his knowledge of mysticism, to the point of being able to act as a notary, Lumian suspected the man had a way to nullify the various dangers associated with parting with his flesh. That was why he had dared to sever his own finger and hand it over. Moreover, the detached finger was clearly imbued with magic. I wonder if I can trade the prospect of meeting the Montsurus ghost with Mr. K by using fallen mercury, drawing blood when cutting this finger. As Cordu's prankster king, Lumian was never short of unconventional ideas. Suppressing the urge, he shifted his gaze from the finger back to Mr. K. By now, Mr. K had regenerated a new finger, slightly damp and covered in delicate, fair skin. Thank you, Lumian murmured, stowing the severed finger in the pocket of his slate-blue workman's uniform. Mr. K gave a curt nod and said, you may leave. Don't forget our agreement. One more thing. Lumian produced the diamond necklace. Could you help me determine if it's real or fake? I need to exchange it for some cash. He already owed Mr. K a favor. He didn't mind owing a little more. And if he couldn't repay the debt, at worst, he'd sell himself to the organization behind Mr. K. That was Lumian's endgame. Mr. K directed the attendant who had led Lumian underground to pass the diamond necklace to him and examined it. From the corner of his eye, Lumian could see a golden glow emanating from the shadows beneath Mr. K's hood. After a few seconds, Mr. K handed the necklace back to the attendant. It's a fake. The craftsmanship is quite impressive, though. It's worth 50 Vroldor. All right. Lumian didn't bother hiding his disappointment, adding, I also need a set of identification papers. A major reason he'd been staying at Aubaird's Du Coq d'Or was because they didn't require ID. After receiving Mr. K's affirmation, Lumian left 19 Rue Shear and caught a public carriage back to La Marque du Quartier du Gentleman. His thoughts bounced between joining a gang without raising suspicion, pondering the purpose of the severed finger, and devising ways to get pawnshops to pay more for the counterfeit diamond necklace, at least 30 Vroldor. Amid these thoughts, an idea began to crystallize. Simultaneously, he planned to find a couple of safe houses in La Marque du Quartier du Gentleman district and Quartier du Jardin Botanique before noon, the kind that didn't require identification. I still have 850 Vroldor and 24 Caput on me. After setting aside the remaining 400 for the information broker Anthony Reed, I'll have 450 Vroldor left. I can rent 2 or 3 safe houses. Lumian carefully calculated his remaining assets. He pursed his lips, feeling an urgency to leave Mr. K's severed finger at Aubert's du Coq door before securing a room. By 3 p.m., Lumian had found rooms in both Le Marquet du Quartier du Gentleman on Rue de Blouses Blanches and Quartier du Jardin Botanique on Rue de Paves, neither of which required identification. Naturally, there was a surcharge for such discretion. The former was hardly better than room 207 at Aubert's du Coq door, costing 6 Vril per week. The latter, more akin to Ostatroll's rented apartment, neighbored factory workers from the south and cost 10 Vril per week. Lumian paid 4 weeks' rent up front but received no discounts. Returning to Aubert's du Coq door, he skimmed through men's aesthetics for a while, using cosmetics to soften his sharp features, add shadows, and trim his eyebrows. Soon, Lumian had completed his initial disguise, transforming into an ordinary-looking man in his mid-20s with a dangerous air. After combing his golden black hair, he donned a dark blue cap, took Mr. K's severed finger, and made his way to Salle de Bal Brise on Avenue du Marquet. Unlike other guests, he didn't enter directly. Instead, he stopped between the khaki building and the white spherical statue made of countless skulls, addressing the 2 gangsters guarding the entrance. "I need to see Baron Brignace." Without waiting for their response, he added, "Tell the Baron it's Seal from our last meeting. He'll be pleased to see me again." The 2 gangsters exchanged glances, not daring to delay the Baron's business. One of them entered the ballroom. In under 5 minutes, the gang member re-emerged, telling Lumian, "The Baron wants you to meet him where you last saw him. The cafe on the 2nd floor." Lumian smirked. With hands in his pockets, he sauntered up the stairs and entered Salle de Bal Brise, spotting Baron Brignace with a mahogany-colored pipe. The gentleman sported a black, thin tweed suit, a half-top hat nearby, and a gleaming ring on his left hand. 4 thugs flanked him. "Sit." Baron Brignace's brown eyes scanned room, his smile indicating the seat across the table. Lumian approached and sat, studying Baron Brignace's sharp features and naturally curly brown hair, and said, "Good afternoon. We meet again." Baron Brignace tapped the pipe's base, smiling as he asked, "What brings you here?" Lumian produced Charlie's counterfeit diamond necklace, calmly stating, "I've been strapped for cash and want to pawn this necklace to you. It's worth 1,500 Vril d'Or." "I'll take 1,000. Baron Brignace turned to his subordinate, commanding, "Get someone to appraise it." "Yes, Baron." A thug with conspicuous bruises on his forehead left the cafe. Brignace appraised Lumian again, nodding in approval. "Not bad. Your makeup skills have come a long way. Although still flawed, you're no longer as easy to recognize." "Thanks for the tip," Lumian grinned. Men's aesthetics is quite the resource. They exchanged small talk until the thug who had left the cafe returned with a man in his 40s, dressed in a formal suit and bow tie, carrying a toolbox. After assessing the necklace, the man approached Baron Brignace, set the necklace on the table, and whispered, "It's fake." Instantly, all the thugs present drew their revolvers. Baron Brignace observed Lumian, who appeared unfazed by the appraiser's declaration or the thug's actions. His grin never wavered as he nodded to the appraiser. "You may leave." "Yes, Baron." The appraiser hurriedly exited the cafe. Baron Brignace set down his mahogany pipe, playing with a diamond ring on his left hand. He asked Lumian, still smiling, "Were you aware this necklace was counterfeit?" Lumian smiled as well. "Indeed." Before he could finish, the thugs aimed their revolvers at him. Intrigued by Lumian's composure, Baron Brignace inquired, "Did you anticipate I'd have someone verify the necklace's authenticity?" Lumian's grin remained steady. "Indeed." Baron Brignace's eyes narrowed. "Knowing all this, why would you still attempt to borrow 1,000 Vril d'Or with a fake necklace? What makes you think I'd grant your request?" Lumian slowly rose, disregarding the revolvers aimed at him. He placed his hands on the table's edge, leaned down to meet Baron Brignace's gaze, and smirked. "Because I killed Margot of the Poison Spur mob." Baron Brignace's smile froze. His pupils involuntarily dilated as if to scrutinize the man before him. The 4 thugs, their revolvers aimed at Lumian, also reacted with shock. As enemies of the Poison Spur mob, they knew Margot's capabilities all too well. Lumian's emotionless gaze scanned the thugs' faces, causing them to avert their eyes and, unconsciously, their weapons. Baron Brignace recovered quickly, addressing the 4 thugs. "Holster your revolvers. Have I not taught you how to treat guests?" Reprimanding his subordinates, he turned to Lumian, curiosity piqued. "How did you manage to kill Margot?" "I stabbed him with something poisonous, but I don't know where he fled before succumbing," Lumian replied nonchalantly. This aligned with the preliminary intel Baron Brignace had received. Eyes narrowing, he asked with a grin, "Do you understand the implications of taking my 1,000 Vrildor?" Lumian smirked, unfazed. "Indeed." Albert's du Coq door, room 504. Upon seeing Lumian outside the door, Charlie eagerly inquired, "So, is it the real deal?" "It's a fake. Worth no more than 50 Vrildor," Lumian casually replied as he entered the room. He noticed that Charlie had already ripped off Susanna Mattis' portrait, leaving behind a sticky residue. Charlie, having mentally braced himself for the outcome, was disappointed but not crushed. He chuckled self-deprecatingly. "Well, it's still worth 50 Vrildor at least. A generous pawnshop might give me 20 for it." Lumian shot him a glance and grinned. "But I managed to sell the fake necklace for 1,000 Vrildor." "What?" Charlie was dumbstruck. Lumian pulled out a thick wad of bills, still smiling. "The fake necklace is yours and worth 50 Vrildor. That's all I can offer you. The rest is my fee for services rendered." "Is that acceptable?" Lord of Mysteries 2, Circle of Inevitability. Chapter 146, Turf. Charlie was dumbstruck and answered subconsciously, "No problem." Only when Lumian laid out the 50 Vrildor notes did he snap back to reality. He cautiously peeked out the door. The evening light was fading, and unlike the second floor, the fifth floor had large balconies on both sides, casting deep shadows. It was as if night had already descended. Seeing the corridor empty, Charlie breathed a sigh of relief. He lowered his voice and asked Lumian, "You conned someone into buying the fake necklace for 1,000 Vrildor? You've got two things wrong." Lumian grinned and handed the stack of 50 Vrildor notes to Charlie. "First, I didn't con just any person." "Then who?" Charlie questioned, puzzled as he instinctively took the mix of 1 and 5 Vrildor notes. Lumian's grin broadened. "The Savoy mob." Hearing this, Charlie nearly dropped the banknotes in his hand. He stared at Lumian in terror and blurted, "Are you insane? They kill people. Folks go missing all the time on Rue Anarchy." Lumian smirked and replied, "Second, it wasn't a con." "What?" Charlie couldn't follow Lumian's logic. Lumian clarified, still smiling, "They knew the necklace was a fake, yet they still forked over 1,000 Vrildor. Impossible, Charlie thought, certain it was a joke. The Savoy mob might be ruthless, but they weren't idiots. Why would they pay 1,000 Vrildor for a fake necklace worth only 50 Vrildor? Then a wild thought crossed Charlie's mind. "You didn't steal the leadership from the Savoy mob, did you? That would be even more insane." Lumian smirked again. "Relax. Baron Brignace and I reached an agreement through a friendly conversation. Don't worry. There won't be any trouble in the future. So, do you want a 50 Vrildor or not?" A friendly conversation with Baron Brignace. Charlie felt like he didn't know the man standing before him. Considering his own financial situation, he took the 50 Vrildor and muttered, "Thank you." Lumian nodded with a smile and turned to go. In that instant, Charlie grasped the whole picture and blurted out, "Did you join the Savoy mob?" Lumian didn't turn around. He waved his hand and replied, "That's right." Charlie opened his mouth to speak, but no words came out. He watched Lumian's silhouette vanish into the darkness outside and disappear down the shadowy staircase. Upon returning to room 207, Lumian, fresh out of his disguise and ready to hunt for a tasty meal, caught a familiar curse coming from the fourth floor. "If you think this money is easy, you can lie down and earn it yourself. Useless coward. A dickless wretch. All you dare to do is bully women. Send your mother to me if you dare." Lumian listened for a few seconds and quickly deduced that Wilson from the Poison Spur mob had come to Ethan's with his crew to collect protection money. A grin spread across his face. In the next instant, Lumian donned a dark blue cap, left room 207, and made his way to the fourth floor. Before he could reach room 408, he heard the sharp crack of a slap followed by Ethan's even more vehement cursing and struggle. The tenants on this floor shut their wooden doors tight, not daring to step out. With one hand in his pocket, Lumian arrived outside room 408. The first thing he noticed was the presence of two goons. They were clad in dark jackets, blocking the doorway. At this moment, Ethan's curses blended with sobs and screams. "You sons of bitches. I curse you. I'll rip off your dicks." Lumian raised an eyebrow and approached the two thugs at the door. "What do you want?" one of them barked. Lumian didn't reply. Instead, he took a sudden step forward, reaching out to grab them. His movements were so swift that he had the two thugs by the back of their heads before they could react. Lumian applied force, slamming their skulls together. With a sickening thud, their foreheads bulged, eyes rolled back, and they crumpled to the ground. As they cleared the way, Lumian glimpsed the scene inside the room. Ethan's, her flaxen hair and delicate features in disarray, lay on the bed. Her dress was torn, her face visibly bruised and swollen. Wilson, his curly brown hair and deeply creased face sneering, was pocketing a stack of banknotes. His belt unbuckled, another thug was holding Ethan's down. Sensing the disturbance at the door, the Poison Spur mob leader swiftly reached for his belt and glanced outside. There he saw Lumian, casually wiping his hands and stepping over his two fallen comrades. Not giving Wilson a chance to speak, Lumian grinned and said, "Didn't anyone tell you that a Baird's Du Coq door is now under the Savoy mob's protection?" Mid-sentence, he lunged forward, throwing a punch before Wilson could fasten his belt. Wilson hastily dodged and buckled his belt. Simultaneously, his eyes narrowed as they locked onto Lumian. Lumian suddenly felt a wave of fear. It was the unbridled fear of an ordinary person facing a villain or thug. Wilson had manifested such emotions. Yet, even as an ordinary person, Lumian wasn't cowed by villains who wouldn't dare to fight back. As a vagrant, he had always believed in fleeing and surrendering if possible. If not, he dragged the other party down with him. Now, as a Sequence 8 Beyonder, he was even more fearless. Another Beyonder. Lumian harnessed the intensity of his fear to grapple with Wilson and unleash his close-quarters combat skills. His hands, elbows, knees, and feet transformed into weapons, overpowering Wilson, who had barely buckled his belt. As the sounds of their struggle filled the air, another thug sprang into action. He grabbed a chair in the room, poised to smash it into Lumian's back. But Lumian twisted his upper body like a serpent, circling behind Wilson. Bang! The chair struck Wilson's head, sending him reeling. With a crash, the already unstable chair splintered. Lumian coiled his body like a spring and lifted his right leg. His heel struck the thug's lower abdomen with pinpoint accuracy, eliciting a muffled groan. The thug's eyes bulged as he clutched his crotch and crumpled to the floor. He writhed in pain but couldn't make a sound, like a rooster with its neck throttled. As Lumian's right foot swung back, his arm lashed forward, whipping Wilson's chest. Unable to dodge, Wilson heard the crack of his ribs breaking. Before he could recover from the pain, Lumian seized his arms and yanked him closer. A knee to the chest greeted him. Wilson's face paled, and his body doubled over. Lumian clenched his fists and hammered Wilson's back. Plop! Wilson collapsed to the ground. Lumian capitalized on the opportunity, pouncing on him. He pinned Wilson's arms behind his back and pressed his knees into his spine. "I thought you were quite the tough guy," Lumian taunted. Turns out you couldn't even last 10 seconds. Based on his assessment, Wilson was only at Sequence 9, a sequence that focused more on combat and physical enhancement. However, he wasn't sure which pathway he belonged to. Wilson, provoked and enraged, struggled with all his might but couldn't break free from Lumian's grip. Lumian glanced up at the dumbstruck Ethans and chuckled at Wilson and the incapacitated thugs. "Go back and tell your bosses that this is SEAL's turf. If you've got any business, feel free to look for our Savoy mob." "You're a dead man," Wilson snarled. Lumian smirked, retorting, "I'm not sure if I'll die, but you're the one dying now. You dare to kill me in front of so many witnesses?" Wilson mocked. Lumian said nothing. He tightened his grip, and a sickening crack echoed in the room. Wilson let out a spine-chilling scream, beads of cold sweat the size of beans breaking out on his forehead. His arm was broken. Lumian hoisted him up and leaped onto Ethan's wooden table. He pushed open the window and dangled Wilson over the outer wall. Glancing down at the deserted alley, Lumian smiled at Wilson and taunted, "Try guessing. Do you think I dare to throw you down?" Wilson stared at the cobblestones more than 10 meters below and recalled how resolute the other party had been when he said he'd break his arm. For a moment, he didn't dare answer. Just then, Lumian released his grip. "I haven't answered yet." Wilson's body plunged downward in sheer terror. With no other option, he desperately tried to adjust his posture to protect his vitals. Crash! He hit the ground with a sickening thud, his flesh instantly mangled in multiple places. Lumian observed for a couple of seconds before chuckling. "Quite a tough one. You're still alive. Is your nickname Rue Anarchy Cockroach?" Ignoring Wilson, he jumped off the wooden table and addressed the 3 thugs struggling to their feet. "Did you hear what I just said?" The 3 thugs nodded fearfully and turned to flee. "Wait," Lumian called out to them. The 3 thugs froze on the spot, their bodies trembling slightly. Lumian gestured at the shattered chair and grinned. Aren't you going to compensate for the damage? The three thugs hastily pulled out all the banknotes they had and tossed them on the floor. With Lumian's nod of approval, they stumbled out of room 408. Ethan stared blankly the entire time, only recalling the words that this place had been taken over by the Savoy mob. Then she realized that Seal from the Savoy mob hadn't informed her about how much she should pay or how often she should pay in the future. He didn't even glance at her as he walked straight to the door. Ethan's instinctively opened her mouth, wanting to ask something, but she hesitated, fearing the poison spur mob might retaliate. She watched Lumian's figure vanish into the darkness beyond the door. Lord of Mysteries 2, Circle of Inevitability. Chapter 147, Reaction. Lumian had just returned to the second floor when he spotted Charlie lingering outside his door. Hey, don't tell me you had another dream. You make me nervous, just popping up at my door like that, Lumian teased with a hint of mockery. He couldn't shake the fact that Charlie had sought him out rather than heading directly to the eternal blazing sun cathedral. Charlie glanced at the stairs and lowered his voice. Something happened on the fourth floor? You've got good ears, Lumian commended. There was an incident. I tossed Wilson down the block. Huh. Charlie appeared bewildered once more. It took him a moment to process. Which Wilson? The one from the poison spur mob who collects money from Miss Ethans. Yes. Lumian nodded candidly. At first, Charlie's expression read, I see. Then he blurted out in shock. You threw him down the block. From which floor? Fourth floor, Lumian replied, grinning. Charlie's mouth fell open, forgetting to close it. You're not joking, are you? He asked nervously after a few seconds. Lumian gestured toward the room across the hall. If you don't believe me, take a look at the alley behind. That guy's like a cockroach. He didn't die from the fall. Charlie assessed Lumian anew, as though seeing him for the first time. He realized that his mischievous, audacious, and clever friend possessed a side he didn't grasp at all. In Lumian's eyes, there seemed to be no law, and a chilling coldness ran deep within him. Fear was absent from his mind, and he had genuinely thrown a living person from the fourth floor. Moreover, he was a leader of the poison spur mob. Wasn't he afraid of dying? Wasn't he afraid of the poison spur mob's retaliation? This brought to mind how Seal had held a dirk to his throat when Susanna Mattis threatened him. Charlie had always assumed it was primarily a threat and intimidation tactic, but he now suspected that, had Susanna Mattis not been willing to yield, Seal might have truly stabbed him. Of course, his weapon wouldn't have been some cursed blade. The next second, Charlie glanced around and lowered his voice again. Hey, are you out of your mind? The poison spur mob isn't to be trifled with. Why don't you move away? You should be safe once you leave the market district. He felt that no matter how reckless Seal was or how little he respected the law, he was someone who had genuinely helped him. He had to warn him of the danger so he could escape swiftly. Lumian smirked and shot back. Our Savoy mob isn't to be trifled with either. Charlie suddenly sensed that the situation might not be as he'd imagined. Lumian opened the door to room 207 and declared as he entered, From now on, Aubaird's du Coq door is our Savoy mob's turf. I'll throw out anyone from the poison spur mob who shows up. Had the Savoy mob enlisted Seal to handle Wilson? Charlie came to a realization and felt a mixture of relief. Since the Savoy mob had instigated the confrontation, they surely had a plan to counter the poison spur mob's retaliation. A broke, jobless guy like him needn't worry. Lumian snapped the suitcase shut, concealing a few sets of clothes and Aurora's grimoire within. He slid it under the bed and draped a blanket over it. Straightening up, he instructed Charlie. If anyone comes looking for me, tell them I went to the Salle de Balbrise. All right. Charlie watched as Lumian vanished down the stairs, a sudden realization hitting him. What would become of Miss Ethans after this? Would she be claimed by the Savoy mob, or was there still a chance for her to redeem herself? Avenue du Marché, Salle de Balbrise. Lumian perched at the bar counter, tapping his fingers on the surface. 1 glass of lover, a serving of mashed potatoes, veal slices and lard, a pork sausage, and a croissant. Lover referred to a killdew brewed from sugarcane syrup, served with ice and water. It was common slang in Intis bars. Soon enough, Lumian sipped the amber-hued, sweet alcohol and savored the aromatic veal slices. As he relished the delicacies and listened to the music from the dance floor, his body swayed rhythmically. Just then, one of Baron Brignay's gang members sidled up beside him. Lumian turned to the man, noticing the blood clots on his forehead. He smiled and said, This is our third encounter, right? What should I call you? The thug replied cautiously, Just call me Louis. Another Louis. Lumian mused. In the Intis Republic, Louis was as common a name as Pierre and Guillaume. The last Louis Lumian had met had given birth to a child, despite being a man. Louis watched Lumian take a bite of the croissant and offered casually, as if trying to build rapport. "This one's on me. It's your first time at our salle de bal breeze." "All right." Lumian didn't bother with pretenses. Louis ordered a syrupy lemon soda alcohol, dubbed Demon, and took a sip. "You live at Aubert's du Coq d'Or, right?" "Yeah." Lumian grabbed a piece of sausage and popped it into his mouth. Louis pondered for a moment before asking, "That's poison spur mob territory. Want to move to Rue de Blouses Blanches?" "No need." Lumian sipped his ice-cold lover, its caramel scent wafting through the air, and grinned. "It's now our Savoy mob's turf." "What?" Louis nearly choked on his drink. Lumian swiveled his head and smirked. "I tossed Wilson from the poison spur mob off the 4th floor. Aubert's du Coq d'Or is now Savoy mob turf." Hearing Lumian's account, Louis's face gradually stiffened. After a few seconds, he forced a smile and stood up. "I need to report this to the Baron. Why is this guy even more brutal and unhinged than the Baron?" "All right." Lumian didn't care. Louis took a few brisk steps before turning back, leaning in to whisper, "Is Wilson dead?" "No." Lumian feigned regret. "Were you regretting?" Louis studied Lumian's face, suddenly wondering, do we gain a weapon or a massive problem? Avenue du Marquet, Unit 126, inside Roger's 3-story building with a modest garden. As the injured Wilson was carried past him, Roger's icy blue eyes scanned the 3 trembling thugs and he demanded, "Who did this?" "Someone from the Savoy mob." A thug answered hastily, slightly hunched. "He calls himself Seal and says that the Aubert's du Coq d'Or now belongs to the Savoy mob." "Seal." Black Scorpion Roger's somewhat plump face registered a mix of confusion and wariness. He murmured to himself, "There's no Seal among the top brass of the Savoy mob. How did he manage to thrash Wilson like this?" It was worth noting that Wilson was a villain, equivalent to a Sequence 9 Beyonder, a master of combat. At that moment, another thug spoke up speculatively. "Boss, I remember something. We went to Aubert's du Coq d'Or the night Margot was killed." Roger's expression darkened, a fierce hatred seeping in. Was that also Seal's doing? How did he pull it off? Did the Savoy mob secretly recruit such a formidable figure to drive us out of the market district? A man standing beside Black Scorpion Roger spat hatefully. First, an assassination, now an open taunt. If we don't retaliate, who knows what'll come next? The man had a shaved head but boasted striking features. His lake blue eyes, high-nosed bridge, thick brown eyebrows, and curved lips rendered him handsome despite his baldness. Dressed in a black shirt, dark breeches, and strapless leather boots, he forewent a coat and stood nearly 1.8 meters tall. Roger pondered for a few seconds before instructing the man beside him. "Harmon, go to Baron Brignay's and find out what's going on. Ask if the Savoy mob intends to wage an all-out war against our poison spur mob. If they're open to reconciliation, we can make appropriate concessions. Remember, learn to endure. The time isn't right yet." On the balcony of a 3rd-floor room in Salle de Bal Breeze, Baron Brignay's leisurely puffed on his peach-colored pipe, observing the guests entering and exiting the dance hall. Suddenly, he turned his gaze towards the door. 2 seconds later, Louis pushed open the door, entering the balcony and stepping past the other thugs. "Your footsteps are a bit heavy and hurried." "Something happened?" Baron Brignay's inquired with a smile. Louis replied anxiously, "Baron, Seal threw Wilson off the 4th floor of the Aubert's du Coq d'Or." "Wilson from the poison spur mob?" Baron Brignay's recalled, seeking confirmation. "Yes, he's severely injured but not dead," Louis quickly added. Baron Brignay's held his pipe, pondering for a moment before asking, "Did Seal mention why he did that?" "He said that the Aubert's du Coq d'Or is now our Savoy mob's turf." Louis repeated Lumian's words. Baron Brignay's couldn't help but chuckle. Taking a drag from his pipe, he spoke with a hint of meaning. "If you don't handle a sharp weapon properly, it's easy to hurt yourself. I'll have to find an opportunity to give him some guidance. What should we do about the poison spur mob? Should we inform the boss?" Louis asked, concerned. Baron Brignay's considered for a moment and responded, "Not for now. Seal actually performed well this time. I'm curious to see how the poison spur mob reacts." Noticing his subordinate's puzzled expression, Baron Brignay's, always fond of educating them to showcase his intelligence, smiled and explained, "Since the poison spur mob's inception, their number of Beyonders has swelled, nearly matching ours in just under 2 years. They've seized a significant amount of territory. Don't you see a major issue here? Give them another 2 years, and we might be completely driven out of the market district. If they want to escalate this matter, I'm more than willing. It's a prime opportunity for the authorities to take notice and uncover who's backing them. Lord of Mysteries 2, Circle of Inevitability. Chapter 148, Lord of the Motel. At 10 p.m., while returning to Aubert's du Coq d'Or from Avenue du Marquis Louis, who was with Baron Brignays earlier, guided Lumian from the main road bathed in yellow light to a side street swallowed by darkness. Surveying the neglected, broken street lamps, he remarked nonchalantly, "The Baron has cut a deal with the poison spur mob. From now on, Aubert's du Coq d'Or is officially under our Savoy mob's control." Lumian snorted. "Is the poison spur mob that easy to negotiate with?" "What do you mean? Are you hoping for the two parties to fight?" Louis increasingly sensed that Seal was a dangerous man who thrived on conflict. He was convinced that Seal's nature and approach would bring trouble to the Savoy mob time and time again in the future. The market district, already strained by the poison spur mob's rapid ascent, would certainly become more chaotic. As a seasoned gang member, Louis believed in bullying ordinary people rather than resorting to violence and bloodshed. Life was precious. He'd witnessed several comrades die in gang wars and police raids. Initially, their families were taken care of, but as time passed, their circumstances deteriorated. But if cornered, Louis wouldn't shy away from brutality. Every thug under Baron Brignays had climbed the ranks through street brawls and alley fights. They may not be brainy, but their skills and courage were nothing to sneer at. Louis slowly exhaled. You showed enough force to protect Aubert's du Coq d'Or, and the poison spur mob didn't want to escalate matters and draw police attention. So after the Baron covered Wilson's medical expenses, the matter was settled. Keep a low profile for now. If you catch the police's eye, you won't withstand a thorough investigation. It doesn't matter to me. I'll just find a hideout before the official Beyonders corner me. The poison spur mob can run, but they can't hide. Lumian murmured, borrowing a line from Aurora's book. Louis continued, the Baron wants me to tell you that since you're staying at Aubert's du Coq d'Or, it's your turf now. And for members who control their own turf, we don't usually provide daily allowances. What he implied was that the Savoy mob likely wouldn't give Lumian any more money beyond the initial 1,000 Vrildor. He'd have to find a way to generate income from his turf. Lumian was momentarily stunned before replying with a chuckle. All right. As they spoke, they stopped outside Aubert's du Coq d'Or. Lumian gazed at the old cream-colored building and was struck by a bizarre, ludicrous thought. This is my turf? The residents of this ramshackle place are all destitute. How can they afford to pay protection fees? Forget it. It's already a blessing that they don't create trouble for me like Charlie. I can't squeeze money out of them. Muttering silently, Lumian bid Louis farewell and entered the motel. Having already consumed 2 drinks, he skipped the basement bar and retreated to room 207. No one had visited. After perusing Aurora's grimoire for a while, Lumian recognized a familiar footfall, followed by a knock on the door. He opened it, unsurprised to find Charlie standing there. Charlie's face was flushed from drinking. He grinned and exclaimed, "Can you believe it? I'm about to land a new job. I went to Rue de Blouse's Blanche's tonight and bought the waiters drinks. They introduced me to a hotel manager who said they needed a few full-time attendants. If that manager learns you hooked up with a female guest at your previous hotel and were recently implicated in a murder case, will he still consider you?" Lumian retorted. Charlie's smile froze. He massaged his face and replied, "He might still give me a chance. But Seal, that's not why I'm here. I wanted to ask what you plan to do with Miss Ethans." "What do you mean?" Lumian inquired, smirking. Charlie forced a smile and asked, "Will you stop her from leaving Rue Anarchy? If you make her keep working the streets, how much should she pay you each time? And how often?" Lumian chortled. "She's free to do whatever she wants. It's none of my business. I have plenty of ways to make money." "I knew it. Praise the sun and Saint Vive." Charlie cheered. "I could tell from the moment I saw you at the bar that you were a clever and capable gentleman. Trusting the judgment of the idiot instrument?" Lumian jested. Charlie sheepishly smiled. "That's one factor." He waved his hand. "I'll share this news with Miss Ethans." After taking a few steps, Charlie halted and spun around, asking unusually cautiously, "Will the poison spur mob come back?" "Baron Brignays has brokered a deal with them. Aubert's du Coq d'Or is now Savoy mob's turf," Lumian answered nonchalantly. "And I'm the one in charge here." Charlie was ecstatic. He spread his arms wide and exclaimed, "Praise the sun, praise Saint Vive, and praise you, Seal." With that, he dashed into the stairwell. "Comparing me to the eternal blazing sun and Saint Vive? Are you trying to get me killed faster?" Lumian snorted and shook his head. He then retreated to his room and resumed studying Aurora's grimoire. Outside room 408, Charlie knocked on the wooden door. Ethan's, her cheek red and swollen, opened the door and stated flatly, "I'm not feeling well today. Find someone else." Charlie couldn't contain the exciting news. Guess what? The motel's no longer under Poison Spur Mob's control. It belongs to the Savoy Mob. Ethan suddenly remembered the evening's events and hesitated before asking, "Are you sure?" "Absolutely," Charlie replied, his signature enthusiasm returning. "You won't believe it. I found out from the leader of the Savoy Mob, Seal, who lives in 207. He's already become a leader of the Savoy Mob. Abaird's du Coq d'Or is his turf now. He personally told me that the Poison Spur Mob bastards have scrammed and won't be back. He also said that the Savoy Mob and the Poison Spur Mob reached an agreement." Seal, the man who threw Wilson down. Ethan's eyes darted, seemingly awakening from her puppet-like state. The Poison Spur Mob was really driven away? "It's true." Charlie nodded emphatically. Ethan stood stunned for a moment, then clenched her teeth and spat out, "Those sons of bitches, rotten scum, they're finally gone." Charlie continued, "I've asked Seal. He said you can do whatever you want. It's not his concern. He's incredibly resourceful. So much so that he can change my opinion of pranksters like him. Can you believe it? He comes up with lucrative schemes every minute." Ethan's was dumbstruck. As far as she knew, none of the gangsters were good people. They were all despicable scoundrels who deserved hell. Charlie kept talking, but Ethan's tuned him out. The words "do whatever you want" resonated in her mind. After Charlie left, she retreated to her room and quickly changed into a lady's blouse and light-colored pants. Next, she lifted the mattress and retrieved a stack of 200 Vril d'Or notes. She crammed all the bills into her pocket, then hesitated for a moment before removing more than half and hiding it back in its original spot. With the remaining 40 Vril d'Or, she shut the door and headed downstairs. Before long, she stepped out of Aubaird's du Coq d'Or and onto Rue Anarchy. A solitary gas lamp illuminated the street from a distance. Bathed in crimson moonlight, numerous inebriated people stumbled along the road, shouting, singing, or sporadically clashing with one another. Ethan sidestepped the drunks and nervously followed the shadows along the street, aiming for Rue Anarchy's exit. Throughout her journey, memories of escaping and being apprehended by the Poison Spur Mob on the street haunted her. The memory of the beating made her shudder involuntarily. Ethan slowed down, as though the Poison Spur Mob lurked around a corner. Finally, she reached the exit of Rue Anarchy and saw the broad main road beyond. Ethan stared at the once unreachable scene, feeling as if she were in a dream. Subconsciously, she quickened her pace, striding faster through the dark night under the crimson moonlight. In no time, she arrived at the nearest public carriage stop. She still remembered disembarking from the public carriage here on her first day in Trier. Now she had finally returned. With no public carriages running late at night, Ethan's didn't mind. She gazed at the street ahead, the postbox shrouded in darkness, and the sign displaying the carriage route. Her eyes welled up with tears. Suddenly, Ethan spun around and bolted. She had to get back to Aubaird's du Coq d'Or, pack her belongings, and leave at daybreak. Ethan sprinted faster, feeling the wind slap her face, cold and damp. Her vision blurred, and she seemed to see a ghost of her past self. The former Ethans, who arrived in Trier filled with dreams and enthusiasm, stood beneath the street lamp, gently beckoning. Hurry up and catch up. Abaird's du Coq d'Or, room 207. Ethan's dabbed the corners of her eyes and rapped on the door. Lumian swung the wooden door open and cast a cursory glance at her. "What can I do for you?" In a raspy voice, Ethan's inquired, "Why are you helping me?" Lumian sneered. "Why should I help you? What you possess that's worthy of my assistance? You're not beautiful, and you don't have much money." Ethan's words of gratitude were immediately choked off. She couldn't even recall how she left the second floor. As she packed her belongings, the whole experience felt surreal. Watching her vanish down the stairs, Lumian snickered. "I'm not helping you. I just can't stand fate's cruel taunts. We are all victims of fate's ridicule, but I want to defy and resist it, even if I'm not capable enough, until death puts an end to it all." In that moment, Lumian sensed his provoker potion digesting a bit further. Although he was far from fully digesting it and needed time to work through it, this indicated that he had adapted to the provoker potion and his condition had stabilized. He could contemplate extracting the sealed power within him and obtaining the alms monk's boon. Judging by the name, it should compensate for his lack of mystical techniques. Lord of Mysteries 2, Circle of Inevitability. Chapter 149, 5 Ritualistic Spells. Lumian wasn't eager to perform the ritual just yet. For one, he had been swamped all day and was far from his peak condition. He needed rest, or at least to wait until he reset at 6 in the morning. Secondly, the ritual involved 2 hidden entities and a corruption that had trapped a village in a time loop. If something went awry, it wasn't just the Aubaird's Du Coq door that could be in jeopardy. The entire Rue Anarchy might face destruction. Who knew how many lives would be lost? Thus, Lumian planned to head underground after daybreak, seeking a secluded quarry cave to serve as the ritual site. As for the materials, he had already brought them from Cordu. Rue Anarchy's nights were seldom peaceful, but Lumian managed to sleep well, practically dreamless. He awoke early to the sound of cathedral bells. Rising slowly, he washed up and headed to a cafe on Rue de Blauses Blanches. His breakfast consisted of plum pie, savarin, and a café au lait with plenty of milk. Delicacies always lifted one's spirits, and the Aubaird's Du Coq door was no longer under the poison spur mob's thumb. Lumian gradually adjusted to his optimal state. With renewed purpose, he returned to room 207, intending to gather the necessary materials and carbide lamp for his venture into underground Trier. Just as Lumian finished preparing and was about to leave, he heard a soft knock on the door. Confused, he opened it to find Anthony Reed standing outside, clad in military green attire and strapless leather boots. The 40-something information broker stroked his short blonde hair and said to Lumian, "I got something. The Padre, or Madame Poalis, and her underlings." Lumian stepped aside, allowing Anthony Reed to enter the room. Anthony scanned the surroundings, Lumian's reflection caught in his dark brown eyes. Simultaneously, Lumian felt an all-too-familiar unease. Suppressing his thoughts, he inquired, "What are they?" Anthony Reed gave a slight nod before replying, "Someone spotted a man suspected to be Louis Lund on Avenue du Marquet, the one you believe to be Madame Poalis' butler." On Avenue du Marquet? Lumian's excitement surged. "Louis Lund, Madame Poalis, and I are so close?" "Are you sure?" he asked urgently. Anthony Reed shook his head. "I'm not sure. I'm just here to let you know that I haven't forgotten your task. When I'm certain it's really Louis Lund, I'll collect the balance from you. My money can't wait to part with me." Lumian made no effort to conceal his eagerness. After seeing Anthony Reed off, his resolve to obtain the alms monk's boon only intensified. The blue glow of the carbide lamp pierced the darkness, unveiling the street between stone pillars to Lumian. A chilly wind whispered through the tunnels, leaving faint traces of moisture on the stone walls above. Navigating the subterranean streets and alleys, Lumian discovered a passage that led even deeper. Utilizing a hunter's innate ability to memorize environments, he descended until he finally reached a quarry hollow, roughly the size of 2 or 3 Aubaird's Du Coq doors. Sparse white mushrooms grew in the rock crevices. Charlie had mentioned that many people in Rue Anarchy and the surrounding areas scoured these underground quarries for mushrooms to bolster their income and meals. Trier mushrooms had become synonymous with these fungi, but the specimens here were clearly natural. Lumian circled the cave twice, inspecting it thoroughly. Satisfied that there were no issues, he found a half-meter-tall stone and placed the blood-infused musk candle on it. The other candle was positioned closer to him. Having tidied the area, Lumian lit the 2 grayish-white candles in the order of top to bottom, divine before mortal, by channeling his spirituality. Next, he drew the ritual silver dagger and swiftly sanctified it, erecting a barrier of spirituality. Unlike the last time he had prayed for the dancer's power, Lumian's spirituality remained plentiful after completing these tasks. He effortlessly entered a somewhat ethereal state, enabling him to perform rituals without the aid of incense. He exhaled slowly, picked up the gray amber perfume on the altar, and dripped it into the deity-representing candle. As the scent sizzled, a sweet, elegant fragrance filled the air, calming his nerves. After the gray amber perfume came tulip powder. As a strange aroma permeated the spiritual barrier, Lumian took 2 steps back, gazed at the flickering candle flame, and bellowed in ancient Hermes. Power of inevitability. A howling gust swept through the chamber, causing the deity representing candle's orange flame to quiver. It hung by a thread, threatening to go out at any moment. In the dimming light, Lumian's left chest seared with pain, accompanied by a wave of dizziness. Once again, he heard the enigmatic sound that seemed to originate from an infinite distance, yet felt close at hand. However, it wasn't loud enough to engulf him in agony. Lumian continued chanting the subsequent incantations in ancient Hermes. You are the past, the present, and the future. You are the cause, the effect, and the process. Within the spiritual barrier, an invisible wind turned pitch black as a faint gray fog filled the space. Rocks and bottles warped and twisted, appearing as malleable objects. Silently, the deity representing Candle's flame swelled to the size of a fist, shimmering silver-white with a hint of black. Granules emerged on Lumian's skin and on the rocks, writhing and stretching, poised to burst forth at any moment. The terrifying sound filled his ears, drowning out all else. His head spun, threatening to make him vomit. His thoughts wavered between disarray and chaos as he barely finished reciting the incantation. As Lumian spoke the final words, the silver-black candle flame contracted into a beam of light that struck his left chest. Silver-black phantasmal liquid flowed out, enveloping Lumian's body as though it possessed its own life and will. Lumian had already steeled himself for the onslaught. In his uncontrollable frustration, he felt a prickling pain erupting all over his body. As the piercing ravings seemed to saw through his skull, a burning sensation flared within him. He collapsed, curling up and enduring the agony with gritted teeth. All he could do was struggle to maintain the boat of rationality amidst the tempestuous waves of pain. Throughout the ordeal, he was tempted several times to surrender to the malevolent thoughts gnawing at his heart. He longed to merge with the pain, to escape the torture. However, the lingering elegant and sweet fragrance in his nostrils caused his ruthlessness and frustration to ebb and flow repeatedly. Ultimately, Lumian felt as if his body and mind ceased to exist, leaving only a sense of rational spirituality. As the pain and ravings began to subside, he realized he had endured. Lumian lay motionless on the cold ground, not willing to move for an extended period. After what felt like an eternity, he mustered enough strength to hastily end the ritual and clean up the altar, warding off any potential mishaps. Having dealt with these matters, Lumian sat on the stone that had served as the altar and scrutinized the changes within himself. Soon he muttered, "My tolerance for extreme environments has increased a bit. Heck, guess I won't need to buy winter and summer clothes anymore." Beyond this, Lumian discovered another newfound intuition. An intuition for luck. He could roughly sense the recent fortunes of others, good luck, bad luck, potential for disaster, romantic opportunities, and so on, but he couldn't discern the precise details. In other words, Lumian could detect that someone was experiencing bad luck, but had no way of knowing how unlucky they would be or how long their misfortune would last. Truly worthy of a monk with the power of inevitability, Lumian couldn't help but sigh, feeling he could entirely replace Ostatrol as a diviner for others. Although ignorant about divination, wouldn't he be able to fabricate the corresponding words when he could glimpse the rough strokes of someone's fortune? Moreover, Lumian acquired an abundance of sacrificial knowledge and 5 ritualistic spells in his mind. The former compensated for his many shortcomings in the realm of mysticism, while the latter augmented his repertoire of mystical techniques. The 5 ritualistic spells were Animal Creation Spell, Prophecy Spell, Luck Transference Spell, Substitution Spell, and Exorcism Spell. Through ritualistic magic, the Animal Creation Spell utilized sheepskin, cowhide, and other animal hides to morph the target on the altar into the corresponding creature. This could also be applied to Lumian himself. As long as he mastered the incantation to break the curse or waited for the ritual to end, he could revert to human form. While transformed into an animal, he would be unable to speak or wield most of his beyonder powers. The prophecy spell was entirely different from what Lumian had envisioned. The process involved gathering ingredients such as a snake's venom sac and a rock from an eagle's nest. Using ritualistic magic, one could concoct an unusual concoction. Next, one had to find a corpse dead for less than 7 days and not yet cremated or purified. Pouring the concoction into the corpse's mouth would momentarily revive it, allowing the caster to ask 3 questions about the future. The luck transference spell employed ritualistic magic to create an object linked to one's misfortune. By sending the object away and having others open, consume, step on, or wear it, the caster could transfer their bad luck onto them, thus enhancing their own luck. The substitution spell was even more intricate, and Lumian suspected it was a lower-tier reflection of a Fate Appropriator's abilities. For example, if he wished to evade Susanna Mattis, he would need to find a vagrant and make them live as Seal for a while. During this period, the vagrant would have to stay in room 207, use all of Lumian's money, and gain recognition from Charlie and other acquaintances to establish sufficient mystical connections before performing the ritual to complete the substitution. Upon the ritual's completion, Susanna Mattis would seek vengeance on the vagrant rather than Lumian. Of course, Lumian wasn't certain he could deceive Susanna Mattis, who was on the verge of becoming a demigod, with a Sequence 8 substitution spell. He even doubted whether the ritualistic magic would succeed at all. Lord of Mysteries 2, Circle of Inevitability. Chapter 150 Voice. When Lumian first gained the mysticism knowledge, he had placed high hopes on the exorcism spell. It appeared to be the perfect solution to deal with Susanna Mattis, provided she hadn't been entirely wiped out by the official Beyonders. But it was only upon truly grasping the exorcism spell did Lumian come to the sobering realization that his jubilation had been premature. The ritualistic spell was capable of banishing wraiths and even evil spirits, preventing them from tormenting a soul. But it came with two caveats. First, he needed to know the specter's real name and possess a personal item she'd held dear in life. Second, he needed ample time to conduct the ritual. That second condition meant the exorcism spell was a no-go in the heat of battle. It was better suited for situations like Charlie's, haunted by constant dreams of Susanna Mattis, plagued by wraiths or evil spirits, but not on the brink of death. Lumian, however, hadn't been physically hurt by Susanna Mattis, just targeted. The exorcism spell needed a victim, and without one, he couldn't banish her. When Susanna Mattis made her next move, Lumian knew she wouldn't be playing nice. She'd leech his energy through erotic dreams, leading him slowly but surely towards his demise. Given her prior displays of venom and paranoia, she was sure to strike directly, unleashing her supernatural arsenal to kill on contact. In such a scenario, Lumian wouldn't have a chance to wield the exorcism spell unless someone could buy him a few minutes. Should I turn to the official Beyonders for help? But that would expose me to the authorities, causing a world of trouble down the line. Or perhaps Charlie could play the martyr, soothing Susanna Mattis with heartfelt words of love, buying time in the flesh? The longer he held out, the better Lumian's odds of completing the exorcism spell. Heh, a bizarre thought that's like underground literature, Lumian mused quietly. Though the current mantra of the Intis Republic was freedom, it was a far cry from true liberty. On the one hand, they wanted to quash the nostalgia of Roselle's followers and the Carbonari's revolutionary impulses. Opposition threatened the ruling party's authority. On the other hand, they faced the traditionalist church of the god of steam and machinery and the church of the eternal blazing Sunday. The Intis Republic's censorship of publications was heavy-handed. They'd even plant spies or groom authors as double agents to keep an eye on influential content creators, ensuring they didn't tarnish the ruling party's image or produce content deemed too explicit or blasphemous for the wider readership. But with every prohibition came violations. Trier spawned a thriving underground literary scene that reached beyond its borders. Aurora once, driven by curiosity, bought a few such books. She forbade her brother from reading them and tucked them away in the bookcase's darkest corner. But prohibition bred violation. Lumian had snuck a peek at one and was taken aback. The book was a critique of the clergy's indulgence and corruption, peppered with erotic content. It was titled Monks Chasing Dogs. Lumian's plan to use Charlie as bait for Susanna Mattis had a certain subversive literature charm to it. Then again, I don't have any of Susanna Mattis' personal items to use as a conduit. I could try to hunt down something in the coming days. Regardless of whether it ends up being useful, it's better to be prepared than caught unawares. Lumian shook off his reverie, considering the potential of the other 4 ritualistic spells and their relevance to him. To Lumian, the animal creation spell seemed mystical, malevolent, uncanny, and downright horrifying. If utilized right, it could work wonders. Imagine turning captives into sheep, cows, horses, and just walking away with them. Or infiltrating places no human could in the form of a critter. But in the thick of a fight, this ritualistic spell was pretty much a dud. According to the mysticism wisdom bestowed upon Lumian, the invocation for the animal creation spell could be made to the hidden existence known as Inevitability, a host of honorific names unknown to him or even himself. Naturally, the prerequisite was ample spirituality and the corresponding rank. Also, the ritual's success rate and the spell's longevity were significantly lower than the previous methods. The minimum requirement for the animal creation spell was a Sequence 7 contractee. The higher the rank, the better the chances of the spell working, and the more potent the effect. With the corruption sealed within him, Lumian wasn't concerned about his rank. He was unsure, though, if his spirituality reserves could endure the consumption of the animal creation spell. If they could, how many times could he bear it? Besides the animal creation spell, he himself could be the prayer target for the other 4 ritualistic spells. As for their success rates and impacts, that was a different matter. This led Lumian to speculate that these 5 ritualistic spells could be simplified at higher ranks and deployed in real combat. For instance, he could simply drape an enemy in sheepskin, chant the preordained incantation, and transform them into sheep. That doesn't seem plausible for a contract T, equivalent to a sequence 7. A sequence 4 circle inhabitant is too lofty for such a rudimentary spell. Could a sequence 5 fate appropriator accommodate such a simplification, or is it a sequence 6, the name of which escapes me? Lumian mused subconsciously. As for the luck transference spell, he felt it could only assist others at present, not himself. His destiny was deeply entwined with the corruption sealed within him and the great existence behind the seal. Unless he prayed directly to the power of inevitability, altering his luck was a non-starter. Only when he ascended to the fate appropriator rank could he choose a fate unbound by those lofty beings. The substitution spell was just too convoluted, and it would severely disrupt Lumian's routine and other tasks. He wouldn't consider it unless he was out of options. Compared to that, the prophecy spell seemed like a piece of cake and rather handy as ritualistic magic went. Lumian had already decided to gather the necessary intel and find a suitable corpse. By inquiring about Charlie's future, he could estimate when Susanna Mattis would strike next and locate Madame Pualis, and the others by delving into Louis Lund's destiny. Dog's drool, lynx innards, hyena tongue, stag bone marrow, sea or aquatic monster flesh, lizard eye, rock from an eagle's nest, snake venom gland, and deadly herbs. These ingredients aren't all that hard to come by. The only pain is the sea or aquatic monster flesh, but the ritual doesn't specify a rank. Technically, the feeblest aquatic monster still counts as an aquatic monster. It just impacts the effect, right? Lumian ruminated for a bit, noticing that his energy levels had considerably rebounded. He readied himself to leave the subterranean quarry cave and head back to Albert's Du Coq door. Just as he rose to his feet, a sudden furrow creased his brow. A faint sound reached his ears. The voice echoed inside his ears. Lumian fought to steady his nerves, straining to discern the sound. With each passing moment, the voice grew clearer, more potent, more imposing. Lumian Lee. Lumian Lee. It knows my name. Instinctively, Lumian swept the area with his carbide lamp, yet found no figure, nothing out of the ordinary. Lumian Lee. Lumian Lee. The voice reverberated as if it were emanating from the very core of his being, muffled by his flesh, organs, and bones, creating overlapping echoes. Inside my body. The thought struck Lumian the moment he made this realization. In a hushed whisper, he asked, "Who are you?" The deep, majestic, and spectral voice ceased its chant and solemnly declared, "I'm the angel of the Lord, Termaboros." Lord? Which Lord? Lumian's eyes narrowed, the corners of his mouth twitching into a smirk. He suspected the entity communicating was the corruption entombed within him. After receiving the alms monk's blessing and nearing the entity of inevitability, it had managed to transmit a voice devoid of corruption via their intertwined powers. The spectral voice echoing in Lumian's ears intoned reverently, "The Lord is the ruler of the great old ones, the essence above the sequences, the mighty circle of inevitability." Merely contemplating these words sent an inexplicable shiver down Lumian's spine. It felt as if a gaze had pierced the cosmos, the clouds, the surface-level trier, layers of earth, and was fixed upon him. Suddenly, Lumian found himself glancing over his shoulder, as if unseen entities were scrutinizing him from the enveloping darkness. The sensation sent chills down his spine, sowing unease in his mind, threatening to unhinge him. Out of nowhere, a faint gray fog materialized and shrouded the surroundings, significantly pacifying Lumian's agitated mind. He sneered at the self-proclaimed angel, Termaboros. "So, you're the one sealed within me? I wonder if it's a bona fide angel with beyonder characteristics, or just an angel tier servant boasting only a boon." This insolence seemed to digest Lumian's potion further along its course. Undeterred by Lumian's provocation, Termaboros continued solemnly, "Follow my instructions, break my seal, and I will aid you in resurrecting Aurora Lee. You should be well aware that my lord's power spans the past, the present, and the future. It can weave a cycle of destiny. In due time, I will restore Aurora Lee's soul fragment to its state prior to the descent ritual. All you need to do is prepare a body with the essence of life for her." Lumian fell silent. After a moment, he asked in a low voice, "Descent ritual? Is that the ritual to forge a body for your descent?"